Dude, I know Soleil is streaming soon. Dude, I know Ross. What's up? What's up? Welcome back. Everyone did their panels tonight, man. Yeah. Wick is doing obviously one of the things Soleil is going on is the Wick thing. And by the way, Rinyold, my goat, is actually going on both of the things that Wick is going on, or that Soy Pill is going on. Going on the like Wick thing about chorus,
Fuck, I need to go live more.
and then going on Admiral Gibbs show about January 6th. So that'll be interesting. We're definitely gonna watch at least the J6 one. I don't know how much I care about the chorus stuff. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. His chorus responded to my application yet? Do you think they think they let me in? I don't think I've gotten any email. Yeah, damn. Oh, I can't wait for Jan 6 Discourse for the 10,000th time Magger will pretend it never happened. Dude, I don't even know the opposition or whatever is Sadie and the Tyler average debate enjoyer. And I've spoken to Tyler before. Sadie, as far as I know, is not even that engaged in politics. She's just like a mod for Pentuple, and ever since Pentuple got his fiance dumped him or something, Pentuple hasn't been streaming, so she's been doing stuff like for him. So I don't even know what the hell that's gonna be like. But oh my god. And then Tom Foolery 2 is hosting it. He's doing a sub-line right now. He's doing it. This is another chorus debate. It did used to. I might watch some of this one because it had my goat in it, and I don't know where he went. This dude, this Quick Thoughts dude, this is my goat. I love this dude. This guy's awesome. He's on TikTok. He's my goat. Yeah, so maybe we'll watch some of that. And then he's hosting a Destiny versus Rob Noor debate about the whatever Russia Gate shit. So maybe we'll watch some of that too. But I don't think I'm gonna have that much to say on it. And then I guess I don't know what this Trump power debate thing is. But I know. But it's fine, okay? Because that gives me content to react to. What's up, Bob Marley? And we got a bunch of stuff planned, not only for today, but the next. As of now, only tomorrow, I guess, as well. But hopefully the next 2 days, 3 days. I also didn't know Caddy was a socialist. He's a Dem sock. I don't know what you're talking about. The guy I'm about to talk to? Also, I was going to do more reading, and I'm going to continue doing more reading. I did a little bit of reading. What's up, Sauce? Debate about socialism reduced net utility. No, oh, not Prime. Oh, yeah, Prime guys. Yeah, I haven't seen him talk about it that much. But yeah, he is like a leftist as far as I know. But I don't. I've never. Maybe I'll invite him on and fill him. But I haven't seen him talk about it that much. All I've seen is, who's the guy you want to talk to? The Ceph guy? No, I've already talked to the Ceph guy. The Ceph guy's not a socialist. He's like a. I guess he's a post-Keynesian, but he's also like a hardcore like nationalist. Now we're talking to, it's in my Discord server, by the way. I have the schedule along with, if you click on their names, it brings you to their segment, Jubilee thing. This dude. That was not a very appealing freeze frame. I don't know who makes iron pipes. But it's China. Obviously. Canada. I don't know. I know Canada. I think we import a decent amount of iron from Canada. I guess Australia, maybe? No, Australia does not make shit. Oh, no. Does Vietnam do iron stuff? I feel like Vietnam does not do shit. It's so over. It's so over. It's so over. Thanks, Justin's progressive, man, middle ground as well. He might have been. I don't think I watched that one, but yeah. Have you ever eaten mochi ice cream? Yeah, when I was like 10 years old, I remember having some. I want to say South Africa, probably. Yes. Probably make some iron pipes. Oh, shit. Shit. Dude, I don't know who makes. I'm going to guess Germany. It's going to be like Germany, South Korea, and like Italy and stuff, isn't it? Yeah, Germany wasn't a bad guess. Japan. Oh, I should have guessed Japan. Yeah, Italy, Mexico. I wouldn't have guessed Mexico. Rip. Anyway, we're about to get started here. Speaking of, Vietnam is doing pretty good for itself from what I read. I don't know. All I keep up with Vietnam is a little bit of the trade deals. I don't keep up with much else from it. Let me set this stuff up real quick. Whoa. Why is my chat in a totally not correct place? Kind of funny, Vietnam post-war is just kind of forgotten low. Yeah, the capitalist propaganda. Okay, they don't want you to see the successful communist nation. Yeah, I don't know. People, I mean, it's not a very salient issue to like anyone. So, all right, should be good here. Hopefully. Hello, what's up? Yeah. Do you have a camera or anything? You don't necessarily have to, but Rip, rip. Yeah, okay. Give me 1 second to. I mean, you don't have to, but it would be. Sure. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah. You're good. Wow. W. Is it me because I don't hear Justin? Oh, shit. He's muted, I'm dumb. Yeah, but he did speak earlier. Were you able to hear him earlier when he was speaking? I guess I can go back and check. Yeah, okay. Give me 1 second to. No, you want to really hear him, were you? Damn it. That's not ideal. I think it's probably because Discord, like, updated. And I think it's a different. Okay, it should work ideally now. But now you should be able to hear me if I like deafen it on deafen. Should be able. It's showing up on my end, so should be good. This is real, Rosh. I feel like I don't know what happened to my plugin. The plugin used to work so much better, I feel like. But I had to capture shit, but asking about Somalia under their solstice regime, the U.S. didn't topple it. I don't know anything about Somalia. I don't think that's particularly relevant to what we're going to be talking about. I don't think he defends the Somali system. I don't think he defends socialism with Somali characteristics. We'll see, though, maybe. What's up, Truelock? Red flag? What is the red flag? By the way, I've changed my opinion a little bit on unions, okay? I think unions are good because I read a little bit of the economist Earl Thompson, who has a really funny theory of like strikes. Under certain conditions, strikes actually benefit capital more than they benefit labor, and in those cases, unions are good. Okay, and it actually tends to be the case that you see strikes more often in industries where the conditions are met to make it likely that they benefit capital rather than labor instead of because I think the conditions are like high temporal substitutability and inelastic short run supply. And under those conditions, which is you typically see in industries like mining and like some durable good industries and stuff. I don't know. Okay, wow. It's 00. Why are you on my For You page? I don't know what you mean. Shrimp content for me on IG has gone up 100% since I started following you. That would make sense. Dude, you know what's funny? The Shrimp Buffer Project people know about the charity stream, I think, because it is shrimp content that I posted to Instagram. I got an email from one of them saying, "Hi Jared, hope you did well. From all of us at Shrimp Buffer Project, I want to extend a huge thank you for your marathon charity stream last week. It was really incredible to tune in each day and see you encouraging support for our cause. We're so grateful to you and your audience for raising awareness." Oh my god! So apparently apparently Shrimp Welfare Project people know about me. So that's a W. Oh, he's here.
Right, I'm back.
All right, let's go. Okay. Give me 1 second now. I got distracted by other stuff. All right. Okay. All right. So what's up, man? I think you should probably tell my audience a little bit about who you are. I don't know if you have any content you want to shout out or promote or anything, but certainly let my audience know roughly who you are.
Yeah, of course. My name is Justin. I'm 22 years old. Not much content to be promoted. I used to make political content on TikTok back in like 2020. That has kind of since died down. I kind of just appear on these Jubilee videos just for kind of funsies. Maybe there's some
Yep.
promotion down the line, but yeah.
Yeah. Sometimes I feel bad, like I've talked to a few people from Jubilee. Sometimes I feel bad, like branding people as like the Jubilee guy or whatever. I'm glad.
It's fine. No,
It's
that's
like,
kind of what my friends know me as.
yeah, that's
So it's
where,
okay.
right. That's where most of my audience is gonna know you from, obviously. So I mean, most recently you went on. Oh, thanks for troll for the $50 super chat. Let's go. Also, one of my people in chat wants to inform you that you have nice hair. All right, so that's a
I know.
compliment
I have
from.
your stream chat up. Don't worry.
Oh hell yeah! Okay, let's go. But yeah, right. So you were recently on the Patrick Bet David episode about capitalist versus anti-capitalist. I ended up I've reached out to like literally everyone who they put in the description. Not all of them have replied. Maybe, I mean, we'll see if some more of them reply. But I was a little upset because I feel like they represented my side, all right, my side with a horrible, evil dumbass. Okay, I think yeah, I don't think Patrick Bet David did well. I think when you went on, you did relatively well. I think it's very funny, by the way, when his like conception of socialism, whatever, was like the percentage of government spending spent on entitlement programs. That was like the that was insane to me.
After watching that video, yeah, after watching that, I was like, I argued in way too good of faith there.
Yeah, right. Well, I mean, that's like under that definition, by the way, like you could have a government with like 5% of GDP is like government spending, but let's say that 5%, like of that 5%, like 100% goes to entitlement programs. Is that like more socialist than Norway, who has like 67% of government spending on GDP? Like it's crazy.
According to him, yeah.
Yeah, but anyway, okay. So I guess I wanted to, I reached out to a lot of people. I plan to have a little bit more in-depth conversations, hopefully, with these people. Okay, hopefully a little more reasonable than Patrick Bet David was. I guess the first thing I would ask, and this is not like I don't think there's wrong answers here. I'm not going to try to do like a gotcha in your definition of socialism and everything. I just want to know what does socialism with Justin characteristics look like? Like, what are we trying to, we're gonna have government ownership? Is it gonna be co-ops? Is it gonna what are we trying to do? Would be the question.
I mean, my ideal socialistic society would be mainly the elimination of private property and also, just worker co-ops. That's kind of just my ultimate goal. I do believe that ultimately, I think it's just the people embracing a collective is going to be my ultimate definition of socialism. At the end of the day, I'm not an economist. I'm just a guy. So
sure.
But
and I guess what are the main issues that we see with our current system that we're trying to solve with that?
Yeah, of course. I don't believe there's much regulation, and I'm not going to say socialism is just regulation or something like that. But I think the current problem that we are seeing, especially in today's society in the United States of America, is just lack of regulation for these oligarch billionaires that are just absolutely reaching all the wealth in this country, taking us, hoarding us, and yeah.
Right. Okay. So I guess we'll start with the co-ops then, I guess. I think I think the co-op system is kind of one of the like lesser bad versions of socialism, right? Like I think co-op, like generally speaking, co-op systems maintain some type of market system, some type of price mechanism that I think are typically pretty good. I think where you run into problems, one, I think you're going to have like broadly issues with like allocative efficiency. So depending on the exact type model of co-op, you're going to see issues with firms not being able to hire more labor without also bringing in the capital from those people, or bringing in capital without also bringing in more labor. I think something that's pretty easily solved for under our traditional capitalist firms. If they want to raise capital, they can raise capital from venture capitalists, or they can do debt financing, and they can do they can raise revenue a lot of ways without necessarily having to hire more people. I also think to some extent when you run these type of co-ops, like, you're probably just going to see people hire contractors to the extent that they can get away with it if they want to hire more labor instead of actually bringing people in as part of the firm. You just see people hire contractors. I think even like Mondragon has issues with that, right? And then the thing I would cite as well is just broadly speaking, like transaction cost, and I think you would probably see a higher level of structural unemployment because of that. I think you would see, if you're telling workers that they have to, buy into firms, like, you're going to see a lot of people struggle to do that. And, you might have to have some type of, and some companies already kind of have this, to be fair, but you might have to see some type of like weird plans where the company like gives you a loan to buy in and stuff, and then it's going to be, when you leave the company, presumably you're going to have to sell that equity, and all of that thing just increases the cost of finding a job and leaving your job. So you're going to see less job mobility, higher unemployment. I think those are two big issues.
Yeah, and I definitely don't disagree. I think there can be some problems with that type of thing. Look, I'm ultimately pro market at the end of the day. I do understand that our society can't necessarily exist without markets. I think so. One thing you were touching on, that loan type thing, correct? It was just like
Yeah, I think there are kind of models you can avoid that, but like
yeah,
like, obviously Apple, like, if you just divided all Apple's equity among their employees, I think it's like it's like someone saying like $500,000 or whatever per employee. And if you're, presumably you're gonna have to tell workers are gonna have to buy into that. Like, new workers would have to, upfront a ton of capital to buy in if they want to work there. Otherwise, how are they gonna get equity in the company? So you'd probably have to have some type of system where you say, okay, look, no one has this amount of capital. Apple is essentially going to give the new employees like a loan, and they're like going to pay it back over time. But I think, that's just silly. But
yeah, no, like that is very silly. That's not my ultimate plan is to take these current existing arguably monopolies, but I don't know if I'd call Apple a monopoly or something like that.
Sure.
But I don't think taking pre-existing monopolies and just dividing the equity is the ultimate plan for myself or my ideal economy. It would kind of just be giving more access to education so people can build more of these worker co-ops from the ground up, if that makes sense.
Sure. I guess you would see, so, there might be some benefits there, and like, certainly, I think education is like a positive externality. So, I don't have a problem with even like public ownership and subsidies of education. But I guess like I've seen mixed evidence on whether or not worker co-ops are more productive. I think it certainly, I would imagine, if worker co-ops were able to outcompete Apple or whatever, there would be someone out there trying to do that, essentially, right? There would be a group of people, there would be a group of employees saying, hey, we could outcompete Apple if we make a worker co-op that competes with them. But you don't see that, probably because Apple benefits from the fact that a lot of the decisions are not made by the workers. Like, it probably leads to enhanced productivity and everything. The fact that also this ties into that, and it's another problem with worker co-ops more generally, is that they maximize for like output per worker, essentially, and not total output, when total output is kind of what matters for the rest of the people not in the co-op. It's better for consumers overall if companies try to maximize for total output, even if it's better for co-ops individually to maximize for output per employee.
Is it maximize productivity like your ultimate? What's your evidence for, or if you had to rank for a lot of the things that you are necessary. I don't know if you're like anti-worker co-op, but like
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm not
for the
anti.
reasons you are anti,
Right. I'm not.
like what would be
I'm anti like government sort of strongly incentivizing worker co-ops or mandating worker co-ops. I think
okay?
there's a place for worker co-ops in any system, and like you see them right now currently. And there might even be. I mean, I think you can make the argument that like banks aren't necessarily educated on worker co-ops, so they might view worker co-ops as unnecessarily risky. So like there might be like some limited program for like informing banks about worker co-ops or whatever. So they lend to them more often. But I guess
So is
overall, like
productivity
I
like
think
your top ranked reason why you're questionable
I think
about worker
kind
co-op
of. So
socials?
so I think the biggest issue is essentially going to be the allocative efficiency issue. Like it's going to be the fact that firms are going to be, unable to raise labor, or, hire more labor without also bringing in more capital, or bring in more capital without bringing in more labor. And that's especially going to be issues for, I think, like some of the high tech industries, essentially, like some of the venture capitalist stuff. And I think that stuff tends to have very positive spillovers on the rest of society.
Gotcha. Okay, that makes sense. I definitely understand your critiques or your questioning about that type of stuff. What about when it comes to like equity and stuff? Like, what
Right.
is your ultimate
So,
plan for regulation for these billionaires? Because I think you and I can both see there is a problem of wealth inequality in this country.
oh no, oh no. But okay, so with worker co-ops specifically, I agree that worker co-ops tend to have more egalitarian wage schedules. I will say there is evidence that actually does lead to brain drain, and workers who might otherwise be owners and managers or whatever in worker co-ops actually tend to leave them for private companies because of the fact that they could be much more highly compensated at other private companies. To some extent, you might get around that with mandating every company to be a worker co-op, but then you're raising the cost of having worker co-ops, obviously, and I think you would see some amount of brain drain just to other countries at that point.
Is there any way I can see your evidence? I'm interested.
Yeah, I think there's a paper from Uruguay that I think looked at this stuff. I mean, I can DM you that paper.
Okay.
So I think this is paper says worker managed firms suffer from brain drain. The separation of hazard of high ability members is more than 3 times higher than that of low ability members. Moreover, I find that there is a relationship between the extent of pay compression and the severity of brain drain in worker managed firms. He abbreviates it to WMFs. So that's there's a paper from Uruguay, and like I said, it even finds based on the severity of pay compression, you're going to see more brain drain.
Gotcha.
And I think there's evidence from I don't have this on hand, but I do think there is a paper of worker managed firms in Yugoslavia that found similar things, but I don't think I have that on hand. But regardless, and then also I think when it comes to, so I would say like that's a cost of egalitarian wage schedules, but
yeah,
when it comes to inequality more generally, I think one, redistribution is typically preferable to what are called, pre-distribution. I think with just a redistributive tax and transfer system, you can target a much wider range of people. You can not only target the people, working for what we feel like is, to a low amount or whatever, but you can target the people who don't work. A lot of people who are poor or whatever are just people who don't or can't work, right? It's unemployed people, it's disabled people, it's students, it's children. And I think those people should be targeted, with redistributive programs, just like we want to target people who are lowly paid in unions or worker co-ops, right? And I think typically we can do it more efficiently with redistributive systems. I don't think the redistributive systems are necessarily going to have. They might still have some issues with brain drain if it gets really severe or whatever. But I think if you have an efficient tax code, you can mitigate a lot of the issues from that. Like, I think, for example, like minimum wage, like you might see disemployment effects from minimum wage. I don't think they're that big, but that's not necessarily something that you're going to see with just a welfare system. And also, I think the final thing, and this opens a whole other conversation probably.
Okay.
I don't think inequality on its own is bad. I think instrumentally it can actually serve good purposes. And I don't think the best evidence shows that inequalities actually increase that much in the U.S. because we have a progressive tax and transfer system.
Okay. Yeah, I hope you know, like, even the socialists at the Jubilee debate, we were literally talking about it afterwards. We were like, we're not saying that inequality is just gonna come that number, right? Like inequality is gonna exist in any society. So you said you believe some amount of it is like good?
Yeah. So when I say it's not bad on its own, what I mean is that there are some people who view inequality as just like intrinsically important. I used to talk to, I don't know if you know this guy at all, another streamer named Boy who recently retired. Retire in peace, goddamn. But he is like, one of his arguments for socialism when he finally became a socialist after years of being a social democrat, he fell to the dark side, which is that inequality is just intrinsically important. Like, I would rather society where like there's lower total utility, right? Like, let's say like 2 people have 5 utility, than a society where, let's say there's 15 total utility, but one person has 14 utility and the other person has, 1 utility, right? That's a more unequal society. And I think it's better just to have the equal society, even if there's lower sort of total utility. So that's what I mean. And also I do think inequality instrumentally can be both good and bad. There's a margin to it. So to the extent that inequality just represents the fact that people are, providing sort of broad-based benefits to consumers, like, Amazon does provide, good services to consumers. The reason everyone uses Amazon, that's a good thing. I want there to be an incentive to do that. I want there to be an incentive to reduce costs as much as you can when it comes to, things like transportation or whatever. I think those are all good things to do that just have broad benefits for everyone. And like I said, I think if you look at post-tax income inequality, that really has not gone up much in the U.S. And I think if you look at wealth inequality, but you include Social Security, that has not really gone up in the U.S. at all.
Yeah. Okay. I was thinking of so many things I want to touch on, and then I just immediately forgot all of it. So sorry.
You're good. That. You're good. Don't worry.
What was I gonna? Am I allowed to swear, by the way?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah,
okay.
Don't worry.
I was like, what the fuck was I gonna say? Okay. What were we talking about? So we were mentioning.
Yeah, I guess I mentioned why inequality can be instrumentally good in that it incentivizes people to innovate and things.
Yeah.
And that I don't think inequality has actually gone up that much if you look at post-tax income.
Yeah, and I'm definitely on the same page that I think competition can create some incentive in terms of inequality. I think I'm just anti-eliminating capability. It's like you were touching on with people who are disabled, people who are just unable to work because of homelessness or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
I think ultimately regulated capitalism is only a band-aid for something like that. So creating redistribution programs, that's fine and all, and that does solve the problem, but I do believe in the current state of the United States, that can be ripped off just like a band-aid would be. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I mean, I think, I don't know. So politically, to some extent, that might be true for some individual programs, and I think there are some ways around that. We see that Social Security hasn't really been touched that much. I guess you have seen Trump fire people administering the phone, the phone bank for it or whatever. We don't see sort of broad cuts of Social Security. We don't see many cuts to Medicare. We've seen some to Medicaid. So So I think there probably are ways to design redistributive systems that politically hold up. Certainly in other countries, it doesn't seem like a lot of these redistributive systems are, torn away or whatever. Like, I don't think you see that in Norway or whatever. So, there might be flaws of our political system that we can try to solve for.
That's what I'm talking about, is the current state of the United States of America.
Sure.
A simple redistribution program, I don't believe, would sort of fix all of the stuff. There might be a way to do it long term. I'm not like anti that.
Mm-hmm.
It's just I think, with the way U.S. democracy works, it is so flawed.
Sure. I mean, I think, like, my general point is simply that redistribution, like, generally is able to target, a wider group of people than the sort of pre-distributive policies like unions, minimum wage, and worker co-ops would. And they tend to have less, like, deadweight loss, right? Like, redistribution to some extent, at least if you have efficient taxes. Redistribution to some extent might distort incentives to innovate and stuff. But I think if you had like a pro-savings tax code, you would still see a lot of people save, you would still see a lot of people invest and innovate and everything. But you would be able to redistribute a lot of money to, lower class people if you had a tax code that essentially taxed consumption. And that's going to lead to a lot less problems than if we simply had worker co-ops, which I think would eliminate a lot of the incentives to innovate, as well as have all these allocative issues that I brought up earlier.
Gotcha. All right. I mean, your position makes sense.
Sure.
I'm ultimately just a guy, so there's only so much I can debunk and argue with.
Right. Have you heard of it's in the name. Do you know what a progressive consumption tax is?
Heard of it. I could not name it off the top of my head, but
I mean, there are different types of progressive consumption taxes, really, but there's something called a personal expenditures tax, which I think would be good. There's other things I'll bring up to, like a DBCFT or whatever. So things like right now, like our income tax system is suboptimal. I think income tax is a net benefit, but we shouldn't be taxing savings in the way that we do now, because savings just broadly has pretty positive spillovers on growth and everything. When people save and invest their money. I think if you had a system where we had a personal expenditures tax, where essentially, rather than taxing your income, we would allow you to deduct essentially everything you consume. Everything you save, and then only tax on what you consume. So you can deduct your right now. So you can deduct like your 401k up to like a limited extent from your income. We would just say any money you save at all, you can deduct from your income tax system. And then we could still have you could still have progressive margins, essentially. So, if you only consume $10,000 a year, you might not pay any tax on that. But if you consume $50,000 a year, you might pay, 20% on that marginal bracket at least. And I think under that system, you would allow redistribution from the billionaires to, middle class people, from millionaires and everything to everyone else, to the lower classes. And I don't think you would see the same type of deadweight loss that you see associated with worker co-ops. In fact, I think you would see an overall improvement, considering our income tax system does lead to deadweight loss currently, because it disincentivizes savings.
Sure. All right, yeah.
Sure.
I guess. You are well trained in this, sir.
Right. So you did also mention. So you mentioned, I think, I know you mentioned the Biden and the rail workers strike too. I want to know.
I want to know. Ultimately, I also regret bringing that up. I'm gonna be honest.
Sure.
In terms of workplace democracy, that being evidence that we don't have workplace democracy, that was not the point to bring up in that type of debunk, I guess. But
I want to know, kind of. This is my hot take. Okay, I think I don't know how you're gonna feel about this. I think most of the unions and transportation industries are basically evil. I think the port workers who really don't want their ports to be automated, that harms everyone else. I feel like there's a tendency to believe that unions are pro worker or whatever, Some of them like
Okay.
genuinely might be pro worker overall, but really, especially like I said, the ones in the transportation industry are pro their workers at the expense of every other worker in America. So it is a big deal when you don't have automated ports. It is a big deal when railroad roads are they didn't end up going on strike, but are slowed down, or they did go on strike, essentially shut down. And people can't transport any of their goods, and that hurts every other company, every other consumer, every other worker. That's an evil thing.
Well, yeah, but isn't that just proof that, like, the economy is currently dependent on the working class's willing participation?
Well, part of the issue too is that our labor laws don't really allow for companies to hire scabs, when people go on strike. So it's not really the working class as a whole. It's the companies, it's the workers for that company that the government then prevents the company owner from doing anything when they do go on strike. There would be plenty of people ordinarily to take the jobs of railroad workers if they did go on strike, but companies are prevented from doing that. But I don't disagree that like labor is a important input to the economy, and like the economy is like dependent on working class people or whatever. I just also think that like capital plays a positive role as well.
Gotcha. So, I don't remember exactly why the railroad workers were striking. I believe it was because of sick days. So why
There
is
was a
that
number of
more on the
things. I
fault?
think the sick days was like the one thing they didn't get in the deal, and that Biden like mandated or whatever.
Gotcha. Okay. So why is that more on the fault of the workers versus the fault of the person who was in charge, who could have just simply given the sick days?
I mean, fault is a like weird term or whatever. I guess like so there is like a
Well, you were
like
just
generally
talking about like how it
right.
was. I don't know. You didn't say fault necessarily, but it was just like, oh, the selfishness of the.
Well, so I guess the issue is like like I said earlier, like absent the sort of labor laws we had that prevent the hiring of scabs and everything, if rail workers were to go on strike, the company probably would have been able to find rail workers who were perfectly okay working without sick days or whatever. So I guess like when you say like fault, like I said, is a weird word. I guess to some extent, you can blame the owners or whatever for not providing sick days. I just think that would have been like I don't want to say charitable. I think if you're compensating someone beyond what the market sort of naturally would ordinarily compensate people for, like that is a that is a quote unquote like charitable, like that's an excess action or whatever that you're doing, and that can be good, like that can be good, that can be nice, that can be charitable or whatever. But I don't fault anyone for compensating workers for essentially what they're worth on the market. And I think generally the market incentives there lead to positive outcomes for workers overall. Like I think it probably is the case that there are rail workers especially, that union probably hurts workers overall because every other industry relies on the transportation that they provide.
Yeah, but if everything relies on them so like much, I hate to say it, but they do deserve more in that case.
Well, what does deserve mean, right? So I think,
So
again,
those excess sick days, even though that's not necessarily the norm that we are seeing among workers in the United States, the fact that the economy is so reliant on these workers, shouldn't that? I mean, yes, I understand they might be being a little bit selfish, but also at the same time, I kind of don't care if they're being selfish about that.
right. Well, we say the, economy is dependent on them. And I think the economy, there are big sectors, there are a lot of things that are dependent on, railroads in general. The issue is we have the government preventing essentially companies from hiring other people when there are union negotiations ongoing, right? The government literally mandates these workers, because they voted for a union, are protected. They can't be, if they go on strike, they can't be fired. The company can't hire other people. So, it's the government granting artificial protection to a class of people. It's not really just that, like, the economy is actually dependent on this class of people. They're only dependent on this specific class of people because they're granted artificial protection by the government.
Yeah, but I mean, personally, I think that artificial protection is probably a good thing. I'm very pro worker, so.
Well, I mean, that's the thing, is that I don't think it's pro worker. I think it's pro these specific, class of workers. Because again, especially in the transportation industry, every other worker is usually going to be harmed by these things.
Yeah, and I get that, but it's like it feels like we're going in circles a little bit.
Sure. I mean, I guess, like, I don't see
I believe in all of the workers getting it, but
I think if you had every...
Like, if these railroad workers are entitled to sick days, I do believe that every worker should be entitled to these sick days. I don't believe it should be, like, this specific group of laborers that are working for a union that it...
Mm-hmm. Well,
no, like, I don't believe
so my point there is simply that, like when people say, like, oh, the economy is, like, dependent on the railroad workers. To some extent they are, but there would be other workers who would work those jobs if the government did not mandate that when they go on strike, the railroad companies cannot hire scabs, right? Like, they are legally prevented from doing so.
Yeah, but that's kind of a good thing in my mind, personally. It's going back to the same thing that I always say in my personal life, that just, like, with the rise of AI specifically, workers are being replaced every day with that kind of thing. That kind of feels like what you're kind of saying with that whole, like, they can't hire scabs type thing. I think that should be a regulated thing, because there's ultimately, someone who's going to be willing to take the job for less and less and less. There are people, undocumented migrants, who are crossing over the border, who are willing to take a little bit less than natural-born citizens in the U.S. That does not necessarily mean that, like, oh, hey, this is going to be better for the market. This is going to be better for the economy.
Well, I think generally, like, it'd be, like, there might be some losers in that case you mentioned, but I think it would probably be positive overall, at least to the extent that, immigrants are, a positive generally. Yeah. But I think,
oh yeah, they're a positive thing, but it's just like, oh, we're just going to or we're going to hire someone else who's willing to take less.
Right. I guess, like, it's a, so it seems like we're approaching, like, a lot of this stuff, like, it seems like from, like, a sort of, like, moralistic, like, I don't know if moralistic is the right term, but, like, just like, morally speaking, like, I think I think it's good, like, when workers are entitled to, this amount of sick days or whatever. And, like, therefore, I think it's like good, when the government is granting this protection to union workers or whatever, so that they can, negotiate for those sick days. I guess, like, I don't see why I would necessarily believe this, like, the market system doesn't tend to compensate workers based on their overall preferences for what type of compensation they want. Like, if they want more paid sick days, or if they just want more money overall, because there is probably a trade-off between those things. The same with retirement benefits and pensions and everything. There probably is pensions probably reduce the wages of workers. Because employers are like, they care about the total cost of hiring an employee, and sick days and pensions are going to eat into that. And I think if you, mandate a lot of these things or whatever, so I think if you just, passed a law mandating, like, paid sick days, I don't think that'd be catastrophic or anything or whatever. Like, I think that would probably lead to, like, some marginal loss in employment. I think, like, you would just see worker compensation not closely match employers or employees' preferences anymore. But with unions, again, I think you would, like, especially in this transportation industry, I think you see, like, every other worker get fucked when you say, because I feel like morally these railroad workers should have this, I'm going to grant them artificial protection so that they can avoid the sort of market mechanisms that would otherwise let them be replaced. That seems, I don't know, it seems very silly to me. It seems like I care about the overall benefit of this stuff, not, like, what I believe workers are entitled to morally or whatever.
See, this is where we're just gonna disagree, and that's totally fine.
Well, I mean, I
We're
guess
not here
like,
to
do
change
you
each other's minds at the end
right?
of the day, so.
I guess, I mean, you would agree, like there probably are a decent number of like cases in which, you know, like these like unions, like I said, especially in the transportation industry. Let's just talk about like, so when we don't automate ports, for instance, like you would probably generally agree that not automating ports, even if that protects some union workers, probably screws over, you know, workers in industries that rely on trade, and screws over consumers who want to import, you know, goods to consume.
Oh yeah. Here's the thing. I actually 100% agree. It is so much less efficient to do something like that, to not automate it. Like our economy would function better in that case. However, there's a reason these workers are fighting to not have that efficiency. It's because their livelihoods would just snap away at that automation.
Right. So I think that's something the redistributive system, you know, can account for, is that like we,
I do respect you for having that position.
Right. I'm not Patrick White David. Okay. No bootstraps here.
Yeah.
Okay. We need the, okay. But, you know, I think that's something that sort of redistributive system can account for. And we do already have like unemployment insurance, and like I would support, like I literally, because I think the benefits from trade just tend to be very good. Like I think you could pay like every longshoreman, like union member, like $10,000 or something, and have it still be like a net benefit to just automate all the ports in the U.S. or whatever. I think there's, I forget what the estimates are, but I think
10,000.
I mean,
that would be a good compensation.
It might be even, I don't know, it might be even more, honestly, because there are just like broadly benefits from trade. But I guess, so like when I view these things, like I care about, one, I just have a presumption that markets generally are going to lead to, you know, mostly optimal outcomes. Not that there can't be market failures or anything, but generally the market is really good at sort of aggregating employees' preferences. The price mechanism is, you know, generally really good at aligning incentives and everything. And generally you're going to see the case that employers have the incentive to match compensation to the employees' preferences, because they only care about the total cost of hiring an employee. And so, you know, they don't care whether or not they're contributing to wages or contributing to sick days or contributing to pensions. But the employee in that case does care. So the firms have every incentive to match the employee's preferences, so that they can get that employee at the lowest possible cost. And then, like additionally, like I just think like this price, you know, like this price mechanism and everything, like that's going to incentivize companies to generally do like the most efficient thing for the whole, you know, for the whole of society. You know, when people are, you know, when we automate ports or whatever, that, you know, we'll have losers in that case. You will have the losers of the port workers, but everyone else is probably going to benefit, right? Like the consumers are going to benefit. The people in other industries are going to benefit. The, you know, port, you know, obviously the port owners are going to benefit, but people don't typically care about the benefits to the owner or whatever. And typically this doesn't really. What? Sorry.
Who's going to benefit the most from that, though?
I mean, I don't think it. So I wouldn't view it as necessarily mattering like who benefits the most. I care like if it's an overall gain. I don't actually know if so in the case of like automating ports and a lot like the transportation industry is generally, I don't actually know if it is the case that like the owners would benefit the most. But like to the extent that owners
have evidence, but I would imagine that it would. I guess I don't have evidence, so I can't really say that is my point.
Yeah, I mean, the important thing is like transportation and trade just to tend to have like really positive sort of spillover effects on like every other industry. I mean, transportation is just that's an input cost for everything. Like everything needs to, you know, be transported at some point. But I guess like the relevant thing, you know, is that like it's an overall benefit to the extent that we're just like benefiting capital or whatever. Like that money is probably not going to disappear. That money is probably going to go into other types of investment that benefit other workers. You know, some of that money is going to, like if their cost of transportation goes down, obviously some of the gains of that are captured by consumers. You know, prices are probably going to go down, and you know, consumers are going to benefit from that, and they're going to have more money to spend in other sectors or save that invest in other things. And like just generally, this is going to have like broad positive spillovers like everywhere else. And I think the market system does a really good job at incentivizing that to happen.
Okay. Touching upon that, can I ask you one question?
Sure.
So let's just say there is proof that the owners are going to benefit the most. We're just saying in this imaginary scenario, I don't necessarily know, but let's just say in this rare scenario, I will agree you. It's probably an overall benefit, but would this not create more and more inequality? If the owners are benefiting the most.
If the owners benefit the most, it conceivably, yeah, it could create more inequality. I don't know if that necessarily. I guess I don't know. So I don't know if that necessarily follows that it always would increase inequality, even if owners benefit the most. I'm trying to think it through in my head. But it could that could totally be the case. I just don't view inequality as, like I said, an intrinsic problem. And like I think that would be that would literally be an example of me citing inequality being instrumentally good. Like inequality gave the owner the incentive to innovate, gave the owner the incentive to automate the ports, and that obviously benefited him. Obviously he's richer now, but also benefited every consumer, every other workplace that relies on imported components and everything. That's an example of inequality being instrumentally good, I would just say.
Why'd you assume the owner's a man, huh? Could have been a woman.
That's true. No, that's true.
Caught you.
Unbelievable. Could have been a they, them. Okay.
Yeah, actually, that too.
Damn. Yeah.
But yeah, I think ultimately this is something that I think we're just going to have we're going to be on different pages on when it comes to inequality. I'm not anti-inequality, but you think it's probably more of an overall net positive than I would, so.
I mean, I guess I don't know, especially in the transportation industry, I don't know why it wouldn't be it wouldn't tend to be the case that whatever inequality these incentives cause are almost certainly a net benefit. And again, I think a redistributive system is just better at addressing any of these inequality things than the pre-distributive system that a lot of people advocate for.
Yeah, and that's fair. It is a fair assessment. I do appreciate, like I said, I do appreciate the redistributive system that you were at least offering.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think, I mentioned before, I would do it in a more, efficient way than we do now with consumption taxes and things. But,
They should have put you in the center instead of PBD.
Yeah, I know. Do we, I can't believe they fucking got him for this shit. But are you familiar at all with any of the evidence? I don't think there's there's kind of conflicting evidence you can find, but from what I've seen, most of the evidence suggests that unions probably increase total unemployment, even if they help the workers within the unions themselves, and probably decrease total investment, which is going to have sort of more negative long run effects on everyone's wages and on consumers everywhere.
I'm not familiar with the evidence behind that, but
yeah, there's this good thing from the Mercatus Center. To some extent they're libertarian or whatever, but they look at a number of studies and find that most of them find negative employment effects, negative productivity effects, negative effects on firm survival and R&D and everything. I think there's some other papers I have. I think there's a good research thing by not Milton Friedman, someone much more reasonable than him. I think Milton Friedman's mostly okay and all, but people probably have an aversion to me citing him. Yeah, I don't know. I think this is I'm just looking through my notes. I think that there's a paper that I have from Franzen. Study presents new evidence on the impacts of unionization using administrative data matching workers to employers in a regression discontinuity design. Close union elections exhibit substantial non-random selection or manipulation. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, hold on. I think they go through some of that methodology stuff. Worker level effects on earnings are small and reconciled with large negative establishment effects in a model of employee and employee selection in union jobs. Not the paper I'm looking for. This is... Should have sorted these notes better.
Okay.
Oh, this is like a big study that there's like a 100-page thing of research that some people did. I think overall this thing, which I guess I can send you, finds that like generally we see relatively negative employment effects. We see like relatively negative. You don't. I think they found like you don't see super negative effects on like physical capital investment, but you do see negative effects on most other types of investment. Yeah, I don't know. Like, just generally, I think most of the evidence is like it supports the fact that unions tend to lead to decreases in a lot of these things. And I think there's evidence that states with like right to work laws, by the way, tend to have like better growth, and like right to work laws tend to actually be positive for overall economic growth.
Okay. Yeah,
but
if I'd had the chance to read through these entire studies for however long it would take me to read them, I would definitely.
Yeah, right. But I guess to me it doesn't. I don't even know. It doesn't feel like I could be wrong in this, but like it feels like to some extent, even if we saw like a negative impact on growth, a lot of people, I don't know about you specifically, would still like broadly support unions just because like we view like morally like, oh, it's just so good that workers have all these benefits or whatever, like,
I mean, yeah, I would probably agree with that. I mean, I do believe the moralistic argument, it matters at least some, like,
in
this broader conversation, like,
right. I guess, like, certainly, like, there might be, like, I'll even say, like, there's a margin of things, where, I'll say, like, oh, presumably that like, if there's like substantial health benefits to workers from doing X regulation and, it matter, and like it would still decrease growth a little bit. Like that could just be an overall positive for society still. But I think oftentimes like overall growth and like overall productivity especially is very important for continued increases in the standard of living. And I think there's a reason, I think there's reasons to care about that, even if you only care about workers. Like workers overall benefit from a lot of these things, and workers overall benefit from innovation done by the capital class or whatever, or financed by the capital class. So I guess like all those things kind of give me pretty strong reasons to care about growth, even if you only care about workers.
Gotcha. Yeah, makes sense.
Right.
I don't have much rebuttal.
Sure. And I guess I
will admit, I did not prep for this.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I've been prepping a little bit because I reached out to like half of or like everyone in the fucking video.
Yeah, I saw your stream schedule or whatever in your
yeah.
In your
and
server,
hopefully more than we'll say yes over time. We'll see. But yeah, I gotta lock down.
Grace is super fun. You'll have fun talking to her. So
I gotta lock down. Yeah, hopefully I'll lock down dates with more people. I guess I do want to ask about how do we feel about like single payer healthcare? I think that's something that a lot of people on the left get a little bit wrong.
Okay, so I'm pretty much just a universal healthcare person. I just believe that is a government's responsibility to provide, and I don't believe in private insurances taking over the healthcare industry. So,
So, we say it's a government's responsibility to provide or whatever. I think, I think there is a role in the government providing, like, ensuring that there is some minimum level of access to healthcare for everyone. But I think, like, generally, I care less for sort of like I care about what's best for like healthcare outcomes overall, right?
Yeah.
And I think there's evidence to suggest that the market system, at least to some extent, is still the best way to deal with a lot of the a lot of healthcare. Like I think, like I said, there was a role for the government to provide some minimum amount of access, but I don't see any reason, even if we believe like it's the government's quote unquote responsibility to make sure that everyone has access to healthcare, that we should either ban private insurance or even have like a super large like public option for people, when it just seems like the market, even in healthcare, can align incentives still. Make sure that there's medical innovation. I think if we saw single payer healthcare in America, you probably would see a decent decrease in medical innovation and pharmaceutical innovation, to the extent that we lowered like drug costs and costs for other types of treatment as well. And I think most of the savings, by the way, people cite for single payer healthcare just tend to be way overstated.
So what do you mean overstated?
I mean, I think like the CBO, for example, like thing people cite with regards to like single payer healthcare, a lot of the administrative costs they cite going down or whatever doesn't take into account that we give a lot of like tax savings to private companies already. So I think it shows. Here, I can pull this up and like just quote from this.
Okay.
Shows that 16% of the premium revenue currently spent on administration by commercial plans, the single largest category is savings, is taxes and fees that traditional Medicare is exempt from. In other words, at least 30% of the lower insurer admin costs under single payer are due to an accounting gimmick. If it was truly a level playing field between traditional Medicare and private insurance plans, then the former would be required to pay the same taxes and fees, and consequently have much more comparable admin costs. I think there's also some of it. Similarly, the portion of administrative costs that is underwriting gainsless losses cannot be properly accounted as savings to the public. While some commentators tout traditional Medicare, not trying to make any profit as a positive, this is ultimately an additional subsidy from the public, with a taxpayer or providing the government insurance plan with equity financing for free. So I think there are two. I think that those are two big things that sort of overestimate the cost of or like the savings from single payer healthcare. And then additionally, I don't think all administrative costs is bad, because it can, reduce total healthcare spending if we, for example, don't approve unnecessary treatments by doing some type of like pre-screening or whatever. That might raise administrative costs, but that could decrease total cost if it prevents a lot of unnecessary treatment from being done. That's the reason private insurance companies have administrative costs in the first place, is that they do those types of things that reduce their total cost.
So I feel like I'm going to be making a moralistic argument, so I apologize for that in advance. But ultimately, one of my biggest gripes actually with private insurance is kind of just like the fact that it's not going to be healthcare professionals who are running these private insurance companies. They don't have the necessary knowledge to deem what is necessary, what is not. And it's just I get that's all up to company policy, but
I don't know if that's true. So, for one, it's certainly it's not the case. Like that's obviously I did cite that thing or whatever, but it's not the case that all treatments require these like pre-approval or whatever to get or whatever. But like my understanding is that they probably like work with healthcare professionals to just develop like more like general plans or whatever for what stuff is approved for what type of illnesses. Like they probably do, work with or at least cite evidence from healthcare professionals and say, like this is what's necessary when, a person has X disease. This is probably what's necessary when, some person has, Y ailment. I don't think it's not totally, it's like not totally arbitrary or anything. I don't see why. I don't see why there would necessarily be a failing in that case. Like,
I can speak from anecdotal experience if you want, but that is ultimately not going to be as supportive of evidence. So I'm just going to be telling a story. There was someone I knew who had this terrible lung disease that essentially gave him 5 years to live. I forgot exactly what the name is, but the only possible way that his life could be saved was matching lungs, getting lung transplant. That is the only possible way. he had insurance through Blue Cross Blue Shield. In his supposed to be last few days of life, this this insurance company, denied getting those lungs. There was matching found lungs, but they denied the surgery pay because it wasn't part of their policy.
Mm-hmm.
So
What do you mean it wasn't part of their policy? Like they just didn't cover?
didn't cover the transplant surgeries.
Right. I mean, I guess so. I mean, there might be.
That's life-saving treatment right there. That was just denied up front just because.
Right. I mean, I don't know. I don't know. Like, maybe I don't know about health insurance or enough about what actually the mortgages look like or whatever. I thought my understanding is like almost any health insurance plan is going to cover like life-saving treatment or whatever.
Not necessarily. That's what you'll come to find out.
If it's in, at least if it's in network, I'm sure there are some cases where life-saving treatment is not covered if it's out of network or whatever. But like people, I mean, I think what's good about private insurance, and now maybe I understand people are going to have moral intuitions against this probably, is that it allows consumers to choose plans that they think are most beneficial to them. So they're going to be, people who have a higher like risk preference with regards to, in the case I do need life-saving care, having that covered. Like there are people who are always going to want that versus people who say like, I'm willing to pay or like I'm willing to take the risk that I'm going to need of expensive lung transplant or whatever, and have to go into medical debt or whatever, or just not be able to get it. If I end up in a situation, but that's worth it to me to pay lower premiums, every month or whatever, or have a lower deductible. And I think private insurance does allow people to take that risk, and I think that's generally going to lead to positive outcomes. I don't know if it's there might be cases with like life-saving care specifically where people aren't like fully rational, where we wouldn't expect people to sort of behave rationally when it comes to choosing a healthcare plan that covers or doesn't cover like life-saving care. But I do think like just generally like that is a benefit of private insurance that you wouldn't necessarily get with a super heavily regulated market in insurance or a single payer healthcare. Like,
It's just, I don't know, from speaking from personal experience, it's hard for me to be pro private insurance, but
mm-hmm. Well, I mean, I don't think I don't know what like pro private insurance means. I don't
I mean, yeah.
I think private insurance in the US right now is not particularly optimal, but I think a lot of that is because of we have a lot of issues in the US. I think it's we have a lot of overlapping. I think we have a lot of weird like overlapping regulations, a lot of weird like overlapping like public administration thing. Like it's very weird to me that we have Medicare and Medicaid, but part of like Medicare is Medicare Advantage, which is like private plans, and then we have like the VA. In the VA, it's like single payer for veterans. Like the VA like literally owns some hospitals. But Medicare and Medicaid are like just insurance. Like a lot of that to me is very not particularly efficient. And then I think we have issues too with the employer mandate, and we like weirdly subsidize employers giving healthcare to employees and everything. I think that distorts a lot of stuff in the insurance market as well. Although there probably was a net benefit to do that, just because I do believe we should probably mandate pre-existing conditions being covered. And one of the ways you can obviously mitigate the sort of cost to insurers with covering pre-existing conditions is just enrolling a lot of healthy people into healthcare, and the employee mandate is a way to do that along with the individual mandate. Or it's not technically a mandate for employers, right? Actually, no, I think it isn't it. I think it is actually if you have more than 500 employees or whatever, like you have to offer a health insurance plan to your
I'm gonna look
employees.
That up actually because I'm curious.
I think it's. I think I could be wrong, but I think it's like 500 employees health insurance.
So yeah, well, are we talking about like the Affordable Care Act, that type thing, or is it?
Yeah, I think I could be.
That's 50. So
50? Oh, I thought it was more than that. Okay, but yeah. Yeah, and I think that might distort the insurance market to some extent.
Yeah.
And like I said, probably a net benefit that we did that. But there are a lot of places we can make the U.S. healthcare more efficient. I just think a lot of that actually tends to be like market-based reforms with a government policy that ensures access to everyone. It's just that even for that, I'd probably have like private insurers bid on essentially a plan that the government negotiates, and then the government would just give a transfer to people to buy that plan, essentially. But yeah.
Would that not induce more administrative costs? But I might be wrong about that.
Well, relative to what? You might have, I don't know if you necessarily have, I don't think you would have the higher administrative cost compared to today under my plan, just because, like I said, a lot of these like weird overlapping, sometimes separated like health insurance / healthcare things that the government already does would be gotten rid of or like just rolled into one program. Like I mentioned earlier, very weird to me that we have Medicare and Medicaid, and some of Medicare is privatized, and the VA, which owns hospitals, but also sometimes the VA is just insurance and doesn't actually own the hospital itself. A lot of that would be rolled into like a more cohesive system. That would probably lower administrative cost.
Okay.
But I don't actually know if under my system you would see a net increase in administrative cost. But I do think, like, you would see higher administrative costs probably compared to a single payer system. It's just that I don't think administrative cost is pretty. I don't think it's that bad. I think there are benefits to it. I think it could actually reduce total healthcare spending to have higher administrative cost. That's why private insurers have administrative costs in the first place. They want to reduce their total spending. And I think, there are just broadly benefits to consumers from having multiple options for health insurance, and broadly innovation as well is probably helped with a private health insurance and people which all cover different drugs and everything, and you can pay more for fancier plans that cover fancier drugs. Like that can incentivize the development of fancier drugs, versus a single payer system. I think would struggle with that, especially if you're going to say where 90% of the country is going to be on a single payer health insurance plan, and that they're going to have substantial leverage over any negotiation with drug prices, which usually the people who support single payer want to do those types of negotiations. And I think if you did that, you would see pretty substantial decreases in medical innovation, because like the U.S. is where like 70%, like 70% of pharmaceutical profits are made. Like that's that stuff is wild.
Stuff is wild for sure.
Yeah.
Also, what is going on with your chat, man? Some guy just came in and just asked, why are none of your types never straight?
That's Ian Hartman. Ian Hartman, he actually hasn't popped by for a little bit. I'm surprised he's come back. He's a very interesting character. The guest wants censorship, I'm sure. That's still laughable.
Yeah, I just said, what the fuck is going on?
No, yeah, he's a interesting character, pretty weird, far like right dude. Basically, he thinks I'm Jewish. I'm not Jewish. I've told him I'm not Jewish. He still thinks I'm Jewish for some reason. Doesn't really make sense.
I'm gay and I'm not, so.
Yeah, I don't know. I have timed him out many times before, but sometimes nice to see him pop in and
see him in.
say these things. I do want to yeah. So I guess the last thing, we were talking about inequality earlier. I do think like I don't want to throw like my full like weight behind these estimates, because I have not done much econometric stuff yet. But there's an economist called David Splinter. Okay, he's my goat. He has a lot of research on inequality. Yeah, you can actually, you can go to his website even, and he has most of his like papers listed there. Essentially, I think a lot of the times the economists that people cite for measures of inequality tend to like way over exaggerate the amount of inequality there is, because they don't include things like government transfers in most cases, and they don't include or I think they like way overestimate the income of some of the like ultra rich people we have. But there's economists like David Splinter. He has a lot of good papers, both doing its own measures of inequality and sort of responding to the other papers of inequality. Now, everything in economics is controversial. There's no paper that doesn't make some uncontroversial assumption about things. But like if you just look at some of the graphs, like in this, like this is a nice paper because like this paper is really this paper is detailed. It has the colored graph and it has like a big like long appendix. Like you can see if you look at like after tax income, like in the U.S., like that's for the top 1% I just sent you. Like that's been relatively flat because although pre-tax income inequality has increased, we do have a progressive tax and transfer system that compresses that quite a bit. And the evidence he has actually shows that the taxes have actually become slightly more progressive over time. We've actually taxed the 1%. At an effective rate more over time. We used to have higher nominal rates, but the effective rate was very similar to what it is today, if not lower. Like that's just average real income. There's one I like. Like this is just looking at like income shares. Like you can see, even for the top quintile, middle quintile, and bottom quintile. It's all after taxes and transfers. It's all relatively flat. I think a lot of time the data that people cite for inequality that comes from the EPI or that comes from Saez and Zuckman don't account for some of these things.
Gotcha. Well, thank you for sending this.
Sure.
Pre-tax.
And if you want the real...
Wait, how long ago was this made?
I think 2018. I could be wrong. Might have been after that. I don't know. Oh, 2023 actually, maybe? I don't think the data goes through 2023. I think the data only goes through... Oh, no, the data goes through 2020, I believe. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. So yeah, a lot of this stuff is relatively recent. It's still a pretty, there's but quite a bit of debate between economists who are all smarter than me about measures of inequality and stuff. And like I should make it, like I do think it is the case that probably not all the assumptions that David Splinter makes are good or whatever. I do think from what I've read, I do think his data tends to be quite better. It tends to be a decent amount better than the data that people usually cite from the left, at least. But like, I do think there is a paper, which I think I have linked somewhere in my notes, that is like, oh, hey, like if you make slightly different assumptions about sort of unrealized income, the David Splinter paper actually would find not nearly as stable of inequality as he finds. But that's all this stuff is at very least controversial.
Can't go uncontroversial when talking about the economy, for sure. So
yeah, exactly. And I do think the real evil pill, okay, if you want to be really evil, is that if you include Social Security and wealth inequality, which I think is a very defendable thing to do, because essentially everyone has a claim on future income with Social Security. Like they have that's a thing that most people are going to get, even if it decreases to 80% benefits because their trust fund becomes insolvent or whatever. Actually, funny enough, there's an example from Denmark. Like Denmark is one of the few countries that saw a decrease in wealth inequality. But looking at why that is, a big reason why they saw a decrease in wealth inequality is simply because they switched from a system similar to Social Security, which was not included in measures of wealth inequality, to a what's called a fully funded system, essentially like privatized like individual retirement accounts, and those are included in wealth inequality. And because of that, wealth inequality in Denmark appear to go down, but really they were just including retirement benefits that people, essentially were guaranteed anyway. So if you make if you account for that in measures of wealth inequality in the U.S., you don't actually see wealth inequality to have increased that much, because the size of the Social Security Trust Fund has expanded quite a bit.
Okay. That's not.
That's how you be truly,
I haven't thought
truly
about that
evil,
angle.
truly
Yeah,
nearly
yeah.
killed.
I haven't thought about that angle. That's interesting.
Yeah. I guess I think, didn't I say this would be the last thing? I feel like I've said 2 times.
Yeah, no, it's okay.
Or
No,
3 times maybe. This would be the last thing or whatever. I guess, are you familiar with any type of I guess like information economics? Do you know what what any of that stuff means at all?
Me.
Right. So I think there's I think as I explain it, you're gonna have heard stuff similar to this before.
Okay.
Essentially one of the big reasons I have what I would say is like a pretty big presumption in favor of the market. I believe there can be market failures. There are things that government should do. But the big reason I have a presumption in favor of the market, especially with what are called like private goods, is markets tend to do a very good job at aggregating the sort of local knowledge, the sort of personal local information everyone has, and allows like very good channels for people to both essentially express their, I don't want to say express is the wrong word. It allows very good mechanism for consumers to express their preferences and for like producers to respond to a lot of those things. So, and that's something that a central authority would have like a very difficult time collecting. It'd be very hard for consumers to report all their preferences to like a centralized authority, and the optimal outcome under that scenario, even if a central authority was able to collect all of this data about consumer preferences, about how scarce some resources are, the optimal outcome they could achieve is actually just a market outcome. Like the efficient outcome under central planning is just the outcome the market would have achieved anyway, at least if you make some assumptions that are not going to be 100% true 100% of the time. So
gotcha.
Like
so it's just like false equivalency is kind of what you're saying.
I don't know what you mean by false equivalency there.
Like it's just like showing, hey, just this happened because we did this, but
no. I think it's so. I think what it shows is that markets tend to do just broadly a really good job at aggregating all this information. Like everyone, like consumers all have their all individual preferences. Producers as well are going to have that, and the price system allows them to convey it very easily. In fact, they don't even have to. People don't even realize, obviously, like they are exchanging information. Really, like prices convey information like invisibly. If there's a shortage of, if some supply shock to tin or whatever, right? Let's say like tin is produced halfway across the world in Africa or whatever.
Yeah,
very few people are gonna even know that what happened to tin to make it more expensive. But nonetheless, tin gets more expensive under a market system, and the information that tin is more scarce gets conveyed to everyone who buys tin, and that also the price mechanism allows an incentive for people to for producers to produce more tin, right? Like the price of tin has gone up, there's a greater return to making more tin. I'm going to try to make more tin, and B, for consumers to substitute away from tin. To say, hey, tin is getting more expensive. I'm going to buy less tin. I'm going to try to use some other, metal or whatever for whatever I need it for. And all of that is like, those are people acting individually, rationally, selfishly, or whatever. But all of that is like has sort of the benefit of the, of the like common good, right? Like it's allowing the people who, value tin the most to still receive tin by paying the higher prices. But it also, people who choose to forego tin because it got more expensive are freeing up tin for the more productive uses, right? Like all of that stuff is not only good for individual levels, on an individual level, but it aligns their incentive with the overall common good, essentially.
Yeah. Gotcha. I'm getting a little education.
And there's actually,
I like it.
yeah. There's people who have done like lab experiments about some of this stuff too. Like there's people, like economists have just run sort of experiments with like fake auctions and stuff, and they find like gotcha. It is true that even when like certain like variables are unknown, like the price, like the true price of paintings or whatever, or by true price, the price that they set up because it's an experiment, a lab experiment, like is unknown. Like nonetheless, you still see the equilibrium price converge very closely to that price that the economists essentially set up as its true value. You do also see like empirical examples of there's about property rights, not just markets, but like you do see, for example, like there's a study that looks at islands in Japan, because there were some islands in Japan that Japan began like registering like it's selling off for like private ownership and stuff. And during World War II, they essentially like stopped doing that. And we can see that like, the islands that, were able to use privatized land, like were just, saw much higher growth than the islands that didn't actually, receive any of that privatization and stuff. Like that's there does seem to be both like experimental and evidence for it in, natural experiments, things we see in the real world for the system just like generally working really well, both in regards to consumers being able to easily communicate their preferences, being able to respond to incentives, having equilibrium prices converge on like the true value of something, and for that leading to overall positive effects on growth, on investment, on productivity, yada, yada, yada.
Yada, yada, yada. Gotcha.
Indeed.
On you. Okay.
But yeah, I don't really have I don't know if there's anything you want to bring up to me, but I don't think I have anything else to bring up to you as of now.
I don't think so. I'm learning more and more about your position. So like, I ultimately didn't know much about you before going into this.
Sure. I mean, most of the stuff is like that 10 example that I gave. I think it's like that's taken straight from Hayek, who I think Hayek has some L's. I don't know if you've heard of Friedrich Hayek ever, but he's a
no, I haven't.
Yeah, he's he was an economist in like the 1940s or whatever. Very free market guy. I think he was, I think he probably did have some L's, but he was good for his time. I believe, at least. I believe the fundamentals, okay, he got right. And he was not as crazy as some of the super ultra Austrian people, in my opinion, like Mises and Ayn Rand. Although Ayn Rand came a little bit later, I think. But yeah. Yeah, I'm sure if we really want to talk again, like I know I'm going to be talking to a lot of other these Jubilee people over the next week or whatever. And I think if you ever want to get into making content at all too, I know there's some, there's panels out there. There's people who host panels, and I'm sure would love to have you on. Okay, you can always clickbait with the Jubilee person. Okay, and that's what I found out. That's why I reach out to all these people. But yeah.
Look, I mean, this is my third time on the channel, so I definitely got to
actually didn't
share that information among my friends and stuff like that. It's always a good icebreaker as well.
Hell yeah. Well, yeah, if you want to, I mean, I guess you don't, like I said, I guess you don't have much content to shout out or whatever, but we want to shout yourself out again, okay?
I mean, you can follow me on Instagram, Justin_Bullock_03.
Hell yeah.
Do you ever plan to go on the Jubilee channel?
I live on the East Coast, so it would be a little difficult for me to get there. I don't think they cover...
They don't cover travel now, so you'd have to...
Yeah. So it'd be...
Well, look, it'd be a little...
It could be expensive. Yeah, if I had the opportunity to go on, I would definitely do it. I think even with the travel costs, I'd still definitely do it. But I don't know. It haven't been... I get their email for casting or whatever. There haven't been many things that have interested me that much. So I mean, yeah. One day I'm
Hey, you
sure
just
they'll
gotta get
do.
good with the casting members. I mean, I know them. I'm cool with them. I have their phone number saved. They reach out to me if there's anything new. So
Hell yeah, hell yeah. I mean, I'm
if
sure I
anything
know.
seems
I know like I know like 10 people have been in. Actually, probably not 10, but like 5 or 6 people have been on Jubilee at this point. Because like I said, even for previous debates, like I've reached out to people. I don't know if it, like I've talked to like Adam Kahn before. I've talked
yeah,
to I think I've talked to I forget who else I've talked to from Jubilee, but I've reached out to a few other Jubilee people before to have these conversations. So yeah, and I know by now. Okay, I know y'all have your own group chats. Okay, I know those exist. All right. If any of the other people from that
hey,
from that
look,
show that want to talk to me, they can. Some of them haven't replied. Okay, so
I have their socials, but I'm only in one group chat. So
okay, I'll be in one group chat. But
and they
yeah, I
would not
appreciate you
be of
coming
interest.
on.
Of course. Thank you for having me. Appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks for coming on. Like I said, I'm sure we'll talk again. We're gonna be
Yeah,
talking this whole week to a lot of people, so hopefully, maybe we'll
check out your streams.
maybe if you find any of that any of that stuff interesting, you want to follow up on some things that I say to other people, I'll do that. But yeah, I appreciate you coming on.
Of course. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, I'll
You have a good rest of your
catch you
stream then.
later.
See ya.
Yeah, appreciate it. See ya.
Bye.
Well, great guy, clear with good faith. Yeah, I agree. It was a nice convo. There's a better conversation than Patrick being a goober. This is real. This is real. I gotta get better at. I don't know how to. I was going to, if I didn't wake up late today, just write down a better outline for exactly like all the points or whatever. But what's up?
Yeah. This was a fun convo. I only caught the latter half hour, but it was
Mm-hmm.
nice. Did you ask him if he would vote Kamala or like if he voted Kamala? I think that's an important question to
Oh
ask these
no,
people.
but I'm assuming he
Yeah, he
did. But
seemed like he
I
seemed
didn't
like he
ask
did.
him
He
that.
seemed like he did. But I don't know. I don't know. Sometimes you need to ask. No, that guy was nice. That guy was nice. Now he will read
Yeah.
Auden and Splinter 2024 and will be just rationally compelled by the evidence. It's a good paper. I
What do
think
you
it's a good
think?
paper. Their appendix is like super detailed. They even provide like a
Yeah.
table with like every assumption they make, how it's different than Piketty's assumptions, and what the effects are on inequality final estimates. Like it's super good faith and in detail. I think it's good. But yeah. What?
I mean, what do you think of? I thought I had this paper linked, but I don't think I do. Like, I think it was either Sam or Charsky that just sent me the paper that was like, "Hey, it's actually like David Linter's estimates are relatively sensitive to assumptions you make about like it was like unrealized income essentially."
I've not seen that. I've not seen
From
what
fuck, I thought I had
uh,
this paper linked, but I don't think I do.
I can DM Sam. He'll probably send it to me. I don't recall. Um,
I think that's it. Yeah. I mean, I haven't seen. Oh, yeah, that's why they wrote the who evades taxes thing or whatever. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Oh, I should have anti-farm killed him. I should have told him the farmers are the real enemies. They're the ones who really evade. The ones who really evade taxes, all right? But yeah, the first half of it kind of, or maybe not half, I think less than half, we talked about worker co-ops mostly, and I just went over kind of broadly the issues I see with them. Mm-hmm. Right. Next person I'm talking to tomorrow is Grace. At like 2 p.m. tomorrow, and then at like 9 p.m. tomorrow, I'm talking to Caleb. 2 p.m. EST. Yeah, it is early, but yeah. Yeah. Hunter, I'll bring on hopefully next week. He said he's in DC this weekend for some event. So yeah. Is Sample saying something? Oh shit. Oh, hold on. Oh my god. They can't hear you because this thing sucks. I did mute you. Destroyed.
So sad.
All right, now they can hear you.
So sad. But someone.
Yeah. Grace was super combative towards PBD, but to be honest, I don't blame her. LMA, I think you should be. You should be an asshole to
yeah,
PBD.
100%.
Oh my god.
Yeah, you
Like,
should be totally interrupt him, cut him off. This guy's a boomer, like dumbass. He doesn't know anything. Again, he said socialism is percent of government spending going to fucking
entitlement programs.
Yeah, brother. Oh my god.
And I think, like Hunter pointed out, this is why Hunter is the GOAT from this episode. The fucking jobs he was offering people. First of all, it's. I mean, to me, that's not like a serious. That might be rhetorically good, but that's not like a serious response to the arguments or whatever most of the time. But like, that's also, I think he was offering them the MLM that he has, like the life insurance.
Right.
Like MLM. I don't even think it was like a job. It was a fucking bullshit.
Oh yeah, all of it. He never made. What is I mean, maybe he made some good superficial points. I don't know if he actually believes like the point about like in 5 years the same inequality will be achieved. Like that's obviously false, but like to the extent he's indicating something else. Like yeah, sure. No, but this guy is like very much a slow boomer thinker. It's like you could say, oh well, I mean. I don't think he knows what like a steel man is. Like, I don't know if he can reason. But yeah. I saw someone make like a hierarchy of like responses to arguments. It's like, the lowest tier is like on the name, and then the highest tier is like, responding directly to the point, whatever. PBD is like below average there. It's like just very bad. Yeah. Very, very, very bad. Yeah, I don't know. But yeah, the other guy was cool. Is Grace like super, radical or something, or what's Grace? Yeah, Grace.
I don't think she's that radical. She was the person who was talking about poverty with him. So I probably need to just get more data on poverty.
I'll send you the stuff on poverty. By the way, yeah, if you need anything on the on any of the myths or whatever, I think you should structure your Notion page better.
Yeah, you told me. Yeah.
Yeah. I like structuring mine with like, just I have like an economics page, and then it has like the big sections. So like, policies, and then, maybe political economy, capitalism, something, whatever. And then debunking myths, and then just like general economics, like social, central bank, whatever. And then resources. I think that's how my notes are organized. And then every one of them doesn't contain text. It just contains pages about topics related to the bigger headline. And I feel like that's very organized. And yeah, so I recommend doing that. But maybe whatever you do, If you need like everything in my notes about any of the topics I sent you a screenshot of, just tell me. The only one I don't have much good stories for is the wage stuff.
Yeah, I need the stuff on the peasants.
Yeah, I'll send you all this stuff. Yeah. Let's try go line by line by them, and let me see what's the best argument you can mount against. So productivity wages, I think you can do good. Peasants, you don't know, that's good. Paycheck to paycheck, you had stuff in your notes about that. What about the American system was so progressive, man. It was just so progressive. Oh, it was so progressive. And now,
Yeah, I mean, I have
and
the
Reagan ruined it, bro. And Reagan ruined it. Yeah, well, it's
yeah, I mean, I have stuff from that Substack article and from the Manhattan Institute, and the stuff they cited. So it's like, although the nominal rates were higher, the effective rates were like about the same, or like only slightly higher.
Yeah.
Even
Also,
according to
you
the
should,
Science
yeah,
document, the David
exactly.
Splinter stuff, they find even it's gotten actually more progressive over time. The Tax Policy Center has their estimate as well, but I don't think that's a particularly good estimate.
Yeah.
And then I have stuff that's despite the the change in nominal rates, if you just look at income tax revenue as a percent of GDP, like that's been like relatively stable. Like it hasn't been it has not been like steadily decreasing. It's just kind of a
another thing about the inequality talking point is so with the capital share, labor share, and all.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so actually Brookings had a good paper on this. I didn't read it yet, but I know the conclusion. I've seen it around, so I think it's and it's obviously correct in my opinion. But I need to read it before I say stuff like that. Basically showing that like basically all the increase in capital share over the time was just from housing. It's just because housing is like
no, I've seen that before too. Yeah.
Yeah, but there's a better graph than what because the one I usually send is over a bunch of countries, so like Canada, Japan, whatever. But this one, I think this graph is just the U.S.
Oh yeah, I've seen the one.
But either way.
Yeah, I think over a bunch of countries. I don't think I've seen one.
Oh no. Yeah, it was over a bunch of countries. Never mind. It was about over a bunch of countries. The new one. But yeah, this is better formatted, more formatted.
Mm-hmm. Do you remember, by the way, I was looking for this exact the exact thing. I have obviously I have the response to the broad argument or whatever. What was that? What was the like specific insane game of telephone that went on with like the Redfin, like 40% of homes were sold to large or small.
Okay. So yeah, there was I forget where. Basically, okay, story goes like this. Some report showing that 40% of housing flips were by institutional investors. Flips are not just sells. They're just like when people sell and then rebuy, or I forget, but it's like a very short time period and it's only to like make a few bucks. It's a very technical definition. Only the type of stuff that you would expect institutional investors to disproportionately do, obviously. And so 40% of that is institutional.
Wasn't it like I thought it was it wasn't even just institutional investors, right? Wasn't it like I think it was like large or small.
I forget exactly what, but basically original thing is about flips. I forget exactly what it quantified over, but basically flips. Then the Business Insider report, I forget if they butchered it or got it right. And then the Medium article cites it as 40% of all homes are owned by corporations, or all single family homes are owned by. It's just an absolute dog shit trash. You need to like play the game of telephone to see it.
I know. I have the Medium article, but I forget.
I talked to him like in April or something. He said I called about housing, and I was like, "Yeah, what's up? The housing is a market problem. We gotta have more homes." And it was like, no, 40% are owned by corporations. I was like, source, and then he found the Medium, and I was like, yeah, that Medium is bad. Go to the source. It's about flips. Beautiful demonstration, I think, if I can say so. But yeah. So there's that. Okay, what about the other talking points? Let's see. But yeah, you can go verify what I'm saying. Like, just open the Medium article. That's the source they're gonna say. Oh, I think Quick Thoughts had a video on it. So maybe I linked his video in my notes. Let me see if I.
Dude, I saw Quick Thoughts on Tom Fuller today. I didn't
Guys, get this one.
Wait,
watch
really?
much of it because I had a stream. Yeah, I know. I was like, that's my fucking goat. Like, let's go.
He was on his stream. I'm gonna watch it then. Oh hell yeah! What? That guy's awesome. That guy's fucking awesome, bro. Okay. Yeah. So let me see. Our corporation's buying everything. Do I have his video? No.
Oh wait, Vermi, I see you saying dumb shit in chat all the time. If you want to join VC and talk about any of the dumb shit you said, you absolutely can. But
wait.
Does TikTok have a search thing for a specific channel? I don't know if you
it does, but it's trash. Like it's incredible trash. So
yeah, that makes sense.
I mean, I could find it if I look. If you give me like 20 minutes, I could find it. I really need to read this book though. Before I mean, I have a reading for this book, and I need to read like 40 more pages or something. But whatever. Don't tell Swag.
Hold on, is it a playlist
yeah,
called
here's
Work
the.
is an Exploitation? Let's go.
That's right. Yeah. So here's the Chris Clark article about corporations. If you want something useful, but Chris Clark is also the guy.
Mm-hmm.
Was he on Tom Fuller? No, not that.
I think this is it.
Did you see the? Wait, no, it's not about the medium. This article is not about the medium. Like he made the response to the. What are you talking about? Wait, yes, by 41. Yep, that's right. Yep. What did you look to find it?
Yeah. I just looked up his name, like the I think so housing, and then it came up. It was a little bit down, but yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so that's the one. I think he points it out. Let me see it.
I mean, this girl is citing the Medium article, so I think I'd imagine he goes through the Game of Telephone.
Oh, I had it in my I had it in my bookmark or whatever on TikTok because I look for this video a lot. So I should add it to my notes. I should download it and add it to my notes. I'll do it later. Yeah, so that's good. When did he publish it? 144, a year ago. Okay. So that's good. That's good. Yeah, this guy's awesome. I'm pretty sure that's what he points out as well. Yeah, let's see what else. Okay. What about Gen Z? How about Gen Z is doing? Bro, I'm Gen Z. My future is ruined. Boomers are, well, I mean, you made a video.
Yeah, so that's a I feel like I don't have stuff in that. I need to. Well, no, I have some stuff in that. I don't have I don't have that written down as like a meme talking point or whatever. Just because I feel like there's.
You should.
Like, there are many memes contained within the Gen Z meme. So.
Right. So I mean, there's intergenerational mobility. There's intergenerational home ownership. There's a bunch of stuff.
Wait, hold on, real quick, Vermi. I know Vermi. Just real quick in chat. Do you have stats on wage growth comparison between workers and CEOs? Yes, and I know exactly what you were citing earlier from the EPI because you sent the fucking link. I know exactly what you're citing. You're citing the EPI, which is looking at the top 350 publicly traded firms. You're looking at that, the growth in those CEO pay compared to like the median worker or whatever, or production and non-supervisory employees. I don't actually know, by the way, in that chart if they look at earnings or if they look at just wages. I think they might look at just earnings. And it is, by the way, it's hilarious that you're citing the EPI with the source chatgpt.com. Like that is like so that's fucking insane to me that we're like at this level of slop, dude. It's like it's horrible. What do you think the real stats are? I think if we just look at the BLS numbers, the median CEO gets paid $258,000 a year. Like that's
we can also look at it over time. I mean, here's the fallacy. There are more companies in the United States than before, and so when you look at the top 350, which is a fixed number, not a percentage number, you're gonna find more, like they're more skewed towards the higher earning ones because there are just more of them. Same way that if I look at like the top, let's say 10,000 or something. They're going to be richer now and have a bigger share of all income or something, or just be richer if we compare it relative to the median person because there's just more people. So if you look at a fixed amount and the number of people in the distribution is growing, you're going to look at a smaller and smaller percent, if that makes sense, right? If you look at only the top, let's say if we have a society of 1 million people and I look at the top 100,000, 10,000 people, I'm looking at the top 1%. What if our population grows to 10 million people? I'm looking at the top 0.1%, which is going to be greater relative to the median, right? So it's just bad statistics. It's just by design, it will increase over time. Dog shit, absolute dog shit. And also, CEOs are underpaid. People should take that now. But
truth nuke. Also, to be fair to the EPI, okay, to be fair, they are measuring compensation for employees, including wages and benefits, and not just wages. That's fine. There is that at the very least. At the very least.
Yeah, here, employed full time. We can open it right now. Okay, employed full time, wage and salary workers. I don't know if it's the median. Oh no, it's the number of people. My bad. Okay, employed full time.
I agree with your point, but it is true that the top. Hold on, I agree with your point, but it is true that the top companies have grabbed up more of the market share. I don't see. First of all, I don't know for certain that's market share of what. Like, I think it is probably true that Walmart has obviously more of a market share today than, like Amazon, for example, than, like other companies have had too. But I'm sure there are other industries where that isn't the case. But I think that usually, like, to the extent that that has happened, it represents genuine innovation and economies of scale. And that's a good thing. Like, consumers benefit massively from Walmart. Consumers benefit massively from Amazon.
Wait, let me make sure I got this right. Employed full-time, median usual nominal earnings, wage and salary workers, chief executive occupations. Yeah, that should be CEO pay. Employed full-time, median usual earnings, wage and salary workers. Okay, here, look at this graph. I should have made that earlier. What the fuck, guys? Copy graph link here. I'm sending you in DMs. I could be tentatively. Let me just say I might be wrong about this graph. I don't think I am, but I'll need to take a go like half an hour to make sure right.
Does it?
I like that I have to do that, but other people don't. But whatever. Here, look at this.
I know.
This is the ratio of median CEO to median worker pay. Okay, but that's just flat, if not decreasing over the last 20 years. That's just flat.
Right.
That's just flat. Okay. The only good faith description of this is flat. All right. That's because that's how you look at stuff. You don't design it to increase over time because you look at a fixed amount of people over a population that's growing. I mean, it just makes no sense. It makes no sense. So that's bad.
And again, Vermi, if you want to join VC, you can, but you're not going to. I know. I already know you're not going to. So
that's fine. I mean, that's fine. I mean, we shouldn't bully people too hard, but if you're at the point of like just obviously non-fun and me as well, we're just like dedicated to like researching the stuff, and sometimes the popular stuff is right. Sometimes, rarely. Sometimes it's right. I mean, home prices have outpaced wages. It's like a true talking point. Now the solutions don't follow, but. Yeah, that's a true talking point. And so not always do we just seek to like falsify talking points. But when you're wrong and when you're trying to motivate reasoning and ask ChatGPT to only prove you're right, it's kind of not good. You should not do that. I mean, yeah. But yeah, I don't know why I take everything I said back because I'm literally restraining you from going less econoboy mode. You should go more, and you should lose your econoboy syndrome. And I kind of enabled it right now by saying. All that yapping. But yeah, either way. So it just also again, this just like that doesn't matter too much. Like let's say it's true. CEOs are earning so much more than the median percent. How do you know it's not from productivity gains? Did you even bother? How do you know it's not from like what are the solutions that follow? Are we just upset to be upset? Well, I care about solutions. I care about improving the world. I don't care. I don't care about anything else. Yeah.
True.
So yeah, that's right. So either way, okay, that's one talking point. Right? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, refuted. In real time.
What do you have under the greedflation stuff like that?
Some Brian Albrecht articles. Not too much. I don't want to get too much into the debate. I just have like debunking the like common conception, but I'm not here to say Sam's paper is wrong. But I do know of one mistake he made in his paper. One major mistake he made in his paper that he did not correct yet. You want to
know? Sure.
In his dissertation, in the acknowledgement section, he acknowledges people who helped him with the paper or whatever stuff, and he wrote my name backwards. He wrote my first name as my last name and vice versa. So this is a factual mistake. Paper should be retracted if it gets published. It's so bad. This is so bad, guys. Yeah. So either way, yeah. So on the greedflation stuff, not too much. You should know more about this. I don't really care that much. I never really cared. I mean, but here are my challenges to the people who are like not Sam, but like the common people who are like greedflation, company price gouging, right? One question would be like, how is that different from demand inflation, right? Like there's like often I don't know what the difference would be, right? Like if people demand more something more and you just increase the prices, is that greedflation? Like what's the difference between supply and demand inflation that aren't just greedflation because companies seek to maximize profits so they increase prices in response to market situation? I don't see how that is different. Two, what other historical eras can you explain with greedflation theory, according to them? Right, that's one other explanation, which poses problems. And three, how do we explain like some other areas not experiencing too much? Or like I'm sorry, I should say. Actually, I should go back. I forget exactly what it was, but I think just yeah. My bad. How do we explain the fact that it's just like a global rise in inflation after COVID? Right. It was not just in the U.S. It was in the U.K. It was in Germany. It was in Japan. I think in Japan. Japan is chronically deflated over time. If I
You
remember
fail to
correctly.
consider the U.S. exports its greed.
Oh, truth. No, yeah, it's the corporations going and exploiting Germany. That's right. Unequal exchange between the
Obviously.
global, the Western America and the middle, Germany. Unequal exchange. This is so sad. Marxists got it right. Exploitation theory is true. It's just like the other way around. It's not north south. It's west east. Okay, that's right. Well, Germany's part of the West, right? Right, guy. Right, guys. Either way. So yeah, that's these are the three questions I want to answer to from greedflation people. Right. Yeah. Just one, how is that different than like supply, just increasing prices in general, because of demand of supply? Two, what other historical errors can you explain with greedflation? And three, how do you explain the global rise in inflation? Because that seems like a local phenomenon, right? Like one area has companies getting richer. And then the best case you can make for greedflation is just like, post-COVID, there's more uncertainty, there's general inflation, and so companies might take advantage of this market uncertainty to jack up prices, and that's not necessarily from demand or supply, just because consumers have less information, and that was because of COVID, and so that explains why it's global. So that's like the best case I can make for this. I just don't know if that's what the average person who promotes greedflation.
Yeah,
this is my personal thought. I don't have too much of an axe to grind with the people who talk about greedflation. Like, what are the policies that follow? I guess that's another one. Okay. Stock buybacks. The thing. I sent you the good video on it.
Yeah.
But it's unlisted, so should yeah. And the same guy has a good article on stock buybacks. Like, just phenomenal. I should read it again because I don't remember it, but I remember it being like.
Oh, you should send me. I haven't seen the article. You should send the article.
Same guy who wrote the America was not more progressive or whatever the myths of American.
Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah.
He has another paper. It's you should actually read it right now. If you want.
Right.
It's good. It's good stuff. Maybe summarize it in your notes or whatever. If you're already, having a note page or whatever. And then corporations buying everything is just like, I sent you one. Like so yeah, these are good stuff. If you want anything else, of course, because some other things, of course, like poverty rates or whatever. I had stuff on.
Yeah.
So just anything you think I might be knowledgeable, just DM me. I'll answer.
I have I have stuff on a lot of like poverty rates in the U.S. and stuff, and the differences between those. I need to know probably when I talk to the Grace girl. I bet there's going to be stuff about she for example said they define poverty as like $2 a day or whatever. I just need to know. Like I know broadly.
Yeah, that's only like 1%.
Yeah. I know broadly the methodology, and I know that's adjusted for like PPP and stuff. But I probably need to know
has stuff on that
more
as
about
well. it. Praxman usually you should tentatively ever said practice like the guy's not good. Although the 150 days whatever peasants thing, he has a good video debunking it. It's just like not true. So I mean, if you want a one-liner, the guy who wrote the estimate changed it back to like 300 days because he took it back.
Mm-hmm.
So if you want, like just quickly debunking. But yeah, so for. I was saying for the extreme poverty thing, that's not what every definition of poverty is. And another thing, I've seen Bruning do this. I don't like that he does it. Yeah, I don't like we're looking at relative poverty. I think it's extremely uninformative.
Yeah,
it's just another measure of inequality. I don't know why you would give a fuck. Insofar as poverty goes, just look at absolute poverty. And then Bruning says, well, no, if you compare nations at equal levels of development, actually, then relative poverty matters, because it's not like comparing Cambodia to the United States after Pol Pot, bro. Right? It's like no.
This is my
by the way, you should read
okay.
Bruning's exchange with Sumner from like a decade ago. I'm criticizing Bruning now, but he slaughtered him. He absolutely slaughtered him. So
wait, what did they talk about?
They talked about poverty and welfare and stuff. Yeah, and wealth, I think. I forget, but yeah, Sumner was just hilariously retarded. I'm sorry, I should say wrong. I don't want to ruin your Jubilee connections, but yeah, but wrong. So yeah, either way, I still don't think you should compare relative poverty in Greece to the United States. Just not. Still, equal level of development, kinda, but still not the same median income, man. What are we doing? So yeah, I don't know. That's it. If you want anything else, yeah, I recommend you read the stock buybacks article because I'm gonna go. I'm gonna have to go for like 30 minutes, but I have my headphones, so it'd be nice if you read the article and I could listen to it real time.
Okay.
That'd be nice. You have the article open or something? Like you know where to find it?
Yeah, I do. I do have it open. Yeah, I have it.
Okay. Yeah, have fun. I expect you to read it. Have fun.
Sure. This guy thinks I'm going to read the article. I ain't read it. That shit. No, I'm going to read it. I do want to watch these as well, though. We'll get to these. What's up?
Oh, two other things. One, Destiny right now is talking to Rob Noor. So if you don't want to lose a view, you should read it right now or go over to Destiny. Okay, competitive pressure. Okay. Second, First Amendment in like the modern day debate Discord. Maybe you could talk to him after or something. I talked to him today. He's not letting me speak.
Wait, talk to who?
First Amendment guy.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Him, but he didn't really reply to me. He left. I think
whatever. So I gotta go. Talk to you later.
Yeah, I double texted him, and he did not reply to them. Playing Magic the Gathering, become a nerd, join me. Evil, horrible, never. Ever. It's my only. Got 2 redeeming qualities. Okay, don't play League. And I don't do shit like that. We might. I don't know. I don't want to live react to stuff, and I don't want to. I don't know how interested I am in going back and watching some of this stuff, but like I said, everyone's choosing to have their fucking debates today. Okay, so Tom Foolery had his debate with the Quick Thoughts guy on it about the chorus stuff, or he's hosting it. I don't think Tom participates in it at all. He might. I don't know. Then Rob Noor and Destiny are debating. And Soy Pill and Rinniel are both doing their own. They're both doing a panel about chorus, and then they're both doing a panel about Jan 6th right afterwards. So, who is this guy? I don't know who this guy is. But anyway, we'll check it out in a bit. The stupidity of stock buyback backlash. Stock buybacks are back on the news, and again, there's a lot of outrage about them. Recent announcements of share repurchases by some companies triggered some people to make very critical statement about the whole procedure. Just look at some Twitter threads. Every week we have a new episode of Democratic infighting. I know. Oh, horrible. Fortune 500. I don't know what you think. First of all, I don't know that. I don't know that to be true, Irving. That could be true, but that could also be a slop stat. Most of the other stats you cite are slop, but I don't know what you think. I don't know how you think that contradicts my worldview at all, in any way at all, but okay. Good to know. Look it up. Yeah, I'm sure. It's not inconceivable that this is true, but it's also not inconceivable that this is just totally slop. Companies. 2/3 of GDP. I kind of doubt it, but maybe. This is market cap. Oh, what's up?
Prediction? Can I make a prediction? I predict. Sure. I didn't look it up. I predict. I could be wrong. That'd be shocking if I'm wrong. But I predict that like the 2/3 of Fortune 500 companies, it's going to be revenue and not value added, which is what actually counts as GDP. value added basically profit.
Well,
But,
yeah, I mean,
yeah.
Fortune 500 companies represent 2/3 of U.S. GDP with 19.9 trillion in revenue, 1.9 trillion
Yeah,
in
I told you.
profits,
Okay.
46
in revenue,
trillion.
right? Revenue. You
Yeah,
should,
yeah.
You shouldn't sum up company revenues and expect it to be GDP. You should sum up value added or profits, and then look at what it is relative to GDP. Because of course, a company with like, you're then double counting costs, right? Revenue is
yeah.
cost plus profit, right? And so only all the stuff that like actually counts in GDP is the value added part, is the profit part. So, yeah, basically, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at like the GDP component and the national accounts, if you look at the national accounts and the GDP components, you'll see value added from businesses is what matters, not or like what they include in GDP. So I don't know why you would compare revenues to GDP when you're just then double counting costs. Like it makes no sense. Right. So yeah, just tells you everything. You should look at profits. Yeah. Okay. Again, populist slop. 2 seconds to spread the rumor, and then if you don't know anything, infinite time to refute it because you believe it. But then if you're knowledgeable, it also takes 2 seconds to refute. So there's specialization in debunking. That's what I'm saying, basically. Yeah, okay. Read the article.
Yeah, I'm reading it. It legitimizes the stance I posted earlier on CEO versus worker wage growth. It absolutely does not. There's no, even if it was fucking true, which it's not true, by the way, we just showed it's not really true. It absolutely doesn't. What do you mean? There's no way it would, but okay. By the way, join VC. If you wanna bring up all this stuff, I can debunk most of this shit in 5 seconds, okay? Just join VC. That's why I mentioned a point of top companies gobbling up more market share. I think that to some extent it's probably true that bigger companies are getting more market share. I think there's some evidence that markups have increased on the the median markup has not increased, but the like sort of tail end, like the tail high end markup has increased. Like the top 10% of companies with the highest markups, like their markets have increased or whatever. That's why economists are a joke. What do you, bro? You don't know? Okay. You choose the data you want to look at. You are literally doing that. You are literally the one doing that. What do you mean? I'm not. We're not. No. What do you mean? But okay. By the way, Vermi, I don't know what you're doing. VC's open, buddy. Okay. Exclamation point Discord in the chat. You might already be in the Discord. The next attack at the practice was carried out by President Biden, who at the recent State of the Union called to increase the current 1% tax on stock buybacks, which was introduced in his signatory bill, Inflation Reduction Act last year, to 4% to encourage long-term investment. This backlash against stock buybacks is nothing new. We witnessed something very similar in 2018/2019 after the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act came into effect, and many companies announced plans to buy back their shares from the market. Again, we hear the same arguments. The two most common forms of criticism levied against stock buybacks are: 1, companies use cash to buy back stocks at the expense of investment or workers' wages. 2, companies use buybacks to artificially raise stock prices and enrich themselves in the process, either enrich shareholders or the company's management whose salaries are tied to stock prices. You don't get it. The bigger the company, the more bad it is. Big equals bad. Yeah, I know. Very impressive logic we're seeing here. Like, I mean, Vermin didn't respond to my earlier argument, which is like, I think it is probably the case that like Walmart and just bigger companies generally probably have bigger market shares in some of the industries that they're in, like, you know, Walmart and retail stores, obviously. But that usually represents gains from economies of scale and gains from any innovation that Walmart has done. I don't know how much innovation Walmart has done, but Amazon certainly has done quite a bit of innovation. You know, there's a reason Amazon's one of the only companies out there that can do 2-day shipping. Like that's a, you know, some kind of uniquely Amazon thing that they innovated. You laughed at the stats and brought up a chat that shows the median CEO hasn't a chart. You mean, yeah, it hasn't. So median CEO hasn't gone up much because you're a Vermi. Do you think do you think it is the case that data can make bad assumptions or data can be flawed in some way? Do you think, like, just conceptually, like, it is the case that you can prefer data from the, we're just looking at the data that's in Fred, That's publicly available data. The methodology, all that stuff is public. Not the API doesn't also publish the methodology. Actually, well, the API is using the same underlying data. They're just making very bad assumptions and stuff with it. Oh my God, what's up?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, there's a difference. So there's a difference between picking and choosing data, which is just you see two sources, they are equally valid, and you choose the one that you agree with. That's bad. And then there is critiquing data, pointing out the flaws, like saying, hey, this looks at a constant number of companies. When the number of companies grows, of course, it's biased towards increasing over time. If you adjust for this and just look median versus median, you see it being flat, if not decreasing over 20 years, right? And so there's that pointing out criticizing data, or like saying, for example, I can predict ahead of time. You don't know your stat well. You just saw it on TikTok probably and repeated it, but I know probably just by the sound of it, it's probably counting revenues, which you shouldn't do. You should look at value added. So even like, yeah, it's just like, listen, if I wanted to be mean, I would also say you cited something about Fortune 500 when the API looks at 350 companies, and so but I'm not going to do that, right? But yeah, no. So if you can cite something about the value added of companies relative to GDP, that'd be more interesting. Still not very informative. I don't know what the conclusion should be. It doesn't validate your claim about CEO pay at all. I mean, why would that matter? You should still look at median CEO pay. Yeah. And so, yeah, just slop. Consider changing your mind. You won't, but whatever. Either way, yeah. So
again, Merman, if you want to join VC, you can. I'm not gonna waste the time responding to every new dumbass chat message you say. So VC's open, buddy.
Oh, also. Join VC. I don't know why you're not joining VC. We said
true.
Join VC. This is going to be way more productive.
Yeah.
Yeah. No. Yeah. We should repeat it often. Yeah. No, I know you said it. Oh yeah. Join VC. Oh, you said after I left. Yeah. Join VC.
Yeah.
VC's open. Just join Discord. Join VC. I'm sure even Nafon will be nice. Like, he's not going to be like super aggressive debate bro with you. I will, but I'm not going to be in the VC. I'm going to leave if you join. It's going to be just you versus Nafon. I'm not going to talk. I'm not going to be in it even. And so just join. You can make your points easier. Just to make sure you're not. The reason why we want you to join VC is one, because that's like more fitting with the format of Nonfun's channel, but also when we make sure you don't disrespect us by just like reposting ChatGPT slop in real time, right? Like you objectively did with your links. And so, yeah, just join. Either way, now, if you would excuse me, I have to listen to Nonfun reading a good article.
True. Okay. Too much common criticism. Both of them are wrong, and they result from a serious misunderstanding of corporate finance. They are also wrong empirically. There have been many studies done about the effects of buybacks that refute these points. I'll explain first how stock buybacks work, why companies like them, and then explain why the criticisms above are wrong. Lastly, I will show some reasonable criticism of buybacks. How stock buybacks work. Share repurchases, or stock buybacks, occurs when a company decides to buy some of its stocks, which are then retired or held as treasury stock. Retired stocks lose their voting rights and cash flows, and treasury stocks lose their voting rights and cash flows until they are reissued. There are many ways a company might execute stock buybacks, the most common being open market repurchases, OMR. Other methods include fixed price tender offers, Dutch auction tender offers, privately negotiated repurchases, and accelerated share repurchases. The vast majority of stock buybacks are executed via OMR, in which the companies buy back a share of their shares on an open market, like a typical investor, through a broker or over a period of several months to several years. In the US, companies are typically required to announce their plan to buy back stocks on the market. OMR became popular in the 80s following the adoption of Rule 10b-18 in 1982, amended in 2003 by the SEC, which provided a safe harbor for companies engaging in share repurchases. Before that, companies usually avoided stock buybacks, but not completely, because they could be charged with violations of anti-fraud provisions of the Securities and Exchange Act in 1934. The rule created 4 conditions under which companies were allowed to buy back stock. 1. Manner of purchase condition. Issuers required to use a single broker or dealer per day to bid for or purchase its common stock. 2. Time condition. Purchases at the beginning and last 30 minutes of trading are excluded from the safe harbor rule for securities within an average daily trading volume that is less than 1 million per day, or that has a public float value below 150 million. And at the beginning and last 10 minutes of trading for securities with ADTV larger than $1 million per day, or that has a public float value above 150 million. 3. Price condition. Issuer must repurchase shares at a price that does not exceed the highest independent bid or last transaction price quoted. 4. Volume condition. Issuer cannot purchase over 25% of the average daily volume. Fundamentally, stock buybacks are a way of returning money to shareholders as an alternative to dividends. There are other reasons for companies to engage in stock buybacks, which I'll explain later, but it's important to keep in mind that buybacks are fundamentally about returning profits back to shareholders. Buybacks can be financed by either cash in possession of a company or by issuing debt. If a company uses cash to buy back stocks, it reduces the cash balance at a company and therefore reduces the book value of the firm. If a firm uses debt to purchase shares, then it increases interest payments and makes the company riskier. While dividends redistribute profits to all shareholders, stock buybacks redistribute profits to shareholders willing to sell their shares. Other shareholders might benefit due to higher EPS, earnings per share, although it depends on what type of cash is used to purchase shares, and potentially higher prices. I'll explain the somewhat complicated effect of stock buybacks on share price later. This is probably, I mean, he mentioned this in a video. People get this wrong a lot. Like, the stock buybacks weren't really... Or is it? People are like, oh, Reagan legalized all the fucking stock buyback bullshit. But, like, do you own stocks? Not really. Okay, thanks for... Is my highlighter thing broken? Dude, let's go. How come? Because I don't really have many savings to invest. As you might point TTS in the chat, so change that. I can put TTS in the chat actually, so I can immediately spend the money because I don't have enough. I don't have the liquidity to buy a Restream right now. My fucking subscription that I use to multi-stream. I need YouTube or Twitch to pay me out before that happens, but they don't pay me out until a little bit later. So. If someone could actually want to teach that in the chat, I need like $50. So then we'll be chill. Preferably before 2 days from now, I think is what they give me. What's up, North? I think that's where the big part of future generational wealth will be. I mean, sure, Vermi. Yes, it's still broken. It's still broken. Of course it's still broken. Why? Kill me. Okay. Maybe it lets me... I like this still. Okay, it doesn't like when I highlight this section. There are like 3 different debates going on in the liberal streaming world right now. Great day for chronically online people. I know, North. I was talking about that earlier. It's like everyone chose to have their fucking debates today. Oh my god. Yeah, I know. One of my buddies, Renyold, is going on 2 debates. Actually, 2 of my buddies, Renyold and Soypill, are both doing 2 debates. One after another. One about Chorus and then one about Jan 6th. All at the same time, yeah, I know. And then Tomfoolery is hosting like 3 different debates today too. What companies like stock buybacks? Since the 1990s, stock buybacks have gained popularity and even surpassed dividends as a way of redistributing money to shareholders. It's not that surprising, since there are some important reasons why companies might prefer stock buybacks over dividends. The first is that stock buybacks give companies more flexibility than dividends. Financial literature shows that dividend represents some form of outgoing financial commitment by companies to investors. What's up?
Yeah, so on the wait, did I send it to you yet? Yeah, on the value added thing, I took it for myself because the guy in chat would never ever put anything more than like 2 minutes of research into anything. So if you open Fred, you look at the value added of all corporate business, not just the top 500, all the businesses in all the United States, okay? the total value added of all of them. Value added is just the market price, how minus the cost, or like the raw material cost. So just like how much value added was by labor or whatever. Then you're not double counting costs, right? Well, you could also look at profits, whatever. The picture is not going to change, but yeah, it's less than 60%. So it cannot be that the 500 are going to be like 60% again, because or 2/3, right? It's just not going to be the case.
Yeah,
it's just not. People need to understand the underlying stuff of what they're signing. We're not just like seeing data and just rejecting it. We're giving you direct criticism, and you choose not to engage with it. You choose to not engage with it. You don't even understand the terms I'm saying. If I asked you what is value added, you wouldn't know. So maybe if you're curious, be like, wait, I heard a term I don't understand. Seems like this guy knows it. He was able to predict correctly what is the measure I'm citing. Probably he knows more than me, and he can give me good criticisms that I should internalize and maybe shut up. Maybe shut the fuck up. Maybe. Yeah. But that's me. Either way. How's the article so far?
Good so far. Other than my highlighted breaking, but yeah.
That's right.
Real. I tried to get the on the Tom debate at 9:30. Sadly, they were full. Rip. What are they debating at 9:30? They're talking about Trump, right? Yeah. Okay. Financial literature shows that dividends represent some form of outgoing financial commitment by companies for investors. Firms are generally reluctant to cut dividends, and if they do cut them, they are greeted with significant declines in stock market prices. Dennis et al. 1994 report an average stock price average stock price decline of about 6% over 2 days following the announcement of a dividend cut. Ghosh and Woolridge, 1989, find similar results even for firms announcing growth-induced dividend cuts. Although for these companies, stock price declines were somewhat smaller. Stock buybacks, on the other hand, don't imply such commitment to future payouts. Buyback announcements don't actually require companies to purchase any stock. It is often the case that firms don't purchase any stock after the announcement, or they purchase far fewer shares than announced. Markets don't seem to punish firms for failure to deliver announced buybacks and don't seem to expect any commitment to future payouts. Jagged Nathan et al. Can't be argued about that. Show that stock buybacks are very pro-cyclical, much more volatile than dividends, and used by firms with higher temporary, non-operating cash flows. Second reason is that stock buybacks have certain tax advantages over dividends, albeit small. As McKinsey article explains, stock buybacks lower the cost of capital because they decrease cash balance or increase debt, and interest payments are tax deductible, while dividends are not. The tax code generally punishes firms for holding excess cash because interest income is taxable. The third reason is that stock buybacks allow shareholders to decide if they want to sell their shares and get the money and pay taxes, or hold on to their stocks. With dividends, shareholders do not have this choice, and they require investors to pay taxes the same year. Fourth reason is that share buybacks allow corporate insiders to increase control over firms because stock buybacks reduce the number of outstanding shares, leading to more concentrated ownership, which can also help protect against hostile takeovers. Fifth, stock buybacks allow companies to send signals to investors. It can inform them that a company thinks a stock is undervalued or that a company doesn't plan to use the money for wasteful investments. Real. Dude, let's go. Dude, why is it doing this to me? Oh, there we go. Okay, woohoo. Why stock buybacks don't lower investment. One of the most common criticisms of stock buybacks implies that firms engage in them at the expense of productive long-term investments, as Senator Chuck Schumer, current Senate Majority Leader, and Bernie Sanders put it in their NYT op-ed from 2019. Focus on shareholder value. Companies, rather than investing in ways to make their business more resilient or their workers more productive, have been dedicating ever larger shares of their profits to dividends and corporate share purchases. When corporations direct resources to buy back shares on this scale, they restrain their capacity to reinvest profits more meaningfully in the company in terms of R&D, equipment, higher wages, paid medical leave, retirement benefits, and worker retraining. On the academic side, one of the most vocal proponents of this argument is William Lazanik. He often writes op-eds in different publications arguing for the rise of stock buybacks. That the rise of stock buybacks led to a lower level of investment in the economy and as a result contributing to slowing growth in wages. Lazanik is often credited with putting stock buybacks issue on politicians' crosshairs. His research is often used as a justification for arguments that stock buybacks come at the expense of investment. But his argument is not supported by either theory or data and misses the real way companies allocate their capital. Critics seem to think the decision to buy back stocks force companies to cut investment, but that idea is causally reversed. Companies first decide to allocate capital to investment opportunities that they deem profitable. After that, if they have capital left, they may decide to use it to buy back stocks. The capital that companies use to buy back shares is the capital left over after all productive investments have been made. In fact, the aggregate stock buybacks generally lead to more good investments because capital is allocated from firms that don't find profitable investment opportunities to firms that do. Shareholders who sell their stocks usually use this capital to invest in other companies. Evidence supports this view. Grolin and McKaylee, 2004, find that firms repurchase more stocks when their investment growth and opportunities are weak. A survey of executives by Bravadella in 2005 report that repurchases are made out of the residual cash flow after investment spending. Share buybacks are made after profitable investment opportunities are exhausted, not before. Moreover, a Federal Reserve study from 2017 found little evidence that economies have experienced large shortfalls in corporate investment spending, have experienced larger increases in share buybacks and/or dividend payments. What are we doing here? Net value added to corporate business.
I made a big mistake. I made a big mistake. I want to apologize. It didn't seem right to me. It didn't seem right to me that if you look at all companies, you get 50%. Like, what? That's way too high. Mm-hmm. But I was like, well, whatever. I made a big mistake, and I want to take full accountability for it. For the guy in chat, I was wrong. It's actually 10% because if you look at net value added, it's actually 10%. I should have looked at net value added, not gross value added, of course. You should look at the net operating surplus, which is net value added. That's basically, it's close to being profits, but not quite. By the way, yeah, if you look at gross value added, I guess that's what you should look at, and divided by gross domestic product, you see that it's basically 10%, or like anywhere from. I'm sorry. If you look at net value added divided by GDP, my bad. I'm sorry. If you look at, I'm confused. I'm confusing my language. Look at the net operating surplus, which is what you should look at. That is minus costs that go for workers or that go for companies. I'm confusing my language here because I still have the other one open, and so I'm clicking the wrong one and I get the wrong graph and then I'm reading from it. So I'm sorry. Should look at yeah, basically that, you know. Yeah, if you want to look at directly at net value added, let me actually just do that. That's probably what you should do. We're going to look at directly net value added divided by GDP. You get, okay, declining, but like around 40%. But if you look at the net operating surplus, which is way more relevant than the revenues, I don't know why the fuck you would ever look at revenues. You should only look at like anything approximating profits or value added. I still think about like net profits or net surplus is what matters. If you look at net operating surplus divided by GDP, you get predictably that it's around just like, 13 to like 7%. So, you were wrong. That's okay. You can admit it, but you won't because you don't know the data. You just looked it up on Twitter. Okay. My apologies. I kind of tumbled over myself, but yeah, whatever. Keep reading. It's a good article, right?
True.
Gives you another devil to hate, that economist that advocates it. Another. He's the Piketty of stock buybacks.
Is there usually? I could be wrong. I don't even think there's usually a third of GDP left over after you just add consumption and and government spending.
What do you mean? Again?
Like, I mean, the consumption component of GDP is usually on its own, like almost 2/3 of it, right?
Yeah.
And that's not going to be the consumption component's not going to include.
Yeah, let me look it up. Let me look up per PCE, personal consumption expenditures.
It's a little fucked up recently because of the tariffs and front running them and people buying shit, but
right. Personal consumption expenditures and GDP. A/B. Yeah, 2/3. You were right. Yep. Yeah. 2/3 over.
Yeah, so I don't even think
it's like 2000. Yeah, that alone is like enough. But yeah, again, they don't understand the difference. You should look at profits in that equation. I mean, even if pretty sure there's the Koletsky equation. Let me find it. Koletsky profit equation. Where is it?
Wait, why profits? Most tech companies purposely operate at negative profits for growth.
What? So
that's what the president
so then why
said.
would you look at
even though you've already
yeah? So first of all, yeah, they sometimes make, but I explained to you why you should look at profits and not revenue. Revenue double counts costs, right? When another company buys another thing from another company, you count that dollar twice. If you look at like revenue, right? It doesn't represent the actual stuff that is attributable to the company. I mean, a lot of the revenue goes to workers, and that is in their wages. Why would we attribute that to the company? We should just look at the profit of the company. That's what they keep. That's what they reinvest later or whatever. So yeah, that's what the thing that goes to the company and not to the other companies that they pay for the materials and whatnot and the costs, or to the workers. It's just the company by itself. Otherwise, you're double counting. Imagine for a second two countries. In one of them, there are two companies, but they all produce everything on them by their own. And in the other one, they're like half the size, but they buy everything from each other, like into something or something. If you just look at revenues, you're gonna double count the stuff. So if that makes sense, I can give an numerical example. But yeah, hey, you're big on using ChatGPT, right? You can ask ChatGPT to explain why you're using revenue. Yeah, you can go ask ChatGPT why counting revenue double counts cost. You can ask ChatGPT. We'll tell you probably. Give you a numerical example too. Yeah, either way. Hopefully I explained it. But yeah, some companies operate on a negative profit. That's true. What? And also, I cannot be clear enough. None of this vindicates the stuff you cited. Like none of this vindicates the APIs here. Like absolutely nothing. Yep. So.
Hamster is really like chill, good faith discussion. It wasn't heated or anything, so I don't think there's a winner. But I do think I had like better like points overall. But I mean, to be fair, like he's not a like he's said multiple times. It was a chill, good faith conversation. I enjoyed talking to him. I'm sure I'll talk to him again in the future. But I think I had better points about worker co-ops, right? But that was up.
Who's the good faith you're talking to?
The dude earlier this stream.
Okay. Yeah, but by the way, if you want to lose your mind, not on stream because that's just like whatever. But in private, listen to Pisco talking yesterday to Prime Kai's, whatever that guy.
Oh no!
My God, is Prime Kai's in Super Bowl. I didn't vote for Kamala because she didn't meet my bar because he's a genocide supporter. Yeah, genocide. Yeah, he was asking Pisco like, if you had to vote for someone, it's like I'm gonna sexually assault 10,000 babies, and the other guy's like, I'm gonna assault 9,999 babies. Who would you vote for? So, these are the only two candidates. And Pisco was like, yeah, I think you should vote for less child rape, like obviously. And he was like, no, you have another option. But Pisco was like, no, but if you only had two options, but you don't have two options. He literally was doing, I didn't eat breakfast today. He was literally doing, yeah. I didn't. Yeah, he was absolutely unable to get anything. Like the guy is like, I don't know. He's one of these people where like he never made any point that impressed me ever. Like he doesn't seem just smart. I don't know. Not impressive. Next, whatever. Yeah, I'm just saying. Personally, if you want to waste like 5 hours, 4 hours, I don't know how long it went. You should watch that.
Yeah, the VOD is 4 hours.
I was playing Clash Royale. over that. You can imagine how frustrating it is to lose, and then here comes like She didn't meet my ethical bar. So shut up. Yeah, bro. Almost like 500,000 people dead so far because of USA cuts, but like that that's worth it because meeting the fucking bar on some issue you know nothing about. So awesome. So awesome, guys.
Simple 1v1 me Clash Royale, I'll wreck you. You guys can coordinate that over the Discord server. Okay. Read this. Oh my
God. I would, but my Clash Royale thing has my full name, so I don't trust localists with this.
Why is it doing this to me? Literally, what the fuck? Sometimes if I like delete it or whatever and do it again, it'll work, but it's not doing that at all. Yeah, I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't get it. Doesn't make sense. Broken. Kill me. But I'm pretty sure, look, if I do this, I bet it'll... Oh, nope, doesn't work. Okay, let's go. Incredible. Let's go. That's awesome. Bro. Okay, hopefully I can fix it later. I'm a real human. I keep my mouth shut. Incredible. How buybacks affect stock prices. The common narrative regarding the influence of share buybacks on stock prices is that by reducing the number of outstanding shares, buyback increases EPS, which mechanically boosts the price of that stock. The thinking goes that this incentivizes the company's management to buy back stocks in order to either sell their shares, cash out their stock options, or take advantage of their bonus arrangements, which are often tied in some way to stock prices and or EPS. There are several problems with these arguments. For one, they ignore the fact that the company needs to use cash or debt to buy stocks, which will decrease earnings because cash on the company's books usually brings some profit and value to the company. The stock buyback can still increase earnings per share because cash is a low-yielding asset, but it won't happen in the automatic way described above. The second problem with this argument is that it assumes EPS will necessarily lead to higher stock prices. This idea reflects a very poor understanding of basic corporate finance. Any EPS increase that is accompanied by an increase in leverage will also make the stock riskier. And the increase in EPS associated with stock buybacks is therefore merely a risk-reward trade-off. The net effect on this stock value, the net effect of this in stock value will usually be close to neutral. And as I pointed out earlier, the fact that stock buyback reduces the company's cash balance means that it will necessarily lower the company's book value. The company needs cash or debt to buy stocks, which will decrease earnings. Dude, it's 1.3K watching his piss poor debates.
The state should get that go towards.
No clue who this is, but you know, also this is 873. Although maybe it's more on TikTok. But good for him, doing the Lord's work. He's so dumb, he's so emotional. Don't care. Lord's work. Why did you sub? He's a retard. So I can, see his stuff. I like, I follow a lot of people in this space, okay, who I think are retards. I don't know him to be a retard, but there's a lot of retards out there that make similar content to me and stuff. So I follow them, sub to them, keep up with them sometimes, see if there's anything we can collab on or talk about. There are other ways, however, in which share buybacks may affect stock prices. Academic evidence shows that buyback announcements usually do lead to increase in stock prices, 1 to 3% on average. This has usually been extensively studied, and scholars came up with different ways to explain this phenomenon. One of the most popular ones is signaling. The signaling hypothesis refers to the idea that corporate insiders use the share repurchase to signal to the market they think its stock is underpriced. It's built on the assumption of information asymmetry. Management knows more about the company than investors. The decision to repurchase stock from the market therefore sends investors some signal about how the insiders view the state of the company. This idea was explored and then tested in academic papers in many various ways. Not even going to try. And Jacobson, 2016, developed a theoretical model in order to resolve the puzzle of why markets react positively to a mere announcement of open market share repurchase program, which involves no commitment to purchase stock, and then test this model empirically. They find that firms with large underpricing can use announcements to attract attention from speculators, who then correct stock prices by subsequent subsequent trades. Firms with small underpricing, however, cannot attract attention by announcing repurchases and need to use costly share buybacks to signal to investors that their stock is undervalued. Another reason for positive market reactions to share buyback announcements may be that share repurchases show investors that firms are willing to redistribute the surplus capital back to shareholders instead of wasting it on unprofitable investments. This hypothesis is related to the agency problem of free cash flow. This theory was originally developed in Janssen 1986 and is based on the idea that there exists an agency conflict between the firm's management and shareholders. Managers are incentivized to overinvest because it increases their funds under their control, and may increase their pay under some contracts that tie compensation to growth. You should have shrimp pilled a socialist guy. I didn't think about it because it's not during the shrimp. The shrimp subathon has ended, but I should just shrimp pill everyone I talk to all the time, I guess. By the way, speaking of allocative efficiency with worker co-ops, have you heard of the Shrimp Welfare Project? Oh my god! Why is it doing that? Literally, what the fuck? None of this shit really works. It just says like, oh.
You should, if Substack is giving you issues, maybe try opening it on another browser.
It's not Substack. It's the fucking highlight thing. I mean, opening it on another browser might work. I don't know.
What's the highlight thing?
Just my web highlighter extension, like the thing I'm using to highlight. I don't know if you're watching or if you just.
Oh yeah, okay, maybe there was a thing I used to use, but it was kind of annoying. But maybe you would like it. Wait, how does it work? Oh, it seems like it's more convenient what you're using. But there was an extension called like Dijo or something, DIIGJ. Oh, I forgot the particular. I'm sure you're gonna find it if you look up like online highlighter notes, whatever, on Google extension. But
wait, what the fuck? Why? Hold on. I'm so sorry. Confused why we should use profits when that excludes workers' wages, because workers' wages aren't like value. They aren't there's no transfers to workers and workers then spend that money, and what they spend the money on is included in GDP. Why would you include the transfer to the worker and what the worker spends the money on? Like,
right, exactly. Again, you're double counting. You could have asked that GPT that as well. But again, you're double counting. That's the problem. If some company, right, imagine Amazon, pays their workers, and then, they buy from, say, NVIDIA or whatever. And now you're double counting that dollar when the worker buys it from NVIDIA and when Amazon pays their worker. You want to count that dollar only when it ends up in Amazon or Nvidia. That is what they're. That's what companies try to maximize for. That's their profit, right? That's what dictates stock prices mainly, right? So yeah, that's what you're going to look for. That's when you're going to try to count. That's how you determine the Fortune 500 stuff, right? And so yeah, just not like just look very straightforward. You want to exclude worker wages because then you're double counting dollars as when they go to different companies. You only want to include it when it's in their profit. Again, I'm pretty sure ChatGPT could explain all of this to you very easily. This is not complicated accounting stuff. Like this is very straightforward, like understanding of,
that we explained earlier. That you literally explained earlier too. But yeah,
I did. But again, can I blame people for just like not reading anything and just going with it and like, corporation bad? And again, I want to repeat it for the third time because you're never going to respond to this, and I want to make you understand you're never going to respond to this. Even if you were right, none of this vindicates your measure. I give a critique of the measure that has nothing to do with the revenue to GDP ratio of Fortune 500 companies. And so, but I'm not going to respond to it. I can repeat it because you didn't even listen to the first time I gave it. Do you want me to repeat the critique, or is it worthless? Probably not worthwhile.
Yeah,
just keep reading.
It's worthless.
Yeah. But again, you can join VC anytime. You're not gonna. We said you're not gonna. You didn't. That was pretty obvious.
I think this. I don't know if Edge is any better. Actually, I think it's a little worse because it has a ton of other bullshit here. When I highlight text, it still doesn't work. God damn it. Yeah. I don't know. I have no clue why it's doing this. It's very annoying. All the stuff in like the Y thing is just like, oh, sometimes URLs change and sometimes just like dynamic content. None of it is like, with this shit. Okay, where were we? Okay, yeah, we read this. Is it gonna let me highlight any of this stuff? Nope, that's cool. That's really cool. Okay. Wow. Wow. More valid criticism of stock buybacks. Hold on, I should just. We explored the most common forms of criticisms of share buybacks, and I explained why they're wrong in many aspects. There still exists, however, some other more valid forms of criticism of this practice. Most of them will explore some agency problems that exist between shareholders and a company's management. For example, if some executives have their compensation tied to EPS scores, they can time the market with stock buybacks, which leads to an increase in EPS. That boosts their compensation. In fact, there is some evidence that this margin. What's up?
Also, I just want to make a point. If you want to include workers, like compensation in it, that's fine. That's just going to get you gross value added. That's what I said before. Right? So it works like this. You have intermediate inputs, costs, right? Like material costs, whatever. And then you have worker compensation, and then you have profits. And all that makes the revenue. Revenue is costs plus labor compensation plus profit. And so we exclude the cost because like there's just an immense double counting, right? Then you get value added. And then, you want to, that like in a sense is how much they added value, right? Like you took a good, mixed it with labor and whatever, profit, whatever, and then you added that to the economy. And so now you have gross value added. And, you could look at that. It's not too uninformative. That's why I went to it first. And then you could look at that in GDP. Even if we look at that, you're still hilariously wrong because, again, gross value added is not For all corporate business, not just the top 500. For all corporate business, the total value added, gross value added is 50-60% of the economy.
Yeah.
So not even 2/3 for the 500. So even if that's the measure you go by, you're wrong. I just want to make that point as well. And then if you want to look at their profits, just how profitable they are, that's usually what people care about. But yeah, I don't want to make it seem like it doesn't make at all sense to look at gross value added. It could make sense, just like not here, or maybe here as well. I mean, I'm just saying, even if you want to go with it here as well, I'm not an accountant. Even if you go with looking at gross value added, because again, like you could say that's their, like, in a sense, how much they're contributing to the economy or something. You want to look at that again, not your claim is also wrong there, or at least what you cited is also uninformative in that regard. You chose to cite the worst thing, which is just total revenue, which is very uninformative, just like an immense double counting. So yeah, hopefully that yeah.
Yeah, they're not going to care for the explanation, but okay. And in fact, there was some evidence that this managerial opportunism may be one of the motivations for stock buybacks. Elmedia, or Midea, something like that, et al. 2016, find that the probability of share repurchases that increases earnings per share is sharply higher for firms that would have just missed their EPS forecast in the absence of the repurchase when compared with firms that just beat the EPS forecast. And these EPS motivated repurchases are associated with reductions in employment and investment. There is not a lot of evidence, however, that this is the main motivation for share repurchases, and such a level of inefficiency would be way out of line with most of the literature on market efficiency. And the best solution for this would probably be a modification of compensation contracts that would adjust EPS growth for buybacks in effect. Maybe some changes in SEC rules and not a tax ban on the practice. Another, which to the extent that there's a problem, a lot of firms would have, like, shareholders would have some incentive to make sure compensation is not done this way. But yeah, Not a potential valid criticism of share buybacks. Maybe the concern that they could lead firms to take on too much leverage is an open question, what is the case, among other things. Conclusion and further reading. Claims that stock buybacks come at the expense of productive investments, or that they lead to a mechanical price increase that enriches shareholders and a company's management, are contradicted both by theory and empirical evidence. These claims reflect mostly a misunderstanding of basic corporate finance, but sometimes are repeated even by some experts. More often, they are used by pundits and politicians to push their agenda. I hope that I explained clearly what's wrong with these statements. I also highly recommend some additional great pieces on this topic, a 2018 paper by AQR Capital Asset Manager Cliff Asness, a 2022 paper by Harry D'Angelo, and some Harvard Business Review articles, and a recent blog post by Noah Smith. I really wish. Oh, let me highlight things. Just let me highlight. That's all I want to do. I don't get it. What the heck does this do? I need to upgrade for that? I'm definitely not upgrading when I can't even... It doesn't even work. Alright, guys, I probably will make these into pages a little bit later on. And yeah. I want to check up on our buddies.
There's a good chance it can.
All right, they're on to the Jan 6 panel now.
Get voted down.
This is going to be horrible. I don't, Sadie, from my understanding, is just massively misinformed and conspiratorial and everything. Like, Katie literally Sadie, like literally thinks Jansic was a false flag. Can you debunk PPG thought? By the way, have you guys? There's new PPG drama. By the way, I don't think it hasn't come out yet or anything. But Legate Lanius, another streamer in that orbit, is making a video about PPG because of the. He apparently, allegedly, guys, messaged a 16-year-old and asked her to like show her boobs and stuff. Based. So that's interesting. I don't know. I don't care to watch like Tomfoolery and Wick like both have this debate on the chorus stuff. Who? PPG. The political understander dude. That's legal where he lives? I don't think it is. I don't know. It might. I'm pretty sure it's not.
See how that's a contradiction? That's why I use the analogy.
But I'm curious because Renil's on it. I want to see.
Got a great lineup for you guys today. We're going to start with...
He's going to get deported either way.
That started springing.
Wait, want to know something beautiful? Okay, ChatGPT was helping me. So just to settle this, so if you look at the profits of Fortune 500 companies, okay, here's a story from June. Fortune 500 companies profits hits a record 1.87 trillion. All right. Now, no company, I think, reports gross value added, or at least not to my knowledge. I guess you could look at how much the total compensation of employees was. You could. I mean, I don't know if there's that available data. I should look for it. But either way, yeah. And so we just look at, total GDP, right? Gross domestic product. It's 30 trillion, right? Should be 30 trillion.
I think it's 30. I think it's like 36 trillion.
Yeah, 30.
Or something about.
Yeah. Well, control shift. On Google, it goes up until 2024, but what's it? I guess we don't have 2025 numbers. But yeah, if we go by quarter two.
Oh, no, it's like about 30 trillion.
Yeah. Okay, about 30 trillion. So if we just, take 1.87 divided by 3,000, or I should, no, I'm sorry. I thought it's in debt.
30,000, yeah.
30,000. Yeah, you get 6%. You get 6%. So Fortune 500 companies as a percent of GDP is 6%. So you were wrong by about an order of magnitude if you look at profits. But there's a spoiler. Someone might say, okay, well, I still want to include work compensation. I don't think it's totally absurd. Maybe I was too harsh to begin with. I think it's totally absurd. But if you want to do that, go ahead. Then it goes just to 10 trillion, right? And that will just give you a third. So we're off by an order of 2. If you just look at the value added by Fortune 500 companies. And again, I want to just be very clear with all of this. None of this is either understood by you or matters to your argument. No matter how much of GDP is by Fortune 500 companies, none of that matters to the critique I gave of using top 350 companies divided by worker salary ratio. Just none of that matters. We give you direct data from the government, not from any think tank, API, whatever stuff that is funded by labor unions, right? And is promoting doomerism constantly. We just give you the direct data, and we can show you, if you look at median CEO salary to median worker salary, just the most directly relevant thing, it gives you flat. It's just flat. It's just flat. Yeah, you're not going to care. That's sad, but, whatever. I mean, it's flat around like 251 times what are the workers. So you could say it was always too high, and that's fine. You could say it was always too high. You're wrong, but you can say that. But just like none of that matters to your argument. You're not going to care. You're not going to do anything as well. Hopefully, I'm not yapping. Yeah, go finish the article or whatever. Yeah, have fun.
Yeah, appreciate it. I got to do the BA survey, guys. I guess student probably. I'm very satisfied. I don't remember where I learned about a BA website, man. Okay, how many more questions is there? This is a meme. I don't want to waste time answering 500 fucking questions. Oh, I'm pretty quick links, bro. Oh my god. Can I just skip these? God damn it. Okay. Kill yourself. Oh no. Thoughts on this? This works in the non-aggression principle of libertarians. Oh no. How would you determine whether wages are just? Very carefully. Okay, but actually though, wages are just when largely set by sectorial unions that form union confederates and backed by near full employment, universal health insurance, and generous UI. I don't know if that's worse than.
Bro, I saw this. I saw the Keegs thing, bro. They're so dumb, bro. I never really loved Keegs. But this was so dumb, bro. I didn't know King of the Coast complained about this. How did you set wages? Like, it just, I think the original tweet was like, maybe I'm wrong. I think he said something like, fuck. I think he was saying like taxes are like by the state or whatever. They're not. Oh my god, I should look at the. Let me actually open their account. Maybe I said he. I don't mean to say he. I meant to say they. Oh, if I slept, not intentional. Let me look it up. Little key. That's right.
Yeah.
Here we go. I'm following them, so whatever. Replies. Wait 1 second. Wait, where is it? Bruh, let me just look up wages. Or very careful. Let me look up careful.
That's what I was doing, yeah. Yeah, I found it.
Okay, yeah, latest. Here we go. Okay, here we go. So, yeah. They're saying all the no income tax on X. Yeah, okay, I was right. It's built on the premise that tax money belongs to taxpayers and that the current market wages are just. This is completely wrong on both fronts. So I don't really care about the markets are wages are just whatever. That's absolutely dumb. Absolutely dumb. But like the idea that money doesn't belong to taxpayers. Here he says property is a legal contract. By law, money does not belong to you. So again, just how does it avoid the reductio that if Nazi Germany said, property of Jews belongs to us, it's a social contract. Would you say they're not stealing from Jews? Would you say the property belongs to Jews? The government doesn't have the right to do that. Would you not say that? Or maybe because it's an undemocratic entity. But I would still say that if it was a democratic entity, if Trump, democratically elected, or even Biden, if Biden said, yeah, by the way, all black wealth is mine now. You wouldn't say, oh, property is a legal fiction. You would never say that. You would never say that. Maybe I sound like Walter Block. I think I'm transforming into Walter Block. That's not good. That's not good.
Oh no.
It's very not good. It's very bad. Yeah. The Jew in me. The Jew in me. Well, that's complete nonsense. You got to look at the a priori argument, actually. That was a good impression, I think. Hopefully it came through. But yeah, no. Either way. I don't like the Geeks person. I just want to tip them playing. W King of the Coast. Let me go immediately and like his tweet because I saw that too and it cringed me the fuck out. That's right. Either one.
Okay.
That's right. Also, another thing. We uploaded. Someone uploaded all the Econoboy videos, And I was watching one of them, the "Is Inequality Falling" one. Yeah, he read like articles from from Matt Iglesias and Noah Smith, and it's about is inequality falling, and none of them were about the audit and Splinter. Well, they mentioned Splinter, but not the paper. They mentioned Splinter somewhere else, but about like wage gains or whatever. But none of them were about that. So I don't know. He's a pretty good researcher. As far as I can, what's annoying is that he doesn't like go on news or whatever and publicize his research, because like I mean it's important. You did good research. Why are you not like Piketty, where he like goes through like every micro?
The non-font stream. Okay, one day we'll look at the.
One day, yeah, that'd be awesome. That'd be fucking awesome. And also, I think I'm wrong to say they don't include capital gains. I should reread this. I asked you the questions to ask them. So we get like what? Yeah, how do you? Maybe a good question would be, how do you think capital gains should be treated when calculating income inequality? I guess if you ever do, you email him or something?
No, I have not contacted him at all yet. But one day.
I think that'd be great. I mean, what do you have to lose? What do you have to lose? Maybe he will think you're too low level.
That's true. Yeah.
Or maybe he would not like the Biden thing. Maybe he's apolitical, so maybe he would not. He wants to be on party. I don't know, but yeah. I also just another thing. I liked that when you started the conversation with the other guy, you were like, by the way, I don't like that they gave a PBD to represent my side. I think that's good. I think that's good. It's funny. It shows good faith. I think that's good. So
I mean, yeah, that's my plan. my plan for starting out all of them. I'm gonna be pretty chill. I'm just gonna say like, I don't like that they got fucking the dumbass to defend quote unquote my side, and then also just like. I need them to explain their conception of socialism. I need to make clear, like, it's not like a gotcha. It's not like
this is not a gotcha. That's also good. That's also good. Like, I'm not gonna hold your feet to the fire. I'm not gonna like roast you. I'm not gonna explode it and stretch it as far as possible. So, like, what do you think socialism is? What is capitalism? How do they differ? Just like definition wise, just trying to. Because I know for a fact it's not government expenditure percent on social on like transfers or whatever the fuck. What was it again?
It was percent of government spending that goes through entitlement programs.
Entitlement programs, yes, exactly. Like, fuck me, bro. That's so true. Truth new. Hell yeah. I wonder. Actually, let me ask ChatGPT to make like an index of like percentage of government spendings that go to transfer programs. But yeah, across countries. I'm pretty sure our World in Data might have it. But yeah, that'd be funny. I'll get back to you once I have it.
Yeah, I wonder what country would be the most socialist under that definition. Listen, I don't know if this is... Listen, there's a certain level of NAP that I just think is dumb. Okay? Like, profoundly dumb. Like, I don't know if this is worse than Fabian Liberty. But if you guys want to see... I'm evil. I didn't reply to this. Oh, yes, this pinned. Apparently, there's some. I think this is a Democrat. I've seen people be upset about this. I remember Ryan being upset about it. I'm pretty sure this is a Democrat. I think.
Rights don't come from laws and don't come from the government, but come from the.
Here's my goat now, okay.
That's what the Iranian government believes. It's a theocratic regime that bases its rule on Shia law and targets Sunnis, Baha'is, Jews, Christians, and other religious minorities. And they do it because they believe that...
That's Team Kaine, right?
Yeah.
That was the guy who was VP with Clinton. You don't know?
Oh, no, I don't know.
Yeah, he was VP for Clinton. No one remembers him. They made a joke about that in CNL. CNL? Oh my God, SNL. CNL is Center for Neoliberalism. Center for Neoliberalism is CNL. SNL. They made a joke about like, I'm Tim. I'm the white forgettable guy who's the VP candidate I guess for a woman who lost, right? To Donald Trump. They're the same person. They're the same person. Yeah, they look the same as well. They look very similar. But yeah, like Tim Walz. But yeah, Tim Kaine, big Democrat senator. Yeah.
That they understand what natural rights are from their creator. So the statement that our rights do not come from our laws or our governments is extremely troubling. The notion that
I'm sure there might be even more context in the full, speech or whatever. And other people were upset about this, like, oh, I can't believe he's saying rights come from the government or whatever. Okay, go now. Okay, rights are reducible to utility considerations. All right, let's go.
Hey, I'm Brian Mullally, and this is Natural Law. I was not at all planning on making
anyone defending
any
this
today. This is kind of an ad hoc thing. Natural law, natural rights, and just betraying an unfamiliarity with the Declaration of Independence and our founding moral claim as America as a nation. And I think this has to be addressed, especially because I'm already addressing it on X all morning. So putting out a video might actually just streamline this whole process. So let's just take a look.
Oh my God, are we responding to the Ryan guy? Oh my God.
I just want to know. I haven't seen what he said. I want to know what he says at least.
I'm just gonna go to sleep, bro. I might not wake up ever if I watch this. Oh my God, bro. I cannot think of more awful torture than listening to Ryan talk about natural law, guys. It's God. It's natural law. It's natural law, guys. Because what? Can the government just do anything? Awesome, bro. Awesome, bro.
This is real.
Well, I mean, maybe I don't know what Tim Kaine said. Maybe he said it in such a way that implies that, like, if the government did X and Y, we could do the reductio that I gave to Keats earlier. But
maybe.
Yeah, maybe, I don't know. Either way, certainly better than just saying God did it, or it just exists, bro. It just exists in nature, bro. It's natural, but yeah, it's better than just saying God did it.
I also don't know why he only cites the Declaration of Independence, which is something that I get, but also it's not a Declaration of Independence, is not a legally binding thing.
The clip that's been circulating, so we know what we're talking about.
Yeah, we just watched it. It's muted. You can't even hear it.
Come from our laws, do not come from our government is extremely troubling. It's extremely troubling to Senator Kaine that that's where our rights came from. Now, I want to direct you to another document, which you might be familiar with, the United States Declaration of Independence. And here, if you read it, you don't even need to read the whole thing. The first 2 paragraphs is more than enough. But if you're unfamiliar with this document, and you should be familiar with this document, what this was America saying to England, here are our grievances, we are going to be a free nation, and explaining what our moral
I know what
claim to be other, and to assume among the powers of earth and separate equal station to which the laws of nature and nature's God entitle them.
Know
So
what the Declaration of Independence is. I am
the laws of nature?
familiar.
That's natural law. Natural law, nature's God. Thomas Jefferson, like me, was a deist, so he's not going to write the Christian God. He's going to write God in a more general sense, something that Christians and deists could agree on. But he's going to say the laws of nature and nature's God entitle them to something. That's the moral claim. These are the things. These are the rights that were being infringed. Natural law is the basis for our rebellion and for our independence. And then having established,
we're going to justify that at all?
We hold these truths to be self-evident: that all men are created equal, that they are endowed.
I was going to. I said this before, but he was talking to Wick about this. I was going to run the torture transfer example on him, but him and Wick. But I think it's the opportunity to.
They are creator with certain unalienable rights. Among them, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. So again, natural rights are bestowed upon us by our Creator. They are inherent to who we are. They are unalienable. Why does that matter? If your rights are given to you by the government, then the government can take them away, and that's not unjust. Because if your government can create the right, surely the government can destroy the right. The right is just a creation of the government. But here, where there's a more fundamental claim, our rights are natural. They are bestowed upon us by our Creator. They are of a higher moral claim than the government itself. So the government cannot justly infringe upon them. He continues, to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men. To secure the rights, the governments are created, not the other way around. The government doesn't give you the rights.
I've never heard a good response to that. Maybe it exists out there. I've never heard a good response to this. I don't think I've heard other reductios for any of these views that I.
You know what's awesome about God? You know what the best thing about God is? Is that like he is our creator. He is our creator. But he like gave rights only to us, not to animals, not to shrimp, not to anything.
I know.
Just to us. God was like, fuck every other creature. This one I like because it's in my image or some fucking shit. And I don't know how he can even claim that God privileged humans if he doesn't believe in the Bible, right? Like he said, he's a deist. So, like, yeah, I don't know. It's just like, bro, what are you doing, bro? Just be consistent, bro. I'm really curious. What's like an argument that we have natural rights given to us by God, but all these other God-created creatures, we can just eat them for fun because it's yummy. Oh my God, that's so awful. That's just like so obviously backwards. I don't know, but not fun. Would you save a shrimp over whatever?
But yeah, have you considered?
Holy
would you
fuck,
would
bro.
you torture?
Which one's worse?
one to
Okay,
the
gun to your
100
head.
shrimp?
Gun to your head. Which one's worse? Admiral Gibbs saying "I don't care because they're not American," or, Girion saying something like, "Oh, I care about like I would not save 10 bajillion shrimp a second."
I think
with $1.
Yeah, I think the Ryan thing is worse. I think the Ryan thing is worse, but
I think
I
it
don't
is,
know.
but I think he's like
both.
less evil. So maybe I just think he's like, I don't know, cringier. No, I don't. I think Gibbs is cringier. I don't know, but yeah, both of them are absolute cancer. But yeah, whatever. I said it, not you. So you cannot burn the bridge,
Wow.
but I can't. You don't need to burn the bridge. I will. But yeah,
Real.
but yeah.
Keeks on top, King of the Coast stands, Soying Canes on top, Sumner on bottom. That's so real. That's so real, Sam. Listen, I don't know if it's worse than the NAP. Okay, I don't know. Or at least not like extreme, like it's not worse than the Fabian Liberty type NAP people. At least. I don't think so, at least. At least Gibbs would be a good hang, that's true. This is true. Absolute NAP is obviously far worse, exactly.
And like, did they necessarily?
See, I don't know if I care about the chorus stuff, but I do want to. I'll probably just talk to Renil afterwards about how it went. Maybe I'll watch some of it off stream.
The algorithm, there's always a chilling effect somewhere. Now, this money wasn't coming as a political amount of money. This was an incubator program for getting people off the ground and expanding their reach. It wasn't, here's your talking points. The daily check-ins were, hey, we taught you how to do shorts.
They give me talking points.
Hey, let's see how your thumbnails are doing. Like, these people weren't being paid to just do whatever.
Every stream is pre-planned to me from chorus.
To be clear, I was
Hutch and then Dickers.
It's not addressing the argument, but okay.
To be clear, I was going to get there on my own. Have more faith in your pod, brother.
Sorry.
It's fair to have that kind of thought, right? Because as soon as you hear that some creator is being paid by some source that is involved in politics, that's of course going to be the first question that pops into your mind. However, what became abundantly clear, again, in the couple days or subsequent week after this reporting, is that this was not happening in any kind of material sense. Like there's no act.
All right, what's the response?
Happening, but you're not addressing the argument that I made. What you're doing is you're bringing in outside factors of what you saw on Twitter, so that you can defeat that straw man that has nothing to do with the argument that I'm making. The argument that I'm making is that when you
so curious what the argument is. Okay.
To be a part of a program that
they're going to pick people who align with they're going to be picked with people who align with their policy goals, of course.
Yeah,
but
I never made that claim that like they're forcing this type of speech on people.
But there's a difference between that and quote unquote pushing the party line. That's what was the big mischaracterization here. Like you can.
That's
you
not
can
a mischaracterization, though, right?
It's not a mischaracterization.
Because you admit that they have people with a particular ideological bent. It is to push the Democratic Party line.
It's a political organization, obviously. That's not even like plenty of the people who work for court have been like critical of the Democrats in general. Like,
how is that? Okay, so
they had like leftist fucking TikTokers on there, didn't they?
What I'm saying is, if you're taking contention with the fact that they're not allowed to talk about something that, for example, if they're like taking an anti-abortion stance, they're going to get kicked out. That's not what that's alleging. These are Democratic influences. They do already push the Democratic Party line. And now what is the Democratic Party line differs if they're allowed to criticize Democrats?
Wait, not just criticize.
Nothing to do with the Democratic Party line.
Not just
policy
criticize.
points that they advocate for.
Is it the Democratic Party line to criticize the party?
With disagreeing with Democratic Party's talking points.
It's not the DNC party line to criticize the party.
There's a lot of people here. Let's give it to Hutch to respond, and then we can let Dickers respond back if he wants, and then we'll get some other people in here. Go ahead.
There was one of the creators, and it's kind of a small sample size that we know of right now. I think it's like 12 or 13 or something like that out of 90, right? And out of that, like 12 or 13, three or four of them were pretty outspoken about Gaza. In fact, one of them took it to the extreme of accusing Pete Buttigieg and the Democratic Party writ large of being complicit in a genocide. If that person was
okay, but anyway. Like I said, I don't know if I care about that. I don't. We're like 6 different fucking chorus debates, dog. I don't care that much anymore. I don't care. I didn't care that much in the first place.
Wait, Hutch said the G word. I want to see Prime respond. Hutch
I don't know
said the
if Prime
G
is
word.
good at responding exactly to that.
Of the political injustice. Anything else out of them, and even long after the public got over it, and none of these scandals really landed. And those were the full legit.
Can't even hear him. What the hell? He's probably just setting it up, I guess.
Currently, we have said no funding. They're not serious about governing on many of the issues. Not all of them. There's still a couple good ones, but on many of the issues.
Tyler just criticizing
so
Democrats.
Since November 2024, almost every narrative against Trump and the GOP has failed. A few of them had traction, Signalgate, Obrego Garcia, and there are a couple legitimate others, but all of those were beaten like a horse with a dead stick until they couldn't juice anything else out of them, and even long after the public got over it. And none of these scandals really landed.
and those were the few that actually stuck with all the massive piles of shit thrown at the wall. The Democratic Party is in a civil war right now, and the only thing that can unite them is uniting under the banner of hating Trump, because they just oppose each other at all these different ends. And I'm going to go into that when we get there.
Renials should be using my plugin, okay? See this fucking text box over his webcam, okay? With my Discord plugin, okay? You can green screen out the background, then you can place the webcams over everything, but still have the text down here show up because you won't have the black stuff on the bottom. It's go to. Okay.
I really think that them should have 2028 as a rebuilding season. Start aiming back for the center. Go back to how the 90s were. Because if they keep talking about this, eventually somebody's going to compare it to the Crossfire Hurricane Inception, which was much worse and a bigger manipulation of the political and justice system to go after your political rivals. So, let's see what happens.
All right, thank you so much. Let's go to Bones.
All right, I'm Bones of Doom, known by Terps as a shitty WoW player, known by racists as a troll, known by creationists as a moron. But today I come to you as a mid-wit panelist. And let's roll right into my intro here. I'm going to give an excerpt from our great leader, Donald J. Trump. The Electoral College, it is a disaster for democracy. We can't let this happen. Okay, we should march on Washington and stop this travesty. Trump knew that he was pushing knowingly false claims of election fraud before, during, and after the 2020 election. January 6th isn't just in the past. It gave us a warning as to the
also
extent
should not
of his depravity into the
really matter that much if he knew or not.
Keep himself
Still pretty fucking bad
about election fraud.
if he didn't. If he truly was delusional enough to think that he won.
And all of his court cases, save for one small little Pennsylvania case, completely floundered. He attacked mail-in voting when it suited him. He convinced millions to lead himself with giving her honors. Does not care.
Rise up midwits. This is true.
Rinald. We're gonna go ahead and tell us who you are, where you're from, and all that good jazz, and what you think.
Nice finally meet you guys. All right, I've known about you for a long time. I'm Rinald on.
Soy Pill's the only non-midwit. Okay.
Rinald on almost every platform.
He's a big wit. Well, Rinald's not a midwit in the sense that he's mid. I guess in the sense of his channel size. Unfortunately, okay. Fortunately, 518. He did cross the 500 sub mark, which is good. Now he should be able to get monetized.
Has not and should not be let go for the left. J6 represents so many of the internal problems we see with the Trump.
Did he ever respond?
Our values as a roadblock and not something to be upheld.
To what?
Trump tried to violate the law to steal the election. He tried to weaponize the DOJ. He and his campaign knowingly lied to the people about claims of fraud in each election he's been in, and Trump tried to exploit that violence to pressure Congress to decertify. And the second is that Trump won't let J6 go. The right goes, let J6 go, and then Trump silently, pardons all the J6 riders. The right says, let J6 go, and then he still refuses to say that he lost. My proposition is that the left
GVA ratio?
Go,
I don't know.
The right stops running people that hate our democracy.
The gross value added ratio? What was your question about it?
I mean, you could say, well, that was 4 years ago. It's like, Trump supporters see a red hot stove and they put their hand on it in 2021. And now when the left says, hey, maybe you shouldn't put your hand back on that red hot stove, they go, well, that was 4 years ago. I don't know. I think we need to be the adults in the room and make sure that everybody's not electing people that fundamentally hate our democracy.
All right. Thank you so much, Sadie.
Hi, I'm Sadie. I stream on Pensuple TV. You can find me on @SadieGirl216. I find it.
Wanted to know what he used to compare revenue. What do you mean? What did he use? I don't know what you're at. What did he use? He used Fred. Like he's getting the data from Fred. Like he's, the St. Louis Federal Reserve. They put out there. This is the gross value added thing. I don't know. It's from probably the BEA. Yeah, BEA.
Yeah. What was the question?
I don't know what he's asking.
First of all,
I don't know.
GVA
I think he's just
is not
retarded.
revenue. Again. So I don't know what you're abbreviating it to GVA when you don't know what it is. It's not revenue. So I don't know what you mean to get revenue. It's not revenue. I don't know why you say revenue.
What percent is GVA from revenue? I don't know. Why does that matter?
What percent is? You mean how much smaller is GVA relative to revenue?
I think
it doesn't matter. We're telling you GVA is what matters. We're telling you GVA is what matters. Or GVA or profits are what matters. Like, yeah, what's the what? What?
I have no clue what he's asking.
Yeah. That's just bizarro.
I think he's just trying to find a reason to be opposed to it, but I don't think he
no,
knows enough.
Either way. So before we get to that, do you concede that looking at revenue double counts intermediary goods? Do you concede that, yes or no? Before you concede that, there's no point about talking about the measures or opening Fred up and guesstimating for other companies or whatever. But yeah, do you concede? No, and then we can move on. No, since you didn't want to use revenue. I told you why I don't. No, okay, so you agree GVA is fine. I just want you to agree now that revenue is bad. revenue double counts intermediary goods. You should not look at revenue. You should look at intermediary goods. You should not double count intermediary goods. For that reason, you should look at GVA or profits. You agree GVA is fine. It's fine.
Okay. Incredible.
Either way, you can fight with him. Hopefully you understand everything I said.
Believe so. Believe so.
Yeah, I'm gonna go. But yeah, okay.
It laughable that we're still talking about this 5 years later, 4 years later, whatever it is at this point.
Bro, give me the conspiracy. Give me the conspiracy. Yes, I need it. Fedsurrection. Fedsurrection.
Billions of dollars nationwide in property damage. Americans dead in major cities.
Yes,
police officers,
BLM.
innocent bystanders,
Yes.
protesters. Portland and Seattle lockdown.
Bro.
U.S. Treasury breach. Secret Service had to get all those protesters, all of whom were released, by the way, who went on to go ahead and deface our national monuments, the Lincoln Memorial, the World War II Memorial.
Oh no,
and it's a great,
not the
January 6th
memorial.
was a great sweep for all those things that happened over a continuous 6-month period. That's why they're holding on so hard to it. Also, I have to say it's the obsession with Hollywood and the Kino event that was January 6th. This is our fight against the empire type of agenda to push forward. It's fear mongering and exactly why they didn't win in 2024. And continuing down this path is only going to make you lose harder because we have moved on from January 6th, just like we moved on from the BLM riots and extremists on both sides of the platform, on both sides.
How they even moved on from the BLM riots, bro? Like Trump is deploying the National Guard to fucking DC, like
should be condemned. And
in California. Now I'm asking what he used to calculate GVA for top 500. So this is not for the top. Okay? He's not calculating that. That is just a data set within Fred. And also, it's not for the top 500 companies. I don't believe they show that. It's just for every. It's for all corporations.
So if it's for the top 500 companies, what I did is this. So, you have the GVA for all corporate business, and you have the profits for all corporate business, and we have the profits for just the top 500 companies. So to guesstimate that, it's probably meaningfully different, but like that's the best guess I can have right now, unless I open and look for the how much taxes they had to pay and the depreciation and whatever, and plus compensation of employees. What I did was I have the after not depreciation, valuation adjustment. So we know the profits of the companies, Fortune 500 companies, and so I just multiplied that by the GVA to profits ratio of all corporate businesses. That's an estimate. It's probably some difference because of selection of the top 500, whatever. And then that gives you 10 trillion to get estimate of 10 trillion gross value added of the top 500 businesses. That's what I did. Yeah. Either way, again, while he's in chat, I want to hammer this for the 5th time. None of this matters for what you cited. I gave a critique of the 350 company CEOs to median person, whatever. I gave a critique of that doesn't matter at all how much revenue or GVA or profits the top 500 companies have. It lends no credence either way. I just want to make it clear. My critique had nothing to do with how big the company is. So yeah. Or at least,
yeah.
Had nothing to do with like their percentage of GDP or whatever. Yeah, so.
True. My headphones are a little desynced. I need to.
We should be having normal middle of the road conversations. We do that as long as this is going to.
Someone doing TTS in the chat. Someone donate $300 for new headphones.
Last but not least, Soypill.
Yeah, on the soy pill, first I gotta say, Reynolds and Bones, they took all of my talking points. I had so many facts laid out, and they went and they said them all right in front of me like I wasn't even there. But I do want to say this. It's very obvious why we're still talking about January 6th. Donald Trump tried to subvert the democratic process. He tried to steal an election. He has refused to concede this election in 2020. He tried to organize forgery. Well, he didn't try. He organized forgery of false electors, violated the Electoral Count Act. People have gone to jail for this. And essentially, he is now the president, and it doesn't matter if it was 4, 10, or 80 years ago. He tried to steal...
Wait, is Taylor a pro January 6th?
Taylor? Oh, Tyler?
Tyler.
I don't know. He's not pro January 6th. Tyler, that's why I believe Tyler literally believes the vice president does just have the authority to do what Trump asked.
Wait, so he's a Trumper? I thought he said he's like a moderate Democrat or something. And just
he's pro Trump, but he calls himself a fucking. He's a retard. He's pro Trump, but he calls himself a Clinton Democrat, even though I've not seen him give any Clinton Democrat takes. Clinton
was pro trade, anti deficits, and pro democracy. Yeah. And I don't recall Clinton taking any action that killed 400,000 people in less than a year.
True.
But Trump did, defunding USAID. I recall Clinton intervening in Serbia, right, in favor of Kosovo, preventing a genocide. I remember that. I like that. That probably saved thousands of lives. But yeah.
Well, he is an
unless you're like anti-lives. What?
He is an interventionist, and he's like super pro-Israel. He's like insanely pro-Israel. Like,
oh, that's crazy. Okay, that's crazy. Yeah. Okay. Well.
The election. And if you're trying to keep someone in power who will not follow the democratic process, as per his own admission, it is still an issue. And we should all be aware of that. And we can talk about the riot and all that. Unironically, when I first saw that happen, I thought it was like, oh, this was just something that got out of hand. It's not Trump's fault.
What's the estimate for GVA to revenue ratio? I don't think it was, I forget what he, I think if he sends me a chart, I can read it. I don't remember what he said exactly.
And even if it's not, I think he did
that. But it doesn't, but none of that matters.
Again, do you want to join VC? I'm gonna be nice to you. I know I've been mean. I can just join VC. Divert me again, whatever. Join VC. I'll be nice.
Join VC.
Okay, but I'll explain how I got it. So here, I sent you in DMs the thing, right? So can you open on stream? I'll tell you what. Just open this. Just open this on stream.
Mm.
Yeah. Wait, can you share your screen so I don't need to wait for it to show up on screen and whatever?
Sure.
Here's one. Very quickly. Yeah. So scroll down. Click on it. Wait, what the fuck? Okay, so scroll up. Click on gross value added of a corporate business. Click on that. Oh, on the bottom below in the notes thing. Click on the title of the thing.
I don't know.
So you see notes. There's like below the share graph. There's note. The term note.
Yeah,
click
just
on
one.
that.
Okay, yeah, just the series. Okay.
Yeah, scroll down. Yeah, scroll down. Now you see the table that it came from. Click on the release table. Release tables. Click on that. Now you see all the tables of all from the national accounts. I'm pretty sure, right? Right. So this gives you the gross value added of all companies. But if you look down below there, you can find corporate profits with the inventory adjustments. No. You can see there. No, you're scrolling too much. It's like number 9 or something. Or wait, it's like number 11 on the thing. Not number 11.
Yeah.
So, I'm sorry. Wait, what is this? Yeah, profits after tax.
Inventory.
After tax.
Okay. Yeah.
After tax. Or wait, actually, I don't know if the article I looked at was post or after tax. That's a good point. I should look at. But either way, one of them, whichever one corresponds to the article. So you click on that. Then you just divide the two measures, right? The gross value added that we saw, you divide that by the corporate profits, which now that I think about it, I looked at profits after taxes. Probably was profits before taxes that they reported about how much they made, but whatever. So that probably undercounts. Either way, you're not going to get to 2/3 by definition because this profits are not revenue. It's the less revenue by definition. And so, yeah. And then you just divide the two, you get the ratio of gross value added to profits, and then you just multiply that by the profits to get the estimate of the GVA. That's what I did. Very quickly. It's probably crude. You'll probably find somewhere if I look hard enough, like actually reported, components of the GVA that I can calculate. But either way, whatever. I'm not going to do that for like a comment that doesn't even matter to the point we made. The point we made again. I'm gonna repeat it because you didn't listen to it, or at least didn't respond. The point I made was this: you are citing the EPI, the Economic Policy Institute. They're usually trashed, almost always. So what they're citing, what they're measuring, is the pay of the CEOs of the top 350 companies relative to the median or average, I think, median person, right? The problem with that is that the population grows and the number of companies in the United States grows, but the number is always the top 350. So think about it like this. If we have a country of 1 million people, and I look at the top 10,000 companies, right? Now I'm looking at 1% of all companies. Well, I'm sorry. Assume we have, but I'm sorry. Of course, people are not every person is a company. Okay, that's a little dumb. But like, imagine we had
corporations.
Imagine we had.
That's the real.
Yeah. Imagine we had 1,000 companies. Okay, imagine we had 1,000 companies, and I'm looking at the top 10 companies, right? So I'm looking right now at just 1% of all companies, the top 1% of companies, right? Now imagine that we had, population growth or whatever. We have more businesses in the United States now. And so now we have 10,000 businesses in the United States. But I'm still looking at the top 10. Now I'm only looking at the top 0.1 of all businesses. So of course it should skew higher relative to the median earnings of the average person, or the average, or the median. I'm sorry, of the median person or the median business or whatever. It's going to skew because you look far and farther into the income distribution. You should look at a set percentage, right? Like, or I'm sorry, at a set percentile of the distribution, like looking at median CEO pay to median wage. Wait, that's exactly what we did, and you didn't care. So, just very quickly, again, you know, data science kind of breaks your brain studying this. But you know, most of my degree was like complicated statistics and AI. I don't want to make it seem like I was just creating graphs all day, but a big part of it was graphs and whatever and measurements. But yeah, so
yeah.
Are you seriously gonna watch the fucking slop screen above?
I don't know. I'm definitely not gonna watch all of it, but I'm curious how stuff is going. So
yeah. Did you finish reading the article?
Yeah.
Okay, that's good. Yeah. What do you think?
I mean, I thought it was good, obviously.
Yeah. So now you know. Next time, some guys like, oh, corporations, they bought stocks with the Trump tax cuts or whatever. Well, I mean, I guess you could make a. I mean, not really. So some people say it went to corporate buybacks and not to wages, where it's not a zero sum thing.
Yeah.
Or it's not a economy. Yeah, but either way, yeah.
He didn't say. I think he did instigate. I do think he make it more. We can just focus on the false electors thing and the fact that Trump tried to steal it. That's so fucking important, and we're never going to get over it because he hasn't got over 2020. Just like everyone else here said, he's still focused on the fact that he hasn't lost. He asked people in Georgia to find the votes for him, votes that weren't there. He had a drafted letter from an attorney general that he tried to install that was already alleging fake things about these electors. This is all him trying to steal it. And if we want to argue about those facts, I guess we can get into that. But if you can look at all of that and say, no big deal, I think you're insane or deluded. So.
All right, thank you so much. Let's get into it. Go ahead.
All right. I'll go from the smallest to largest. So he misquoted the call. He didn't ask them to find votes that weren't there. He asked them to look through the votes that were there and find the ones that were made in error, made unjustly. And he said,
oh my god, dog! Yeah, he said find fraudulent votes that I can toss out. Oh my god!
But you claimed he claimed to have asked to find votes that weren't there. That is exactly.
Okay, then I misspoke. Sorry, excuse me. He said find me the exact amount of votes I need to win, which is fucking insane. But excuse me.
He was saying in the call.
Excuse me for misspeaking. Yeah, it's very bad.
Wait, so
after Georgia had already looked into all of these claims of election fraud, by the way.
Do you agree that he said find me votes, right?
Yeah, he said find me votes, and then
specifically the amount he needs to win because there was no actual.
Well, because there's more context.
Why are you being pedantic?
There's more context.
Context matters. No, I know what he's mad. I know what he said. What he's talking about, and so he misquoted it. So you double
on that call, by the way, he literally was repeating the same lies about the OAN video. He literally was the suitcases, stuff that had already been debunked.
Down on the misquote and ignoring the hold on. We don't just talk
about exactly what he was saying.
Hold on. I knew what he was saying, and so he misquoted it. That's how I was able to correct it. Now you doubling down on this misreading shows me that you are okay with lying.
Correction meant nothing. The central fact. The central fact.
Go ahead.
Hey, you're
Tyler. Shut up. Hold on. Let him go, Tyler. Then you can respond about it.
Okay, so Ringgold, you gave a really solid argument that Trump keeps bringing it up. He just went into everyone who thinks the election didn't go smoothly hates democracy is a little bit of just insult casting.
That's
you did say that. You said
him trying to violate
his followers hate democracy.
Hold on. I said that he hates democracy because he tried to violate the law to steal the election, and Trump supporters hate democracy for putting him up as their candidate.
He didn't violate the law. He just interpreted
the Electoral Count Act. He was trying to break the Electoral Count Act.
One more minor violation of the Electoral Count Act. Also, he even that the fake elector, maybe not Trump himself, but the state level electors also broke state level laws, right? The multiple of them have gone to jail for orchestrating that. Now, I don't know if Trump himself would have been is liable for some of those things. The Georgia RICO case, I guess, it was charging him, but
the president is able to interpret
low human capital very much.
Anyway, he sees fit.
The interpretation. What was the interpretation?
The president is able to interpret laws how he sees fit, and the check on that is the Supreme Court. Yes or no?
Okay, sure. What was his legal argument?
His legal argument was that the Electoral College Act left an opening,
which always made him bad faith. He's been said it would be shot down 9-0 by the Supreme Court.
Yes,
I have to correct you. You said it wrong. It's not the Electoral College Act. It's the Electoral Count Act. You said it wrong, Tyler. I know it's a correction that means absolutely nothing to your argument. But
the argument wasn't that there's a loophole in the ECA. The argument was that the ECA is unconstitutional and that Vice President Pence has an Article 2 ability to, or a 22nd Amendment ability to just divert away from it. It wasn't that there's a loophole within the law. It was that we need to break the law because it's unconstitutional anyway, and the Supreme Court will not rule on it.
Well, I'm going to get into the legality of it after with Bone's statement claiming there was an insurrection when insurrection wasn't even charged, and the Supreme Court said the exact opposite.
Wow. Nice one, dog.
He did absolutely.
Just claiming laws are and without even a charge, let alone a conviction,
it was admitted. It was admitted by Eastman. He said a minor violation of the ECA. He said this is where we diverge from the procedure laid out in the ECA.
That's an admission. No one even disputes.
Interpret laws.
That's not an interpretation.
Yes, it is. It goes to the courts, and the courts decide if the president
He's been saying let's break the ECA.
Yeah, I killed the guy. I killed the guy, but it's my legal interpretation that the murder statute.
What do you mean? I don't know how Tyler believes it. I don't think he does believe it, really.
That's not how the novel legal theory works. Something has to be prima facie. No, it is not. Something has to be unprima facie legal. Prima facie is at face value. It's a legal term. If something is not at its face illegal, you can make a novel legal theory around it.
Okay, it was at its face illegal. They literally said it was illegal. This violates the ECA.
That's not what Eastman said.
He said that one more minor. This plan requires one more minor violation of the ECA, but also like it just plainly violated the text of the ECA as well. Like you can just look at, like even like more like procedural things, like the fact that like you have to. There's a good memo from Greg Jacob, Pence's legal counsel, explaining like every way in which the plan broke the law. But like even like things like you have to open the electoral slates in alphabetical order, and then you have to like you're not allowed to move on to the next state until any dispute over the state you just opened until those are like finalized or whatever. Like even that was broken by Eastman's plan, even though it's not even like a hugely consequential part of the Electoral Count Act. But
if someone says this action is a divergence from this law, what else are we supposed to interpret it as?
That's not what he said. What Eastman said that is if this went to the SCOTUS, there's a good chance it could get voted down.
he said there's one more. He's not even. I don't know if Tyler is like doesn't know what they're quoting. They're quoting an email between Eastman and either Eastman and Chesbrough or Eastman and someone else, where Eastman was like, this plan, this would require one more minor violation of the Electoral Count Act. Where's the... Yeah, this memo goes over like all the ways illegal, but it's like I said, even these like procedural things, like electoral vote certificates must be opened, presented, and acted upon in the alphabetical order of states, beginning with the letter A. It further provides that no votes or papers from any other state shall be acted upon until any objections to the vote or papers from any state shall have been finally disposed of. Professor Eastman instead proposes that no action be taken and no dispute be made on the competing certificates for the 5 to 7 states with multiple electoral vote submissions. After each electoral vote certificate is read, the President of the Senate shall call for objections if any. Professor Eastman instead proposes that the Vice President shall not call for objections with respect to the certificates for 5 to 7 states with multiple electoral vote submissions. This would have the effect of depriving representatives and senators of the ability to make objections to the counting of electoral vote certificates and to debate those objections. The Electoral Count Act provides whether or not any objections have been made, competing slates of electors must be submitted to the Senate and House for debate and disposition. Professor Eastman would instead refer competing slates of electors to state legislators for disposition. Like multiple of these ways, which is broken. I get that, but does only looking at median CEO salary accurately depict wealth disparity when we have millions of C? Can we? Oh my god! Wait, I don't want to do this shit anymore. Kill me.
I have an experiment. I'm gonna send you a tweet. What I want you to do is read the tweet, and then scroll down as fast as possible through the replies. Just like you don't have to scroll quickly, like middle wheel press, whatever. Yeah, do that. Yeah, do that also.
Okay, wait. I thought, were you gonna?
I'll send you an DM.
Oh man, respond to what Vermi said. Oh my god. This is nice. Incredible. Vermi, you're the one that cited the fight. Do you concede, Vermi, that the EPI statistic you cited is kind of bullshit? It's kind of stupid. Do you concede that?
Again. What do you want me to quote? I mean, the fact that he emailed Greg Jacob while the certification was being paused due to the riot, saying,
"Bro,
it wasn't about if you go with 500 or not. It's about a consistent comparison of percentiles over time. What you would expect, we would all expect the ratio of the top 0.10%, 0.1%, my bad, 0.1% to be higher to, the ratio of the median person to the top 1% to be higher than the ratio of the median person to the top 1%. Oh, I'm sorry, the other way around, like top 0.1% to the median person versus 1% to the median person. Right? Of course, we would expect the latter, that is top 0.1% to the median person, to be higher than 1%. Right? Whatever. Right? Of course, we would expect that to be higher, and so it makes no sense to compare over a consistent amount of top companies over time, because the more companies we have in the United States, the more and more.
Okay, they're like the fifth time we've done this. Okay, Vermi, if you want to join VC, you can. Otherwise, we're done with it. Okay, I'm not. This entire stream can't be Vermi V sample text joining VC at random times and you chatting at random
unless he
times.
joins VC. Unless he joins VC, I'm not. I just like it's gonna be a headache, and I gotta go to sleep. So either way. So yeah. But again, I'll be nice. I promise. I promise. Everyone in the audience can judge or judge me if I don't. So whatever. Low fair. Yeah. So. No, I'll be nice. I'll be very patient. But yeah, the EPI stuff is bullshit. And even if it was true, it doesn't justify any policy.
True.
But yeah, either way. Yeah.
You haven't, Vermi, do you admit that the EPI stuff is kind of a little shitty? You can deflect all you want to this stuff. Do you admit the fundamental criticism there is good? Now we're gonna keep leaping, probably.
Or I'm just asking for a minor violation of the ECA.
Different interpretation.
No,
legally, he is legally allowed to do this. That's why he wasn't charged with insurrection.
He was charged.
He was not charged. Not with insurrection. No, he
I'm
was
not claiming insurrection. I'm not claiming insurrection.
No one. I don't know why we're pivoting to this.
Well, yeah, Bones said the only charge of insurrection came from the Colorado Supreme Court when they tried to usurp federal power, and they got slapped down by the SCOTUS because they said Trump at face value was innocent of insurrection unless charged.
Okay, so I'm not talking about an insurrection charge, but he was charged for trying to violate the law, for trying to violate the ECA via criminal conspiracy to stop the certification of the election.
What were his charges again?
It was a criminal conspiracy.
It was fraud, and obstruction was what he was charged with.
Was the Jack Smith case not a criminal conspiracy case?
It was a fraud case. 3 counts of fraud and 1 count of.
Are you sure you're not thinking of the Georgia case?
It was vice versa. 3 obstructions and one.
I believe the Jack Smith case was criminal conspiracy to defraud the United States is, I think, one of the charges for the Jack Smith case. I could be wrong, but I'm fairly certain. Fairly certain that's what it was.
Yeah. So just to be clear, the Taylor guy knows nothing, and he's just on a panel, and he makes basic mistakes like that. Is that what's going on?
Yeah.
He's just confusing straightforwardly the Georgia and Jack Smith case.
I believe so.
It was a conspiracy to defraud the United States. I remember listening to the released indictment. The Bulwark had the reading of it. I remember listening to it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this is pathetic. Either way.
Yeah, I believe. Yeah, the charge was. I actually don't know if they. Oh yeah, no. Here, conspiracy to defraud the United States, obstruction, and conspiracy to obstruct, conspiracy against rights.
Are you certain you're not thinking about the Georgia case? Yeah, I'm pretty sure Trump v. U.S. was a.
Fannie Williams was a RICO case. Fannie Williams in Georgia, where I live, was a RICO case. Yes, I'm not confusing the two. Jack Smith charged him with 1 count of fraud, 3 counts of obstruction. Come on, guys.
Okay, well, it doesn't.
And then other charges. I don't know if any of these other charges
the
are.
Election make it any better? I mean, he was still charged with it, right?
It doesn't. I mean, you could obstruct the election. You obstructed the count. The election was already done by 2 months.
What's the law that dictates the electors being counted? It's like it's like the
Electoral Count Act. How did he violate
the
said Count Act, Tyler? What did he do?
He didn't violate it. He interpreted it in a way that was too liberal, and he
minor violation.
Too liberal.
He interpreted the president has this right. It's the same thing when Joe Biden said, "I don't have the right." To violate the law. He flat out said, "I don't have the right to cancel student loans in this way," and then tried to do it that way after. He said, "I don't."
True. Yes. Wow. This is the same thing.
Wait, Tyler. I want to lay out some facts. Tell me if I get something wrong here. When they have a top-down directive from Meadows, the chief of staff, and Rudy Giuliani to say, "Let's forge documents
Sample, I'm pretty sure this
is correct electors, so that Pence can pick these false electors when they are sent to me." You're saying this is just
real. Yeah, conspiracy to defraud the United States, conspiracy to obstruct an official proceeding, obstruction and attempt to obstruct an official proceeding, and conspiracy against rights.
Just a minor interpretation of how the law is interpreted, and not the reason why all these people were charged with 8 felony counts each.
Your game tag stuck in Minecraft, dude. That's because J-Car, should it be? This Kick is annoying, okay? Tell Kick to change this. When I play Minecraft in a background of stream, it automatically changes it to Minecraft, and it sucks. What's up?
Yeah, just Look at his smug, retarded face. I mean, he's just so confidently wrong on every fucking issue, whether it's tariffs or Trump broadly or January 6th. I mean, this guy's actively, everyone in chat should know, this guy's actively defending an attempted coup of the country. And he's just like, doesn't even have the knowledge to even defend it well. He's like getting it basically wrong. It just looks so obvious. And like, I don't know how we don't shame enough people like that. It's pathetic, beyond pathetic. What an excuse. But just very pathetic. I'm just very mad. But this guy's pathetic. Holy shit. Yeah. Good thing that he doesn't have any audience whatsoever.
For the time being. Also, you guys want to know something funny? This is a lawsuit. Civil suit with the fake electors in Wisconsin. And this is the confession that as a result of them settling the suit, the false electors signed. On December 14th, in compliance with requests received from the Trump campaign and Republican Party of Wisconsin, we met at the Wisconsin State Capitol and executed a document titled Certificate of the Votes of the 2020 Electors from Wisconsin. That document stated, in part, that we were the duly elected and qualified electors for President and Vice President of the United States of America from the state of Wisconsin. The electoral defendants took the foregoing action because they were told that it was necessary to preserve the electoral votes in the event a court challenge may later change the outcome of the election in Wisconsin. That document was then used as part of an attempt to improperly overturn the 2020 presidential election results. The duly elected presidential electors for the state of Wisconsin for the 2020 presidential election were blah, 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 all these people. We hereby reaffirm that Joseph R. Biden Jr. won the 2020 presidential election and that we were not the duly elected presidential electors for the state of Wisconsin for the 2020 election. We oppose any attempt to undermine the public's faith in the ultimate result of the 2020 election. We hereby withdraw the documents that were executed on December 14th. Yeah. And they also, by the way, agreed to never participate in the electoral college again, which is funny. But yeah. Because it uses the word improper, not illegal, but, you know.
Each a forgery?
Were they charged federally? I'm pretty sure they were charged at the state level for violating state laws.
Yes, the Michigan attorney charged them for felony forgery.
Because the state has their own actions. You're just amalgamating all different laws from different schools.
And yeah, Roxas, he was doing that.
Schools of law all together in the one. The state has state laws, yes. Certain states have those laws. Every state has a different way they pick electors.
Let me
they weren't charged in every state.
All right, so I get the argument from some of y'all on the left.
Also, Trump was I believe Trump was an unnamed co-conspirator in the Arizona case as well.
There were some crimes committed, and then I go on.
We do a little crime.
Oh yeah, there's a little crime.
Or I think he might have been a named and not charged. Arizona, I don't believe charged him, but he might have been named.
This y'all's argument. There's some crimes committed. You know, I don't know. I don't even know if I agree with that. But let's just say hypothetically for the sake of this
for conspiracy.
I do. Let's just for funsies, right? And I don't know even if I agree with what y'all said that it amounts to the level of a coup, or it's any worse than say what happened to Biden, where all these people voted and then y'all swapped it out last minute.
True. Thanks, Gibbs.
So I'm sitting here and I'm seeing all these things, and it's 5 years later. Right, and we're going on panels, and I know, and we're not talking about this specific panel, but the reason we're having this panel is I'm going on panels, and we're talking about things like is Trump a good president, or the latest news that's happening, and we go and talk about it, and then
he's upset that Bethan's Bulldog brought January 6th up in his debate. Oh my God!
Okay. January 6th comes up, and we can't move on. What is this obsession? I don't understand.
Gibbs, let me give you an analogy. Can I give you an analogy, Gibbs? All right. Let's say you're gonna get married. You're married, right, Gibbs?
Yeah.
Okay. So right before you get married, like you're about to give her the ring. You give her the ring. They're about to say I do, and then you found out 10 seconds ago she fucked your best man in the closet, right? Okay. Now 5 to 10 years later, she says, "Don't worry, babe. You can trust me." Would you trust her?
You know,
I didn't say 5 to 10. Say like you tried to get married again 3 years later.
Oh, and even though there's evidence of her, there's like literally a video of her getting plowed by your best man. She continually says it never happened. Would you trust her?
Sounds like AI. I don't know.
Sounds
no, this is before AI existed. This is before AI. This was 2020. Okay.
You know,
AI doesn't exist.
I probably wouldn't trust him in that scenario. However, this doesn't seem like the same scenario to me. It doesn't seem like the same scenario, right? Because this is what it comes down to, right? Like I go, and well, let me give you the problem, right? So there has been a contingent of Republicans, and that have said this since, I don't know, before I was born, probably. And all of them are like, we don't trust the government. They're in the cahoots. There's this uniparty. They've been all saying this, et cetera, et cetera. And finally, there's a populist. Trump gets in. And he goes in there and it's like, oh, we see
the populace gets in there. It's all weaponized against him.
Looks to me, what I would like to say is ticky-tack going for
DOJ, corruption,
then the Republicans turn around and now they're doing the lawfare back. And I see the Dems going, woe is me, we're persecuted, like, et cetera, and I'm like, well, it's the same, but no different. But then y'all expect me at the same time to believe somehow January 6th wasn't just ticky-tack lawfare. And y'all looking up like, oh, we got a quote of him saying this one time in a meeting somewhere, and that's like, oh, go look for votes 4 times. Yeah, I mean, if it's coming up to the election, you really think if you really think people are like rigging the election, aren't you gonna want to investigate? Say, all right, go find these votes. Like, go look. Like,
I agree. Again, in that call, which I believe happened January 3rd, was it? He literally repeated lies about election fraud that he had been told were lies before, like about the suitcases in that OAN video.
I partially agree that people take the Raffensperger call and make it out to be at like too much of a silver bullet when the silver bullet is right here. They were arguing the entire fucking time to break the law to have the vice president unilaterally choose Trump's electors. So my question to any Trump supporter who wants to talk about anything other than this is, why the fuck would you vote for someone who tried to steal the last election?
Well, I guess what I'm saying is it feels to me that the elections have been stolen is what a lot of people feel like. I'm not saying this, just to clarify. All right.
Yeah, I lived through 2000 hanging chads in Florida when the brother of the president was the governor.
Yes. Oh my God, Gore, who conceded the election before like the safe harbor date, even like December 14th or whatever. Oh my God.
I mean, like this is why the illegal aliens redistricting thing is a fight right now, right? Like because Republicans are going, we've been getting our votes stolen for all these years, and the
yes, illegal immigrants. Yes, is what we need to talk about right now.
It's just of games, and I don't see why this is any worse than the other. One type of stealing is a different.
The difference is that Donald Trump made an effort to throw electoral votes out for 7 states that didn't vote for him. That's the difference. Is that you can talk about like weird procedure about who gets to vote, who doesn't get to vote, who gets removed from the voter or the voter rolls or whatever. Donald Trump said, "Hey, I realize that all of you voted for Joe Biden. Hey, I realize that the state executive certified all of it. Pence, just throw that out. You don't just fuck Congress. They don't need to say anything about it. You just choose my electors." There's nothing more I can't think of a more anti-democracy thing that Trump could have possibly done other than literally just canceling the election. He tried to change the electoral votes for 7 states.
Well, let's go to say to you, you're the most pro-Trump person here, I think, like out of anybody here. So what is your thoughts on this so far? Do you agree with their assessments?
No, of course not. I don't think, like, in the grand scheme of things, I really don't think that there is anything more American. I was talking to Tyler about this before we joined the panel.
Now we're just justifying it. Oh my God.
This was obviously something that was going around, right? Big circles, go to January 6th, go to January 6th. And I think that the underlying conversation that really isn't talked about a lot that, like, I was telling people was do not go to January 6th. The way this is being promoted, this is obviously going to be a Fed op. Some bullshit's going to go down. Do not go.
Yeah. There we go. We got it eventually. Okay, the Fed psyop. Let's go.
Wow, on January 6th, how surprised I was to perfectly see this Kino operation in front of the Capitol. It was lovely, and I know why Democrats are obsessed with it. And I think that the thing that like I really need to come to terms with is just like I don't care. Just like I'm not interested in discussing BLM riots anymore either.
Wait, so we're at a point in this country. False electors was like a federal operation to trick Trump into making people forge documents to pretend to be the correct electors? Was that also?
No, I think like the actual like just the shit that happened. I mean, we saw them opening up the gates and allowing people to come into.
Okay, sure. That's why I said like we don't even have to focus on that because that is a part of it. But I think the more damning thing is specifically trying to.
By the way, Sadie girl would never agree to a 1v1 with me, and I kind of doubt she would even agree to a 1v1 with either Renil or Soypill. Okay, she's only gonna hide all these beliefs in the context of a panel where they want to talk about other more relevant things. She's never going to agree to like a 1v1 conversation where you can have a chat about each individual bullshit talking point she brings up, okay? Because this is probably not going to be addressed in a panel, and it should be addressed because there are more relevant things than the riot itself and whether or not that the riot itself was a Fed psyop or whatever. But she's only going to bring this up in the safety of the situation where she's not going to be challenged, and she's never going to agree to a 1v1.
To subvert the ECA by having people forge documents and pretend to be the real electors and make Mike Pence choose them, which is completely aside from the rioting part.
We're coming at it from a very different perspective because I agree with Tyler. Like a novel legal theory is not something that you can.
That's not a novel legal theory. They're breaking the law. That's why they were prosecuted.
Well, let me push back on that story just a little bit. Let me just push that back.
So if I were to say I can kill someone because I want to, that is.
Decker was right.
You're not president of the United States.
Well, hold on. I do want to examine 2 things that Sadie and Soypill brought up right now, right? Okay. So Soypill was like, well, let's not even talk about January 6th. Let's talk about the thing that's got more substance, right? And I would genuinely like. Agree with you. That's maybe a better way. I don't think that's the way you can do it in this case because for so long we've heard, oh, January 6th in and of itself was just a coup, right? Like they were trying to hang people, and then it turns out there really was some sort of FBI op or something going along lines. It seems like there's evidence to support there's some of these things, and that's claimed.
Oh my God! Yeah, the 26 confidential informants we had. Yes,
especially pardons, and it's moved.
Whoa.
It's moved to this kind of thing where we're at.
No,
right
the
now,
electoral count act violations were not alleged like the day of because we only got exposure to this right after. But obviously, everyone for a very short time or months after are exclusively exclusively talking about the big riot that happened, which, by the way, I'm not saying that's irrelevant. The only reason I'm putting that aside is because you can kind of play games with, well, did Trump really incite it? Like, maybe he just kind of encouraged it or didn't denounce it enough. And like, yes, okay, people came and said, hey, Trump, you really need to put a stop to this, and he refused to do it and tweeted out things like, Mike Pence needs to do what needs to be done, and he failed you. But if we can put all that aside, just breaking the law by having these false electors go is enough to be like, oh, this guy does not give a shit about the democratic process. He will refuse to concede the election despite losing, and will 5 years later continue to say, hey, I'm not going to follow or uphold the results of the election when it happens. So why would you ever trust this person if unless you can just say right now, I am okay with the benevolent king who refuses to follow some of these laws? That's cool with me.
Whoa. How can you trust the Democratic Party after what they just did in the last election?
Yes, pivot immediately. Yes, thank you. Yeah, wow.
You the candidate that you voted for in the primary and put a new candidate in there that nobody voted for in the last 90 days.
And then we had a referendum on that. Wait, well, Sadie, we had a referendum on that. Excusing the fact that this has nothing to do with saying the election never happened. We had a referendum on that. Everyone said, you know what, I don't like that, and more people voted for Trump. And if you want to say, okay, cool, that's fine, all right. But also, just because you could say, well, I don't trust the fact that they didn't put who I voted for in the primary in, is absolutely not at all violating the law to subvert the democratic process. An equivalent would have been if Joe Biden or Kamala Harris had said, oh, you know what, I know you all majorly voted for Trump.
Wait, the equivalent would have been Kamala Harris saying, I don't like the results of the election. I'm going to swear myself in as president. Like, that's what this novel legal theory entails, by the way. It's that Kamala Harris should have just sworn herself in as fucking president. Like, she should have just certified. She should have just, thrown out some of the votes, like
on whether or not you like the Democrats. But no, never mind. The president is interpreting that I don't want to honor that election, and we're staying in office.
Referendum on January 6th. Why wasn't that same election a referendum on January 6th and proof for you to drop it because it didn't work?
Sorry, it's not a matter. G6 is a matter of messaging. It's a matter of holding Republicans accountable for trying to uproot our democracy.
Yeah, if you want to say Republicans don't care about someone who's a liar, yeah, obviously.
I just wish they come out.
But if you want to say why are people still talking about it? Because it's happened. He tried to subvert the election, and yeah, just because a bunch of idiots don't give a shit does not mean we shouldn't care.
I would just like
to know. We had a referendum on that.
We didn't have a referendum on whether or not he did it. We had a referendum on whether or not Republicans care. Yeah. So can all three of the Republicans on the panel say, I don't really care that Donald Trump tried to steal 2020?
I don't view it from your same point of view, and I never will. We're coming from a very different
foundation. If it was just a novel legal theory, why did Eastman ask Giuliani to be put on a pardon list?
True.
No, are you really going to bring up this argument when we're seeing unprecedented, pardons being thrown out for people who may or may
Yes, pivot again. Yes, that was the question. Woohoo! Yay!
If it was legal, why would you need pardoned? If it was legal, why would you need pardoned?
Because obviously he wasn't handing out pardons.
Probably the same reason Hunter Biden was put on a...
Yes, lawfare, true, thanks, Tyler.
He did crimes, actually.
He did a bunch of people didn't commit any crimes in the January 6th
This didn't happen. This was 2020. So the lawfare precedence doesn't work here. If it was legal,
probably for the same reason. Probably for the same reason that Joe Biden blanket pardoned a bunch of people leaving office. Because when the other party comes in, they go after the previous administration.
Yeah, every time. That's definitely not something pretty unique to Trump. Oh my God.
So you can ask for whatever.
So if he wanted this, if the check for this kind of behavior is going to the courts, why would he want a pardon to evade all judicial inquiry into it?
Because the check is for him to go to the courts for his actions, not for somebody that's advising him. They don't have the same legal protections as the president.
He dictated this person to do this, just to be clear. There's confirmed that he both knew and told him to do this.
Yeah, they don't have the same legal protections. That's why he'd ask for a pardon.
Right, so what we're asking is, you're saying because the president did it and not someone who doesn't have the protections of the president, it's okay that he tried to steal the election because he's allowed to do that. Just to be
clear. I think he was just questioning the election.
Just questioning. Got a few questions.
Throw out the people. Yeah, unilaterally throw out the votes of the people.
After he already went through a bunch of legal channels to try to, overturn the election. Like, Giuliani, filed like half of those 60 fucking lawsuits, okay, to try to get the results overturned. He had his own voter fraud investigation team or whatever. I believe Mike Pence was even on that council or whatever, and they found jack shit, but he didn't care.
Okay, I'm fine with that. If Tyler wants to make the argument, it's okay to try to steal the election.
And there was at least there were some people who testify that they heard Trump say it doesn't matter if you win or lose, right? You still have to fight like hell. There are people who testify that Trump didn't even think that he actually won the election.
I think that's okay.
Or at least did not care at all.
I understand that we're not okay with that, and that's why we're still talking about it.
Get to that. I got a question for you guys when we get there, but I want to answer Gibbs' question before we move on too much. So Gibbs, the reason why is a complete lack of empathy and being awful at politics. Not only with 2024 a referendum on this, but people that constantly go back to January 6th don't understand that most people that don't already agree with them think somewhat differently than them. It's a complete lack of empathy, and they think if they just keep hammering down this point that hasn't worked for 4 years, suddenly it'll start working.
We're not trying to do it to get leverage over you, Tyler. It's because we actually have a legitimate problem with it. And if you don't see that, we're doing a bad part of messaging, but it's because you're being so obtuse and don't care. Like you just admitted that if someone tries to steal the election, it's fine if they're president. We care about that.
They don't understand.
Trump was just asking questions.
It's my opinion.
Actual insurrection.
You guys don't understand. It was my opinion that the sky is red, and then the voters voted, and they voted that the sky sky's red. So I don't know why you guys keep saying it's blue. Like,
the question of the problem is, why do people keep bringing this up during panels, especially when it's not a panel related to it? And the reason why
because he's said in panels talking about Trump's job now, and that's still relevant. He's president right now.
How people that don't agree with him on politics think, because they completely lack empathy for anyone outside of their bubble, and they think keep bringing this up and it's a good thing. But the general public has moved on; they don't give a shit.
You can say that we lack empathy, but you can't even understand why we keep bringing it up. You think we're some sort of like, oh, we got to smear Trump and make sure he looks bad. It's like, no, we're really upset that the current president tried to steal and has refused to admit that he lost, and he might do it again.
Yeah, I agree with you, and you're only upset because he has an R in front of his name.
Let's
no. I would not support Joe Biden if he did this. I would
he followed the Stacey Abrams model, and nobody cares if Stacey Abrams is still in the party.
What is the Stacey Abrams model? What are you referring to when you say that?
Lose an election with zero proof, say the election was stolen from you, and then take legal action to try to overturn the results of an election.
It wasn't legal. He took legal action. All the legal action failed. That's why he moved to his illegal conspiracy plot.
Do you think our problem is taking legal action to challenge the election? Is that the problem that me, Soypill, and Bones illustrated?
No,
honestly, so it's not the same.
It is important you guys misunderstand what the president's abilities are.
Stacey Abrams, did she have any false electors?
No.
Are you genuinely asserting?
Were there any prosecutions with anyone she dictated to question the election results?
No.
Are you genuinely asserting that it's the right of the president to unilaterally change the results of the state's elections?
Yes,
No.
Tyler believes
Okay.
this. No, I don't know. I'm pretty sure Tyler. I could be wrong. Fairly certain he literally does believe the vice president has that power. But
he can interpret laws in the way he sees fit.
the only reason people got over it was a coordinated effort of messaging through what is essentially Republican state media to con people into it, that it wasn't a big deal. I mean, I don't think it's a salient issue to most like voters. Like I think they care way more about the price of eggs in January 6th, unfortunately. And I think that's almost always going to be the case, regardless of the media environment. But yeah, I mean, that is fucked as well. No fucking like Stacey Abrams.
Laws to say anything he wants ever?
You can try to, and then the courts are there to check that. Yes.
Okay, and then
would you be okay with Donald Trump?
I
declare I'm the king. Donald Trump says I declare I'm the king tomorrow, and the Supreme Court, because they're a majority Trump picks, say, okay, that's cool. Would you be okay with that? Not is it legal?
If all of those silly things were to happen, which is impossible under our system, no, I wouldn't say that. But that's not how it actually happens or works. Yeah.
What if the president nukes Chicago?
That's not the craziest thing that's been alleged so far, honestly.
Well, you guys need to explain novel legal theory to you again, because
novel legal theory. Break the law. Novel legal theory. Break the Electoral Count Act, please. That's my level.
They had to change the Electoral Count Act after this happened.
Let me just get a little order.
Yeah, they changed the Electoral Count Act because it was written in 1800 and they wanted a safeguard against this plan in the future. It's obviously not proof that this plan was legal in the first place.
Something y'all just said, right? So, you mentioned, okay, this is the message y'all are getting. Maybe it's our fault we're not getting a message. And Tyler's been arguing kind of adamantly here that the lack of empathy, the lack of understanding. I think that might be a big issue here, like the crosswire, the talking past each other in some regard, right? I maybe fall in this category because it's like my team and the alternative was just so much worse. I kind of don't give a shit, right? Although I do think it's ticky-tack bullshit and it's not any worse than any of the other stuff that's happened. Like if it was an actual coup, I would definitely be against it, right? If he pulled in with the military and said no, and I've seen
sure, that's
like
what you need for a coup.
Level, so I'm not convinced.
Oh
I think this is all like pretty ticky-tack personally.
Wait,
however, hold on.
Because that's a good point. I really need to ask you this then. So you said it would change your mind if he drove up with tanks, and like why would driving up with tanks change it, right? Because that's like a specific physical force that he is like using to take over, right? So why is that different insofar as why is that different? Why is that different than if he tries to do it through ways that don't require physical force, but require people to go and lie and subvert and change the votes of people? Why would that be different to you?
I will tell you why. Well, one, and I'm not going to do the thing that Tyler was doing on Twitter, where he's arguing about like specific legal definition that are Encyclopedia Britannica. However, that being said, I am about to do that a little bit. I think a coup is a very specific thing. It's a coup d'etat, right? Like you envision Napoleon walking in and like with the troops after he runs out and they all come in there and they hold everybody at gunpoint. That's a coup. Like you imagine like an armed junta taking over, right? And so I can see whenever we talk about this novel legal theory and where the concern is, and I think you have valid.
But he said, Gibbs. Maybe he's doing this like ironically or whatever. I'm pretty sure literally does believe that the shit that happened to Biden was the coup.
Right, and
I think he said at least much more of a coup, which is crazy.
Courts play out and they decide, as opposed to like y'all throwing this fit saying it's a coup, because I think the messaging y'all are having is not working with the public, right?
Sure, right, because like insurrection doesn't like reflect like what Sadie was saying. Like if you think insurrection, you don't think people walking in the lines inside the White House Capitol or in the Capitol, right? Like it's like, well, that doesn't look like people throwing out the people or guillotine. Well, to be fair, they did have the guillotine, but they didn't use it on anyone, right? I understand that. I'm very sympathetic to that argument, and that's why I'm trying to like avoid the whole thing of coup, insurrection, like the specific wording. The problem we have is he tried to subvert the will of the people by saying, here's some false electors, just pick these ones. I know that's not the way these states voted, and that is our issue.
Well, let me just take a little step further. So a big portion of my audience is local people, right? Like in my town, right? So I live in San Antonio. I go and talk to these people, and they all are mostly center left for the most part. There's some things that are right on it. Generally, they're center left. And so I go talk to these people, and I will bring up January 6th to them to see kind of what their responses are. And if they're like really far left and they really don't line, their responses are similar to what y'all have been giving me. However, the normal person's like, oh yeah, something happens at the Capitol, but that's it. And you're like,
right. That's why I wanted to talk to
no one disagrees with that.
It's too
I didn't even know about this until a couple
They
months
don't
ago.
give a shit. They don't know how our electoral accounting system works. Like the idea of trying to usurp the electoral college system.
True. No one even half of Americans don't even know how the electoral college works in the first place.
When I would bet that like 90% of the electorate doesn't know what an electoral
I feel like
college
Gibbs is 90% case to have real.
Or like what an elector is.
Because he's at a way to benefit himself, where coup is much more closely related to January 6th. The purpose of what a coup is, the attempt. Oh yeah.
Right. Like let's say this: if there were videos of Trump employees, let's say people wearing MAGA hats, stuffing ballot boxes in counties, it would be very obvious to most people what that is, right?
Like in Connecticut, like what they have in Connecticut with the judge,
Bro.
the mayor.
We can get into whatever that is later. The point is, this is a very obvious thing you can see on cameras. Like, okay, this person is stealing, they're cheating, right? The difference is people don't understand electors. I myself didn't even know about this elector scheme until a couple months later because it took a while to like get it all onto the same page. And you see, oh, not only did this big riot happen where people were running in, but to be clear, it's not like all these people went in there like, yep, as soon as we take over the Capitol, the election's gonna no, they were protesting. It got out of hand. We could talk about them like encouraging it, whether or not it was trying to be used to pressure Mike Pence. But the point is, the specific scheme to steal the elector vote, to say, hey, here are all these electors that are endorsed by the governor that go and choose the president, and those people are chosen by the will of the people to vote. He tried to pick different ones, which is essentially stuffing the ballot box. That's the issue we have. And it's very hard to explain that to people because, for one, most people don't know, but also it's like 3 degrees of separation from you actually voting.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm just like, because I think that's a big problem, right? Is the messaging like aspect of this, and it comes off. I think
I don't.
Plan.
You can't just let this go just because a bunch of people are saying it doesn't matter.
A better example would be if it's like 10 years down the road and your wife is still bringing up that, Derek raped her and you're over here like divorced already and you got someone new in place. Like, and it's your first wife still bitching about this.
He's literally back in power. Okay.
The Fox News lawfare against Donald
Well, we had Biden in between them. Now you're
Derek's still your best friend. It's like, hey, why are you still friends with Derek? He raped me. And you're like, well, what? It's been 10 years. All the boys are cool with it, dude.
4 years.
In terms of election strategy, Gibbs is 100% right here. According to the Fox News exit poll in my notes,
who gives a
fuck?
fuck?
The state of democracy, we're voting against Democrats for their use of lawfare against Donald Trump. So
wow.
Lawfare is probably talking about the 34 felony count, like forgery thing with Cohen, right? This is not January 6th.
Then. I'm telling you, that in terms of what voters actually do, when they're looking at
if every voter, if the polling suggested that we should just say, well, no one cares, so don't talk about it, I'm not going to drop my principle on whether or not we should keep a president who doesn't agree with democracy just because a bunch of people are cool with it. That's not how my principles work. I'm going to advocate that it matters. Now, if you're saying the messaging might be different, yeah, I think the fact that we pressed it was a coup, it was an insurrection, specifically talking about this thing, which even I, when it happened, was like, well, I don't know if he really did that on purpose. It's kind of hard to see. Yeah, that did hurt the fact that once the facts came out, it's hard to explain.
Convince me that it should be illegal for media to work hand-in-hand with any politicians to degree separation. I don't know how you would enforce that, and I don't know how you would
if the main message you're pushing
not violate the First Amendment.
The main message. I'm saying there's a reason we're still talking about it. It should never not be in a conversation about it.
I'm not saying that's the main message. Hold on. If what you're pushing online, I didn't get to finish my statement. If what you're pushing online, the main message online that you're using is January 6th, what do you actually use to get elected? Because almost every major Democrat stance from supporting
that's not even the main
illegally supporting coalition together is Trump is worse than us, and that's it.
Forgive me for not being able to really reconcile the fact that half of the country are fundamentally illiberal and just don't give a fuck about a real attempt on our democracy. I mean, it's really hard to reconcile. Right. I don't know. It's tough. I don't know.
Would be removing the president from the ballot with no due process and deeming him a federal criminal without trial be interfering in democracy?
That didn't happen. It got overruled. It
got overruled after 8 states attempted to do it. That's a freaking
okay. January 6th, fine.
Wait. So Trump's January 6th actions didn't result in anything. It got overruled. So what's the problem, right?
The problem is that I'm not going to vote. No. I'm not going to vote the judge or like any of the petitioners in Anderson v. Griswold to be.
They can say what they want, but you can't pretend to be new to politician specifically for a politician.
That's not the difference. The difference is.
I don't even. By the way, Hope actually might mention.
If you are to believe that the factual truth is this man tried to steal the election, and these people.
True. What I'm about to say, like obviously, I don't know why the facts of it should matter. Like it should matter that like the reason they were trying to remove him from a ballot or whatever was because they. By the way, Tyler, this guy of the president can interpret the law however he wants or whatever. They. Just the justification was that they thought the Section 3 of the 14th Amendment was self-executing, and I actually think there is a strong legal case to be made that the Section 3 of the 14th Amendment is self-executing. I'm not like particularly well informed in that area, but I think like from what I've read, like a pretty like a textual reading of the amendment probably implies it's self-executing, like the fact that like I believe like it says. Like it can be overturned by a 2/3 majority. It's kind of weird to say like the disqualification would be overturned by a 2/3 majority if you're first saying that a simple majority has to add the disqualification in the first place via applying the insurrection law or whatever. So therefore you could just repeal that law and a simple majority could remove the disqualification. So I think there's a pretty strong case to be made. I want to see you, not these jokers. That's so real, Eleni. I think there's a strong legal case to be made that the Section 3 to 14th Amendment is self-executing. But Tyler, for the the president can interpret the law however he wants, and then he does an action, and then that action is checked by the judicial branch. This is like this is nowhere close to even as severe as that. This is people like petitioners in Chicago saying, this is our legal theory, presenting it to a judge. Like they're filing a lawsuit. They're saying, we don't want Trump on a ballot because of X issue. They're not even taking an action and then waiting for the judicial to check it. They're directly appealing to the judicial branch. But okay.
Try to say, hey, based on the fact that this person committed what we could deem as treason, we believe that this should go to the Supreme Court, that we should remove this man because he's ineligible to be president. And then they say, no, I don't think that's the way it works.
Somebody like Hakeem Jeffries, I don't have strong opinions on him.
How is that trying to steal an election?
I think I've no, I don't have strong opinions on him.
They declared him a federal criminal without a trial. They just decreed he was a federal criminal.
Was he the? Am I making this up? Was he the baby bonds guy? Or am I thinking of Cory Booker? I think I might be thinking of Cory Booker.
And then attempted to remove him from the ballot. The only reason it went to the Supreme Court is because another party challenged it.
Are they alleging to this day that he should that they're going to take him off the thing? They're going to try it again?
No, the Supreme Court slapped that down. There are a lot of judges right now.
So they followed the Supreme Court precedent that it was not okay.
Yes, yeah, like Trump followed the rule of law when he
Trump's committed. Trump's conceded
down.
What about
the election on January 7th? On January 7th, he said
after the vote was certified.
He says he hasn't lost.
On January 7th, he said we are focused on a peaceful transition of power.
No, I think Cory Booker had a baby bonds. He's the one that accepted more money from AIPAC than any other president in the entire Senate or House combined. I don't know if that's true, but all right. Based, if true.
And then step down.
You got me. Sorry about that.
Is Tyler saying Democrats tried to remove Trump from the ballot when it was a primary challenge? No, he's talking about the Colorado court case and stuff.
Colorado tried to illegally remove him from the ballot, but it's not a big deal because this is a big deal, even though it didn't happen. You're giving me cognitive dissonance. Do you think Colorado was a big deal? Do
you think that the argument of deeming somebody an insurrection to remove somebody under Article 3 of the 14th Amendment, which bars insurrectionists from office, is the same as saying, actually, I think that the fate of the election lies in the vice president and the vice president alone?
No, I don't. I think that a state court usurping federal power is the problem, no matter what law.
True.
They picked, if they don't have jurisdiction to do it, they deem somebody a federal criminal without a trial and then try to remove him from the ballot.
Do you think that those two claims are equally legally sound?
No, it doesn't. They don't have to be the exact equivalent. If you're against the thing, you should be against it, no matter who's doing it. Not, he's got an R in front of his name and ran for president, so it's cool. It's bad then, but when they try to do it,
that's their argument.
It's not that big of a deal. Just look past.
Again, every single example you said 100 times over, but none of this is even remotely close to what Donald Trump did.
It doesn't have to be. It's the same. It's the same fucking thing. You're just arguing.
One is breaking the law and saying it's okay to break the law because I'm president, and the other is the way that we interpret the 14th Amendment is that this person shouldn't be on the ballot.
Yes, thank you, Soy Pill. Okay, action taken versus appeal to judicial branch. I'm assuming, I don't know if Neil's still streaming. I'll probably talk to him about this afterwards.
And then if the Supreme Court says, no, I don't think that's how that works, okay, we'll put him back.
Where are his convictions? Where are his convictions for
They got shot back down after the immunity.
Oh, they're still doing it.
Ruling.
Yeah. Which means he has the authority to do it, like I said.
No, that means that he can't be criminally tried for it.
He can be criminally tried.
Hold on, let me frame. Can't be criminally charged for anything that's quote unquote.
That's not what the Supreme Court ruling says. You guys are lying or extremely.
The Supreme Court has nothing to say on whether or not he did actually try to get the vice president to choose.
They did, by the way. He's presumptively immune from all official acts, right? And then core constitutional powers. Not only is that absolutely immune, it can't even be used as evidence. So the Supreme Court did explicitly say in that ruling, by the way, that, for example, when President Trump told the head of the DOJ, like he was talking to Jeffrey Clark and Jeff Rosen, to send out that letter claiming election fraud, falsely claiming election fraud, was found in some of the swing states to the state legislators. That can't even be used as evidence in his prosecution. That can't even be used as evidence in the prosecution, let alone be charged for that. So it does make it at least quite a lot of things he is absolutely immune for, and makes it functionally impossible to prosecute some things as well.
Election, by the way, the Supreme Court has
I don't know the three branches of government.
Yeah, true. He should interpret the law to say that all Democrats can't vote. That should be the next interpretation.
Hold on.
I think that'd be cute.
Well, he was trying to say that trans people can't have guns, so we might get another one of those.
Yeah, let me laws against mentally impaired people not having guns.
Incredible.
Let me just move that. We're not going down the trans for guns debate today. We're going to stick to where we're at. So I just got a message, and I think that this kind of illustrates the confusion, right? So we're talking about the fake election, right? That's what I'm talking about. Y'all make it out, and they want to know what's the fundamental difference. Yes, there's a legal system here on the one side that we know and everything, and I guess on the federal side with the legal electors, what a legal elector is, all that good jazz. But on the other side, they're asking is how is that any fundamentally different than if they had cast a vote for Biden in the primary and then he swapped out last minute for a different candidate with no, a general, voting by the people that voted for him? Is the only difference one?
It's a private organization that not only complied with the laws but complied with the DNC charter. It's not the government, and it wasn't against the law, and it was. Kill me.
Because they're already in the election, the main election, and it's still under just under party laws, or is there a real problem with that as well? Because they seem to very similar to a lot of people.
Well, Gibbs, the DNC is fundamentally undemocratic. I think they don't even have to honor the results of the primary. And if you want to say that sucks,
True.
right? Like they're allowed to pick whoever. Yeah, Tyler running. That's true, right? They can pick whoever the fuck they want, right? Yeah. So like
they didn't even really have Democratic primaries until the 70s. Like it was all like closed room or like closed door, like shit. Picking
I love that because like you can talk about
president until like after the Vietnam War.
I mean, there were reforms after the superdelegates thing with Bernie in 2016, where it seemed like there's foot on the scale sort of thing. The difference is right now it's not the DNC illegally trying to say, well, we know that all these people picked Joe Biden, but we're going to take all their votes and just swap them to Kamala Harris. The difference is they're allowed to pick whoever they want. That's already the established rule, and we can actually go through and try to reform that if we want, and not go through and say, well, we're just going to shift all these votes to someone completely different, and then would press about it, lie about it, and then lie about it for 4 more years later, and then say, oh, but you can trust me to pick who you pick next time. That's the difference.
It's also not even just the legal argument. It's also like Trump tried to interfere with already cast ballots in the 2024 election. Just don't vote for Kamala Harris. Democratic voters in 2020 in Pennsylvania, in Georgia, in all of these 7 targeted states didn't have the right to not vote for Donald Trump, given that his legal interpretation of the legal theory was correct.
Yeah, I mean, I don't see an analogous between the two either, Gibbs. Other than they gave the Democrats a credibility issue going into the election. Other than that, I don't see how it's analogous.
Gibbs, the other problem is I can empathize. Like I have friends who say, you're telling me that Donald Trump is a fascist and he's doing these unprecedented power grabs. However, I think the Democratic Party, or even Trump when he was in power, was fascist when they had COVID lockdowns or when they had, some sort of vaccine mandates. And so the problem is that anyone who's scrambling to be upset by any sort of thing will take whatever they can, not because it is equivalent, not because it is justified, but say, well, you did this slight thing to me, and that is why anything going into the future is okay. And like, how do you reach someone like that if they're just going to take whatever slight, unless the Democrats were perfect and have never done anything even close to being interpreted as bad faith, they're always going to pick and choose something that justifies their belief. So there's no way you can explain that to them. They're always going to be able to have something that's like, well, you did it, so it's okay that I do it.
That's unilateral disarmament, though. If one side stops doing that while the other side's still doing it, they have a leg up.
Right, because you think they're equivalent, but they're not.
Yeah.
But I'm never going to admit
California, and then you see ballot harvesting the next election in North Carolina under Republican.
I don't have a problem with ballot harvesting.
I know, but you just when one does the tactic, the other side picks.
But one is ballot harvesting on both sides, and one is Democrats have never tried to forge electors so they could pick different ones. Now, in 1960, which they tried to use as the precedent for why this was okay, there was an ongoing recount, so all the governors agreed.
So Phil shouldn't even, that wasn't like a top-down plan by the Democrats or anything. There was no plan from Nixon to do that. It was just it was like Hawaii, themselves who sent the 2 slates of electors because of the recount issues that they had.
Who's actually going to win this? So we do have to have electors for both. And once that recount finished and the Kennedy was determined to be the winner, they didn't not certify them from the governors. They said, yep, the Kennedy ones are the correct ones, and there was no issues. And that's why that trying to use that as well, it was a different legal interpretation. It's like, no, this is patently false and not the same situation.
Those are state laws. State laws are how you certify your electors, not a federal law. We're talking about federal versus state.
Well, true, and they did violate those as well, but there is still a law governing how the federal government certifies electoral votes from the states called the Electoral Count Act, and they want to violate that.
Okay, so the state saying, hey, you forged these things, this is completely illegal, they broke the law, he's violating the law to do it, to steal the election, right?
That's nothing to do with the Electoral Count Act, though.
I'm not saying that part yet.
Yeah, well, that's what happened after the Civil War.
That's what happened. The state said, hey, these electors right here, these are our electors. And then Trump sends in 7 of his own electors, said, no, these are the actual electors. And the states are saying, no, the electors that we sent are the real ones. And Trump didn't follow the law. Are you saying that, are you saying that's equivalent to the 1960 shit?
No, there's some analogous that carries over, but it's not a 1-to-1. There's never a 1-to-1 situation.
So the disanalogous part about it is that one is legal, the one in Hawaii, and the 7 from Trump.
I think only 4 states found illegal activity. 3 states didn't, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know.
Okay, so sorry, then based off of that 4.
No. 4 states prosecuted.
Wait,
3 of them might not have. That doesn't mean it wasn't illegal. In the same way, you didn't commit a crime.
I was confused. I thought he was talking about 4 different states sent in like different electoral votes in 1960.
Be charged for
it.
I don't know enough about each particular state's electoral laws to tell you either way. It's just 4 states prosecuted only. And I think only 2 of them ended up charging people, convicting them. I mean, but that's neither here or there. I really think that the reason this is brought up though is because they're trying to evade from the fact that the Democratic Party has nothing else to run on.
Well, Tyler, do you think that's why I bring it up?
No. I think it's. What about? No, I think.
Do you extrapolate and think that maybe there are just as many people that care as much as I do?
No, it's a derailing thing, dude. Like it'd be different if like this conversation, things you're saying, so I like absolutely gave me a lot. And I want to concede on a point earlier when I did bring up, switching out Joe Biden for Kamala Harris. You're right. There is nothing illegal about it. It's just the, we're the Protect Democracy Party, and to the right, it felt like it was like subverted. It was very subversive, very subversive of your own party. It did something subversive of your party to do this to you guys. So it is like a little bit of a hypocritical thing. You know what I mean? Like you have given me a lot of things to think about. There's definitely things that I'm going to go back and check on. But ultimately, like our point is, we can't have a conversation about illegal immigration.
She's not going to think about it very hard, folks. Don't worry.
Don't worry.
Position will not be changed.
Well, I guess the issue is ultimately you're allowed to have concerns about all of those policies and the way that Donald Trump is addressing them. But I don't think that the January 6th stuff comes out of nowhere, like in every conversation. I think it's usually talking about, and Gibbs mentioned this, panels on Trump.
I guess quarter-arming gymnastics. I insert my own judges to get the right scores that obviously Gregory wins.
Hey, like, well, Trump did this good and this good. What do you have to say about that? Well, he did the January 6th.
I have a different way of interpreting the judges' ruling.
That is the backstop. Is that's a good point. You shouldn't trust him, but that doesn't change the fact that we're talking about the border policy and how Democrats handle it versus Trump does. And I'm sympathetic to that. It shouldn't be a whataboutism derailment, but it should absolutely not be irrelevant 4 years later. That's all I'm saying.
Actually, I mean, I think that is a problem, right? So when we're sitting here talking about it, say we're doing a panel, right? And we're talking about, let's just say, one of my favorites, we're talking about border security and immigration, right? Like, and let's just pretend we're pre-Trump, we're in Biden, and I'm over here, and I'm hooping and hollering about, Texas enforcing the border, and then the Biden trying to stop it, the Supreme Court, and they got all this, and I'm yelling, right? And then we have all this like a party going forward. If your only substantive argument to a policy debate is, well, this should be illegitimate because
I agree. If that is the only argument people are bringing up, I think that's very bad.
It's like, it seems just like hypocrisy to the normie. And I think
this elector thing is like, oh yeah, I do have an issue with that. That shouldn't be done that way. And if you want to draw comparisons to the Colorado thing or to the any other thing, it's like, yeah, we can talk about why those things are the same, but just screaming about it isn't going to convince anyone. So
I think headway.
Also, to re-up on the Texas redistricting lawsuit. The lawsuit was filed because it diluted Black and Latino voters.
How are we here?
If you were to actually walk any given Republican voter through what happened with the electors plot and didn't even mention anything at the Capitol, I think they would have a very, very hard time reconciling with most of the details of it.
Bro.
So I think there is value in bringing it up to people just because not a lot of people know. I mean, like a lot of people in this circle know because on panels, like you said, like you're asked to answer for it every time you're on a panel. But yeah, there's absolutely value in bringing it up, especially since like if we're saying like, oh yeah, one of my values is not violating the DOJ.
I'm going to try to stop them from the border. He got them to stop interfering with border patrol responsibilities. But I do think he repealed some executive orders. But
so I understand tying back to certain particular things, but I also agree that a lot of people on the left just aren't great at making that tie back in general. So it looks like an affliction.
Yeah, and I do want to concede, now having read it, like, yeah, I did not know this was started by that lawsuit. That's a total failure on my part. So.
Yeah, so I just want to go back to the changes to the Electoral Count Act, too, because I saw a lot of hands when I brought that up. I just linked that in the chat. The changes that they did, they revised the bill to make it so that the federal Congress now has to respect the state's certified electors. That was never part of the law prior. So that part of it that you're saying Trump violated was never.
It doesn't mean that the president can, the vice president can just not. It can toss out the electoral vote, say we're not going to talk about these, we're going to, the competing slates of electors, so I'm just going to immediately send it back to the states, because it does say if there are competing slates of electors, the federal government does have to decide that. The House and Senate have to break into a joint committee to debate those issues, and you're not even allowed to go to the next certificates until they've resolved those.
Part of the law, they just added that to it in 2021 to 2022. As well, the vice president during a joint session shall be mistrial in nature if he doesn't read out the right one. So
yeah, it also changed the amount of what was it? The amount of, I think it was the amount of representatives necessary to object to electors. So yeah, that piece of legislation did a lot of things. But the two problems are that one, that was mainly meant to just address the like the phone calls during the actual like proceeding, trying to get like a lot of objections or like trying to get the Congress people to play a role. But realistically, I mean, like a change to the law that they were asking to violate isn't actually going to do anything. Like if they were saying, hey, we need to violate the Electoral Count Act to prevent diverting onto Congress for debate on these electors, so the vice president can just unilaterally certify it, but we need to violate the Electoral Count Act because that's a constitutional right that the vice president has. Wouldn't matter how much you reform that piece of legislation at all if the idea was to break it.
I'm wondering how they violated it if they never had to take into account the rightful electors. If they
never had to take into account, why did they make people forge documents to appear to be electors?
Because the state
why not just say? Why not just say?
One, I would be very curious. Does he think Eastman was just wrong when he said one more minor violation? Does he think Greg Jacob, Pence's legal counsel, was just wrong? Does he think literally every legal scholar ever is like just wrong when they say this plan would have violated the Electoral Count Act? And then two, like I would just cite the memo again. Like just there are multiple ways in which it violated the Electoral Count Act, not including the. The only relevant thing is not whether or not the Electoral Count Act said the vice president has to respect the state certified electors.
Right. But why not just say, you know what? I don't want to count these elections
because they have to
because it's not in the ECA.
The reason it was a violation of the ECA was because Eastman wanted to have Mike Pence just start reading off the electors instead of actually giving Congress any room to object to them. He just said,
"True, yes,
decision to read them all off, decertify Biden, and certify Trump."
Yes.
That's
why
it was
one of his suggestions. But if you read through the Eastman memo, he says if he doesn't do that, he can go this route. If he doesn't do that, he can go this route.
Yeah, he did multiple. Well, his earlier memo had like 3 different routes or whatever, right?
But a different way.
That was in the second Eastman memo. The reason, the first Eastman memo was the unilateral thing. Donald Trump said in private communications, I don't know if you want to trust this, but said that he prefers that way. But there was also a thing where it's like, okay, we don't need to pass it on to a contingent, or to decertify electors and pass it on to a contingent election. That would still suffer for the same reason. You're decertifying them unilaterally, not passing on to Congress. And then for the thing to put the pause on certification, and basically just wait. I'm pretty sure that there's like specific dates or particular dates within the Electoral Count Act, so it would have to be certified like on January 6th.
And just to be clear, I agree with you 3 morally. I don't think anything illegal happened. I just agree with you morally. I just think that state of the democracy isn't one of the top 5 things people vote on. There's other issues.
Wow, how will we put it back here?
I probably agree that it's not an election-winning issue, but it's a super, super important issue to me that it feels like my democracy is being like rotted from the inside out. Like I don't know.
Tyler, you can see like, I don't like that Trump tried to steal the election, but I think it's legal and I don't want to talk about it. But you do have a problem with it.
I just think it's a loser topic to bring up if you guys are trying to win elections.
But you do think
that's your only real contention?
That's why we debate politics online, isn't it? Is to like try to sway people to our side. That's why a lot of streamers go out and get people voter register.
Well, also too, I would hope it's also to try and like increase the factual reporting on particular issues, right? To make sure that people have the correct facts on a particular issue. That's part of it as well.
Yeah, but the underlying intent is to expand your political narrative against the other side's political narrative. And
I just want to clarify. So, for example, let's say that Donald Trump was, legally got away with committing some sort of like sexual assault, maybe per se. Hypothetically, he did this, and you would have a problem with it. But if you saw the polling was against like talking about this, you would say, yes, this is really bad. I just don't think we should talk about it. That's kind of where we're at with the.
I mean, maybe if it's individual, it's on topic, and again, as Reynolds said, if Trump keeps bringing it up over and over, then maybe yeah. But at the same time, like it's a losing issue. I feel like you're being. It's like we do grids debates, and I judge. We already talked about this for 5 years. We've already voted on this in an election, and right now.
Okay, I don't care about.
We don't need to know what he thought. The point is, he is not willing to accept whether, like, first of all, it wasn't stolen based on all the facts we know. So he's not willing to accept the reality of the situation. So why would we trust him to do it again, regardless of whether or not he's going to try to steal it legally or not?
I stand by the framing that I gave because I mean it was like whether or not he thinks it was legitimate or not, he was actually trying to change the electors' results. So I mean like whether or not it was a valid stealing, whether or not it was like moral shoplifting, I don't know. But I mean it was an attempt to steal the election.
Well, let me frame it as he was willing to lie even after being corrected several dozen times on this. Like he had the intent of changing the outcome of the election. Regardless of whether.
And again, there are people who testify that even before the election, Trump said he didn't care whether he won or lost.
Okay, so let me just frame this from the point of view of 2 different like groups of normies that I interact with, and one is like middle of the pack, one is center right.
The normies, yes, we need to talk about this. Yes, thank you. Woohoo, yes.
Correct that. It's not that I haven't heard of it. It's just that I cannot regurgitate it like you do.
I would hope not. No, and like you heard some of the things that we brought up and said, you know what? I hadn't heard about that before, which is the biggest issue, right? Like I don't think that.
No. I want to correct. I want to correct that. It's not that I haven't heard of it. It's just that I cannot regurgitate it like you do, and I need to beef up my understanding of it to be able to regurgitate it like you do. Because
I hate this so much. She's like hiding her power level so much here. Like again, she believes it was a Fedsurrection. Like.
I still think that foundationally we're going to come to a very different point of view about it, but I obviously don't have the ability to rattle off these cases and stuff like you are. So I need to look into it.
Maybe I'm wrong here. It sounded to me like you're like, well, I hadn't processed XYZ. If you did truly, and I don't think this is true. I think if I truly laid it out on paper, because this is a lot of stuff to process, and I'm not trying to be condescending.
No, she's a conspiracy theorist. She wouldn't care
to put this out all on like my mind map and be like, okay, this is how we did it here. I think most people wouldn't be okay with that. Now, a fair amount would, but the problem is that hey, how do you disseminate this information when it's 4 years old, that people are already poisoned against the topic? But I do think you can have these sorts of conversations. I hope that someone watches this and says, oh, I didn't even know about this ECA thing and how it was talked about.
Yeah,
but I do need to issue a really quick correction. I apologize for saying I didn't know about the lawsuit. I didn't, but also the way you guys brought it up, I think is really disingenuous. So this was a lawsuit filed under Biden in 2020 about the racist redistricting. Then Trump said, completely irrelevant to this lawsuit, why don't we find ways to take more seats in Texas? They're dictating this to Greg Abbott. Then they brought this lawsuit that was retracted when Trump came into office back and then said, let's use this as the precedent to redistrict and steal the seats that we were trying to do in the first place. That has nothing to do with this lawsuit. So it is actually fucking scummy and ridiculous. And I believed you for a second. I apologize for that.
No, I mean, to be fair.
Sorry, Phil. Okay, I'm so curious.
Saying with the Big Ten says.
Well, they're still not even on the open panel thing of this yet. I don't know what the hell this is going to be. White privilege is a liberal excuse, and this is a Joe Lewis is like a
and stuff like that.
Like huge leftist person.
And
like
it's much easier to have the
huge in the sense that he's a devoted leftist, not his channel is huge or anything.
Like people at our level fighting over this thing of your one instance. And this was hurtful for both the man and the woman, because there's
the other side doesn't have a coherent message, and this is their comfort zone that they keep going back to every time.
True. I think there's probably closings.
So they need to do better.
Well, two things. Someone just sent me a Just Facts article. It says that 10 to 20% of non-citizens may be illegally registered to vote. And it was, once again, this is a tick for tack. Just because you get outmaneuvered with the original play doesn't mean that you didn't fuck. Like, listen, they started the lawsuit, and under the guise of that lawsuit, they gave them the ammo to use. I mean, you can't retract the bullet once you fire it. So
the lawsuit was about violating. But this is exactly it, Gibbs. Right? One is, hey, we realize that you're violating the Civil Rights Act right now by taking this and making Black and Latino voters disproportionately less likely to have a say in this. This is a violation. We want to take this up, and you say, you know what? I don't think so. We're not going to go after that at all. And then Donald Trump comes and says, well, what if we actually use that to take more seats than we deserve? And they're like, oh, okay, cool. Bring that lawsuit back. The lawsuit that was actually about violating a law. And we're going to use this nefariously to steal seats.
Like that's what it sounds like all the time. Like I see all these people do it, and or they're just going off the deep end with Adani. And there's no in between because you can't have a conversation. I can't get any policy out of any of the Dems because I don't think there is any policy. I think Tyler might be right about this.
All there is extremely unpopular.
The only thing I'm hearing is just like Jan 6. I just like, at what point can we be like, okay?
It's the only thing.
I know that. Obviously,
we can talk about policy.
I guess what I'm asking is like, at what point is it going to be after midterms? At what?
I'll talk about policy with them. What do y'all want to have a discussion about DBCFT? Y'all want to talk about fucking?
Point can we stop with where January 6th is expected to come up?
Trump is not running for office or not part of the electorate or is not part of the person in power, unless Rudy Giuliani or Eastman or any of these other people involved in the scheme are then trying to vie for power or anything, because they are definitely just as implicated.
Any Republican that sided with him when Lee Zeldin runs for office after Trump leaves office, it's going to get brought up for him too. It's going to get brought up for every single Republican that sided with
the same degree.
I think Jim Jordan, it already is.
Jim Jordan's a little more implicated.
Other than Eastman, Ellis,
no, this would not be a part of the conversation.
Other than Eastman, Ellis, Giuliani, Trump, I don't know if it's going to come up for anybody else.
It did come up for Lee Zeldin in his New York.
No, Tyler's absolutely right. It's going to come up a lot. Like
wait, what is he talking about?
I'll be like, oh.
Just the messaging, or is he talking about people who are actually disqualified for
I'll be talking about
races?
local election. I'll be like, oh, Corpus Christi is city council shut down the desal plant. What a dumb move by the city council, or what a good move by the city council. And like either one, right? I'll be talking about that, and someone will come in and be like, oh, well, you're Republican. Why should we care what you a fascist thinks? Because you were okay with January 6th. And it's like, well, we can't even talk about politics
okay,
without this coming up. Like at what point is it's too much? Like, you know what I'm saying? I don't understand. Like how we can argue that it's just like it's just.
I actually think it's probably fair to discredit Zeldin based off of it, because apparently he texted the people the plan for the elector. So I mean, like, yeah, probably. Yeah, that's actually.
Oh, okay. That's a little more implicated.
2 ideas for discrediting the election results.
Anybody that supports the Republican policy now is being associated with January 6th.
Well, no, it's time to was implicated in spreading the specific plan to steal the election, not, hey, I think this is cool. This is like a very different thing. But Gibbs, to be clear, random Twitter users deflecting your very legitimate concerns about local elections or your promotion of local elections is, stupid. But those are random Twitter users versus like, hey.
Glad we agree.
Local political pundits now you argue within your area because they're like, no, foul. Like,
I can see that. That's all they're going to say. That's lame. That's a bit.
Hold on. Right now in Fulton County, the judge is being fined $10,000 a day because she will not certify 2 Republicans onto the election board because they supported Trump in 2020. Now in 2025.
One person though, right? I mean, like that's bad, but that
okay.
is one person, right?
It's she's being fined for it. That's how our legal system works.
A lot of power.
People do bad things, and ideally they get punished. Trump did a bad thing on January 6th, and in the months leading up to it, he didn't get punished. And a lot of the people who cooperated with him did not get punished either.
I'm not
and the people who did get punished eventually got pardoned.
It's not a lot of power. I'm saying that, like, you're saying that this is a narrative that the left is going to keep coming back with against any Republican. I mean, that's just it's one.
I want to say if this is being represented accurately, which I'm hesitant to say it is, I would actually say that this is not okay. You can't use support of Trump ad infinitum into the future to say, now I will not follow the law of appointing these people. I think that's ridiculous.
Well, you don't think that's going to happen, Soy? Like, it seems like
no, clearly, like I said, if you're portraying this correctly, this is happening right now, and I wouldn't use the supporting it or don't care but aren't holding office, so it's not really relevant. But I understand is I should never take your opinion seriously and bringing it up, because it's like, if you are seeing, and like for example, I crashed out on Talia on which panel because she's like, no, I understand. She has all the stuff. She agrees with all the facts. She thinks it was illegal. She's not cool with it. And then she says, but I might still vote for them again. Right? And it's like, wait, why? And her argument is, well, I think it will hold. Or like, I think the guardrails will hold. It's fine because I didn't get away with it. I think that's fucking insane. But for Republicans, like, I don't really agree with the facts on that necessarily. I don't think this thing was, or even if they're like doing Tyler shit where it's like, well, it's not even illegal. It's just a different interpretation. I don't think these people are like deserve ire forever. I just think they don't understand it correctly. That's a very different thing. If someone's I saw what he did and they should.
If you do know everything about it, though,
even worse, they got part of doing beneficial things for Trump. Yeah. It's obviously horribly corrupt, but no one cares.
I don't care about democracy.
Yeah, I respect that. I just wish Republican. I respect that. I just wish Republican voters were more.
Is something that you guys like to use as a buzzword, but
yeah, I wish Republicans were a little more transparent with it. That's all.
Yeah, that's fine. I agree with you. I definitely don't agree.
What I see is like this idea, and the Bones even said that Trump is lying about 2020. That you have to get inside Trump's head and the people's head to think that they're lying.
No, we don't, because everyone around him is showing him the facts.
No, they're not.
He is acknowledging that. I have to push back against that. Trump, let me read this to you. I need to read this to you, Tyler. Trump recognized he had lost to Biden on the day before the fake electors plot happened. He asked advisors to tell him what had gone wrong. He comforted one advisor saying, "We did our best." He told junior press aides, "I thought we had it," seemingly almost embarrassed by the outcome. But then his attitude changed. "I'm not going to leave. We're never leaving. How can you leave?" Like, this is completely irrelevant. Now, maybe he changed.
This is a quote from somebody.
Yeah, no, from Trump.
This is a quote.
Like, we can't infer people's mental states based on quotes from what Trump and people around him said.
Trump said. Get unsourced secondhand quote of fragments of sentences.
True.
That doesn't mean he admitted he lost. There's no way to prove.
No, I know.
But Jack Smith I believe Jack Smith had multiple people. I'm aware of one, but I believe Jack Smith had multiple people who were willing to testify in court that Trump said these things, that he knew he lost, but we'll never get that court case now, will we?
Clear, because it says here, how can you leave when you won an election? There might be a case where you could say, well, maybe in his brain, he's like, I should have won this. I'm saying he's not conceded, clearly, right? But the point is, people around him showed him the evidence. He saw that it wasn't fraudulent. And so maybe he's just so fucking stupid he can't understand it, but he knows that he's scrounging for exactly what he needs to win. Not, I won.
Let me get my point out first.
We can continue quoting.
Let me get my full point out first, because I watched the January 6th panel 4 times. I know all that was said. I know that they took half sentences in the January 6th panel as well, and half tweets, and then discarded the rest.
Wow.
Put it up on screen. That being said, Trump has nothing to gain from this. His voters don't like it. He has 25% approval when he talks about the election. He doesn't get anything from it. The election's not being overturned. It's already in the past. Why would Trump keep repeating this? Why would he keep repeating that he actually won if he has nothing to gain from it?
We've gone from, Trump wasn't actually lying, we can't get into his head, well, until now we're at, it doesn't matter actually. Trump.
He must not be lying because he has obviously he knows what's politically viable to him and never says anything stupid that alienates him.
Yeah, we have no proof that he's lying. Yeah,
I disagree. Since you've watched the J6 committee thing, like, how is the example of him trying to fire Rosen if he didn't send the DOJ letter that he was told was inaccurate, not like an example of him knowingly lying about it?
Because he has 2 camps that are telling him 2 different things. He sided with one camp. The other camp said, "No, that's not good. I'm not."
The other camp is like 3 people that oh my god, it's not even 2 camps. It's like a million different camps of what's up. Oh my god, kill me. Oh my god. I have not watched the full thing yet because I started watching a little bit late.
Yeah, it sure is something.
But
it sucks because the course one sucked. I mean, like it was just like mostly just didn't care.
I did not watch that one, but oh my god, kill me. Oh my god. Okay, first of all, hold on. This shit is insane. I can't believe.
Yo, Winnie, what's up? What's up, Rennie?
So far,
I was going to Sample Texas been a lot.
Yeah, okay. I think you're probably aware of this memo, but Greg Jacob has a really good memo from January 5th to Mike Pence that just goes over every way that the Eastman plan was like illegal. And you did eventually mention, like to Tyler, like the fact that, Mike Pence was going to unilaterally like toss these out and not even allow deliberation on them. Like that's a violation of the Electoral Code. It obviously doesn't matter that the Electoral Code was changed afterwards. Obviously, it was changed to like safeguard against some of these things in the future, and like you said, to be able to prosecute some of the phone calls and shit that was happening too. But it doesn't mean that it wasn't illegal to not, not to throw the election back to the states basically, and have the state legislator, certify whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god!
Yeah,
but it goes over. That was crazy.
Happy.
I came here to join the cope session on me and Renyald's part.
Yeah, the cope session.
Right. Yo, wait, Renyald, I have a question. So the Tyler guy, whatever his name is, he said that Jack Smith did not, charge him for conspiracy to defraud the United States. I mean, you pointed that out, but he's dead wrong. Like, I feel like he should get embarrassed and shamed. Like he should not show his face on debates again after saying this. Like,
wait, was that the charge?
Yeah, it was conspiracy to defraud the United States and conspiracy to obstruct an official proceeding. I know.
I knew I should have looked at it.
And conspiracy against rights. 3 to 4 charges from the Jack Smith case were conspiracy. The only one that wasn't was the.
You just either lied or made it up on the spot, like basic.
Yeah.
Like I didn't look too deep into this thing. I didn't have time to read the hundreds of pages. But like I even knew, so I'm not saying you're dumb for not knowing this, but I feel like you should have Googled this and then crucified him because fuck, that would be so good. That would have been so good.
I know.
So great debate. So great debate. Clearly, yeah. No.
Yeah, I think that panel
to be the most fucking dishonest person on the fucking planet.
Yeah, that panel you should may call him out later, right? If you talk to him, say, "Do you concede you were dead wrong?" And then later on, maybe I don't know.
I think that panel may have been the strongest argument that I could ever make to continue bringing up J6. I don't know.
I know.
No, after talking to people like that, I support January 6th. Fuck democracy. I don't want these people to have any say in the system. I don't want any democracy.
Holy fuck.
I know. Dude, yeah, also the appeal to the stupid fucking to saying like Tyler saying, "Oh, presidents have this like right to interpret the law however they want," and then to check on that it's
they have a right to violate the law just because they interpret it that way.
Comparing that to the Chicago case, where there wasn't even an action, there was no like action taken by people that the judiciary then checked. It was simply people appealing to the judiciary. It was them making a petition and saying, this is our interpretation of the 14th Amendment. We don't think Trump should be on the ballot because of this interpretation of the 14th Amendment. There wasn't even like an action taken that was in check-in by the judiciary. It was just a lawsuit that they filed legally. All this was legal, all of it was above board, and eventually, got struck down at the Supreme Court. And now they, I don't even, I don't even think
stopped talking about it, and they didn't relitigate it.
I know. And it's obviously the argument that the 14th Amendment is self-executing is probably a lot better than the argument that Eastman had that the ECA was unconstitutional, but I guess they don't care about that.
That's just your interpretation of the legal theory, though.
That's right.
True.
That's right.
Right,
so bad.
Yeah, this was the big infiltration, the Ringgold infiltration night.
Yeah, it was nice.
You should
invite
the Tyler guy to a 1v1. You should do a 1v1 with Tyler.
The problem with Tyler is that like I think it might all be kayfabe. I think he might actually just be like I think he might be like a really sophisticated troll, but I don't know.
No, Tyler, I don't think Tyler's ever seriously interested in the truth. Like, in my opinion, Tyler is always way more interested in trying to, like, approve hypocrisy or whatever, or try to, like, twist things you say into, like, random bullshit.
It's the Rob Norris.
He's like I don't know what to call it, but, like, he's some version of Rob Noor in my mind, but, like, less hateful. Clearly less hateful than Rob Noor. But, like,
I think there's, like, a more genuine twinge to Rob Noor, though. Like, I think Rob genuinely believes in everything that he talks about. I don't get that vibe from.
Yeah, but when I talk to Tyler and I'm like, hey, you were wrong. Here's the data showing that you're wrong. Here's a study you'll never read in your life about tariffs. He just like, but retail jobs pay less or something. Just some dumb shit. Like he doesn't address anything. Yeah, I don't know. He clearly didn't read the source material because that was not the indictment.
The fucking lawsuit in Texas, because like, and fucking Soypill, he beat me to the punch on this, but the entire fucking lawsuit was, here's this redistricting right here. This just dilutes the Black and Latino vote, and that entire lawsuit got taken off by the time Trump got in, and then he relitigated it by the time it was politically expedient for him.
Yeah, I skipped around some of that stuff because I didn't care for the conversation, and to some extent, I guess maybe this was the point of the panel of like, is it like a politically effective strategy to bring up J6 all the time or whatever? I care way more about engagement with the facts of stuff, and they just did not really do that.
Yeah. Well, obviously they're not going
to.
I mean,
who could? It's like when I told people, like, hey, actually, no, go ahead.
Yeah,
oh my God!
Tyler kept going back to, but like this isn't effective for Democrats. I'm like, dude, we're not the Democrat Party. We are.
It kind of. I don't know. It kind of feels like absurd trolling, like especially when people bring up the you swapped Joe Biden out and robbed the primary voters. Like, stop. Like, come on. We all know that's come on.
No, it's like when I told people before the election, like, hey, actually, the stuff you said about the economy, that's not actually true. I mean, the United States recovered faster than other countries, and real wages are right. Like, wait, that's not politically effective. You cannot tell that people.
But inflation
price of
and like obviously political rhetoric is important, but at the same time, I mean, like that doesn't mean we should just take like, how I tried to overthrow our democracy, but like. Yeah, we lied about it so effectively that no one cares. LOL.
I mean, look, I care about to me the worst thing Trump did so far is cut US aid, and that killed so far, but based on estimates, slightly less than 500,000 people worldwide, right? From the worst deaths as well, like HIV and malaria, like it should look extremely awful. Right? No one cares about that. I don't go to people and like 500,000 deaths in less than a year, and then suddenly they care. No one cares about it. But that's the truest thing. They should confront that and make their positions public. So I feel like the same with January 6th, even if it's not politically effective.
And cutting USAID just cuts like a fraction of a fraction of a fraction of the fucking U.S. budget too.
Yeah, it's like saying
it is
it's like,
very effective at helping people for such a low cost.
even libertarians are like, yeah, I mean, I want to reduce government spending, but like that's not the first thing I would cut. What?
Yeah. By the way, Tyler, I remember I had a exchange with on Twitter with Tyler about like the USA ID shit. Again, he's never interested in any of the facts ever. Like he's always just interested in like trying to like show some level of hypocrisy or whatever. So like the only thing he would ever engage in, and he never engaged in the evidence either way, is like, non-fun. You think that sweatshops are good, but you also think USA ID is good. It's like it's insane to me or whatever. You think robbing children of their future is good? I think the evidence shows that sweatshops are good. No one agrees with that. Like it's crazy. Like he's like I said, I don't ever see any.
It's all just rhetoric and bloviating. That's it.
What you said, sweatshops are what increases welfare the most in these countries, and then you say USAID is supported because it increases welfare the most. Hypocrisy?
Like he never. I don't get it.
Shut up. Yeah. Well, we can get. Look, not everyone can get the sweatshops pill, but yeah, it's certainly not Tyler, whatever.
I, for one, am just kind of amazed that they're still talking about nuking Chicago.
You look like the Chad version of
months ago.
Do you know?
By the way, I don't know. I don't know if you.
Wait, Jesus Christ or whatever. Do you know who Liquid Zulu is?
No,
you know that person?
Not fun. What are you saying, buddy?
You like
a little bit.
He does actually kind of look like
Stop it, all of you! I don't even know who this person is. This is bullying.
He's like a libertarian.
You look like the Chad version of Liquid Zulu. You
don't
look
call
like
me libertarian. The only one I know is Fabian Liberty Scott, and that's embarrassing.
Liquid Zulu is a little bit better than Fabian Liberty. Okay, he's a little bit better,
Okay,
but,
gotcha.
Yeah,
Renil, I don't know if you. I think you probably know this, Renil. That Sadie girl, I think, was like probably pretty seriously hiding her. Yeah, hiding her power level. Like if you follow Twitter, like she's a hardcore conspiracy theorist, like nationalist girl person. Like I mean, that's why she brought up the Fedsurrection once at least.
Yeah, I mean this. If I can come out of every single January 6th conversation I ever have with a conservative saying, "Yeah, I think I am anti-democracy," I'll be
yeah.
Then I'll just walk away from it. What at that point?
Yeah, no, I mean, it's the same with the USAID. If they say, like, yeah, we should not have intervened in the Holocaust to stop this, or like, I was in the politics server today, right? And I was like, hey, USAID cuts were the worst thing Trump did. How can you justify that? Like, they were saying Trump is like Clinton. And I said, I don't know of a single action of Clinton that killed 500,000 people in a year. And they're like, oh, well, he didn't actually kill them. He just didn't save their lives. And it's like, yeah, that's bad. Do you think we should not have intervened in the Holocaust? That's not why the U.S. intervened, but, should the U.S. have intervened to stop the Holocaust if it knew? And they were like, Holocaust denying me. It's the politics server for Nazis. And they're like, I'm satisfied with that. If I can tell, if you're a Holocaust denier, then okay, yeah. I mean, I've gone far enough. Like, I don't need to go further. Like, you're that dumb. I don't know. Same with Jan 6.
Yeah, no, Sadie was definitely hiding her power level. I've seen some of her posts on Twitter. Yeah, no, she's.
I mean, it was cool though that I got to talk to Hutch. Finally, I got to be on Wick. I got to talk to Swipebill. Yeah.
Now I just need to talk to Quick Thoughts.
That was the war.
We need Quick Thoughts on non-fun stream. You can actually invite him. He might go on, right?
I don't know.
I'm sure he would. I've thought about DMing him before. I just didn't know exactly what we would.
I want him. One thing, please. One thing. If you ever talk to him, one thing. I DM'd him about it. He didn't answer. Okay. I need him to stop adjusting inflation with CPI. I just need Quick Thoughts. I love you. I need to stop. You need to stop adjusting inflation with CPI. But yeah, everything else is good.
Yeah. I'm getting nauseous and I'm fucking hungry, but
I thought it was pretty basic.
That makes sense. But yeah, I think you did well, Ringold. I think it's very annoying. These conversations are very little engagement in the facts and all about.
It's give me a break. What are you expecting? Substantial, like thought out conversation. You know how much prep I used to do.
That's why I just spent half the panel yelling. So
good job.
That's what you're supposed to do. Talking in Trump's voice.
Good job.
Can y'all do prep for a J6 debate? I don't think so.
You don't need prep anymore. I've seen that document.
That's what I'm saying.
That document's crazy. Go check it out.
That's real.
That's right.
I'm posting it in your chat, non-fun, and you're gonna.
Also, shout out.
My
look
chat
up the Trump research book. Look up Trump research book. Good website.
Trump research book is good too. Oh yeah.
Research book's good.
Trump research book.
Not as good as my Substack though. Just saying.
Wait, Bones, you asked about the research book?
Send me your Substack.
No, I'm fine. I've seen you've been debating some of those Jubilee socialists.
One of them so
How's
far.
that been going? Oh, just one?
Yeah.
How'd it go?
One of them so far.
More
Tomorrow I'm talking to two of them. Maybe I think only two of them tomorrow, and then we'll see if more respond and or we set up a time.
I need to send you the 150
like creators. Like I don't know how big these. I just see them on Jubilee. Like outside of the few that show up. Like I don't know when they do like the one with like you know
varying levels
Destiny or whatever. I don't really know the people that show up.
Most of them are creators. Some of them have at least some stuff. Like I talked to Adam. Adam's a liberal, but like Adam has his own TikTok and Adam has a YouTube channel and stuff. But most of the Jubilee people are just regular people.
Okay.
Yeah, with Jubilee, sometimes they're famous, sometimes they're not. I mean, certainly for the Mehdi Hassan stuff, the Seth guy that he had talked to, not fun. He has like a very small account before that. So yeah, I mean, some people are made by Jubilee, some people are there because they were already made.
Mehdi Hassan panel broke his spirit. That was so sad.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Oh god.
Do you guys know
turning on camera? I don't even know what this fucker looks like.
Do
Wait,
you know?
hold on.
The reason I was quiet for so long is because I was sprinting around, like frantically trying to set up my camera and lights. Because again, I haven't done anything in like months.
Terrace,
How have you been?
Terrace. When you do on camera, if they're gonna talk.
Whoa, spooky.
Brock, I don't even. What? Just turn your camera off at that point, dude. What
Yeah,
the
his
fuck?
camera is a little.
Hey, one sec. Wait, hold on.
Wait, is this true?
We saw his hand
How you
for
been,
a bit.
JC?
and then
How
he's
you
gone.
feeling?
How am I feeling? Not too bad.
Yeah.
How was your how's Wick? I didn't catch a lot of Wick. I saw a lot more of the Gibbs, but how did Wick go?
Boring.
Really?
I imagine
It was just. It was nitpicking over the language of the contract on like whether or not requires. Oh fuck! What was? Hold on. Let me.
So like, is
check.
Taylor Lorenz also
like funneling versus looping in? Right.
Is Taylor Lorenz funded by
no.
Planet Media? Because like, what the
no?
What's with all these psyops?
No, I mean,
Yeah, it was whether or not agrees to restrictions on their content means anything outside of what it obviously means, and then like there was another part where it was like whether or not pushing the party line means like.
Oh
just
yeah, I saw
endorsing
a little bit of that
Democrats.
part.
I think I watched Destiny interview Taylor. I mean, look, I don't like her, but
thought it was wild she agreed to that.
No, it was nice. I mean, obviously, she agreed to Graham Greenwald, and he doesn't like her as well. But I thought it was a good point that like she cannot reveal the contract because it will compromise the sources. I mean, I think that's very possible.
Yeah, right. Yeah, sure. But I mean, it's also kind of hard to. It's kind of hard to take the information in it uncritically without seeing a contract like that.
Especially when the journalist in question is saying you have to disprove my claims rather than providing further evidence for them.
This is all I need.
A plausible reason why she revealed the most she can, and it is a big like big news media or like website org. I mean, the presumption is on their side, in my opinion. I mean, yeah, I think.
This is all I wanted to prove. All I wanted to prove was that the article seemed pretty misleading, and obviously, if you're like giving a political message, you probably should make sure that your message is interpreted in the closest way to reality as possible. But if you're just calling for like tighter disclosure, I don't really care all that much. But if you want to, like, that's probably I would prefer it just for the sake of optics, and that's it.
I felt like the funnel versus loop in point was very fair. Like,
yeah,
I think the funnel versus loop in point was very fair. Like, I mean, yeah, she did. It does like Destiny should. I guess not, but like we saw Pisco talk to his co-host. I forgot her name, but like, yeah, she thought the funnel like meant actively like only give it to chorus. It's like, okay, I mean. We know that people interpret like that.
But did she, or is this a thing where Trump really thought he lost the election? Like, I don't know. Like, I know that Taylor Lorenz, like, she hates Democrats, she hates liberals, she is a big Hassan simp. So I assume that she's politically more or less aligned with him. And so, I mean, I'm not gonna take her at her word if she's just gonna provide like scant evidence and then say, "Trust me, bro," for the other half of it, like, or the other 80% of what will be required to substantiate the claim she's making.
As far as I'm concerned, I think the conversation would have been a billion times better if it was actually just Soy Pill and Prime, because it seems like Dickers was there to make an impression. I was fairly quiet. Hutch was probably like straw manning a little bit, and Fabian was just there to do like is it really a principle if you'll ever violate it ever? And that was the whole panel. I don't know. It was
just Fabian Liberty. What was the topic? He is in a high school debate class.
The topic was whether or not the chorus article was misleading and dark money in general.
If you want to see a 1v1 on Prime K, let's go talk to Prime K yesterday. Not about the article, but about like Kamala. It was so bad. It was so bad. But yeah.
But I think it just would have been a better conversation if it was like actually just a 1v1, because there was so much fat on that panel that did not need to be there. But.
What was Fabian Liberty's argument exactly? Because he shouldn't principally he shouldn't even care about dark money. He doesn't want to go into this at all. But he shouldn't.
Yeah, his argument was basically just that like you kind of like pseudo audience capture yourself when you're hired to give Democrat messaging, and that's bad, and it gives the false impression of organic growth because you're being paid to give talking points, and people won't know that you're being paid. So it's like kind of unorganically making it seem more popular than it is. And
why should he care?
That's a gay argument.
Yeah, he shouldn't care about that. I mean, he might be able to claim
it's not a bad argument. I mean, it's something that I'd probably have to grapple with.
I think it's not a bad argument if his only claim is Democrats can be like hypocritical for this or something, or if you have different principles than me, you shouldn't support this. But Fabian Liberty should not care about that because he believes your money is your property and you have the right to do whatever you want with it.
We did walk really far past the standards as well, but.
I mean, if someone cheats on their girlfriend, I mean, that's their right. They're not violating property. But
I mean, you can say it's bad or whatever. Sure.
No.
I don't like defending Fabian. I don't like defending Scott. But
I mean, he was probably the most ultimately coherent person on the panel, probably. But I mean, the problem is that he just biting crazy bullets that no one else would ever he would probably be against all sorts of funding. So.
I don't know if that's his strategy is just if I just get through it, I don't have to worry about addressing this difficult point. If I just face through it, if I chad through it, but he does that a lot. Yeah, I've never noticed that.
I would like to see him say the same thing about other Republicans getting dark money. I mean, I feel like that should be a center focus. I mean, if you have standards, we should see you apply them consistently to Republicans.
He kind
of the whole thing.
He offhandedly did. Yeah, he kind of offhandedly did, but I mean, we all know that he's going to make content about Democrats doing it and probably not make content about the right doing it. But
big true.
What panel was quick thoughts on?
He was on Tom Foolery's a few hours ago.
Right. That's right.
What? With which one? The chorus one?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Who was it?
No, I feel like I'm getting a lot of this content and I don't have enough time.
This Gibbs panel, though. Is that the first time you've debated Tyler Ringold?
I'll in person, yeah.
Okay. I don't know how to say this without being mean. I just feel vindicated every time new people interact with him and just see how fucking crazy he is after all the insane shit he said about me before I stopped.
Well, I will say I had fun, and I genuinely think a lot of this is kayfabe stuff. I don't even know how much of this. I feel like average debate enjoyer, the character is different than
average
Tyler the person.
Obsessor.
I think it's all I don't know if I can even make a personal characterization of him because I don't know what's real with him. He's I'm being worked.
I mean, if you look in the group chat, he's still going off about I won, you guys didn't even know these basic definitions.
Of course
I see that, but even then it feels like he's just being a shitter. I don't know.
Yeah, he is.
But I don't think he's I don't think he's being genuine. I think he's actually just a troll. And that's
was it him that brought up the Chicago thing, or was that? And I do an apology. I guess this person does exist. Was that Pentuple's sister that brought that up? His sister wife?
I think no. I thought it was. I thought it was Tyler.
And cousin and wife.
Yeah.
And girlfriend.
Wait, not fun.
I just hate
daughter.
people.
Not fun. I know you're.
Was that her? Why are these people so obsessed with me? Why do I live so rent free in these people's minds?
Not fun. I know you're quick with editing stuff because you just are so efficient with editing your streams.
I am, of
please,
course.
please make a short video of Tyler saying like, no, it wasn't conspiracy to defund the United States. I'm 100% convinced. I'm 100% sure. And then it like cuts to the image of like
new homie. By the way, hi. I'm the big JC. I used to stream. I'm probably coming back to it like next year. I'm just kind of dealing with other stuff right now. But back in the day, I was on Give Me a Break pretty regularly. And I did a debate with Pentuple where about the Trump immunity, where I was trying to like push with an extreme hypothetical. I should have just used, as I think Ringold actually was the one to point it out. I think that's how we met. He said I should have just used, what if Trump shot someone on, Fifth Avenue? And instead I said, what if the president nuked Chicago? Which, in hindsight, not the best, hypothetical to use. But Pentuple, of course, he still didn't engage with it, and he just, boy, that's ridiculous. Like, yeah, so
no shit.
That's where that comes from. I just want to point that out. That was in like fucking March or something, okay? That was months ago, and that's the last time I talked to Pentuple.
I pretty much disengaged with like Twitch politics in like 2024. Like, I like just come back into it. Like,
right.
I would argue with people on Twitter all the time, like that. That's just.
I just tuned into Ringold's stream. I just couldn't believe it when, like, 2 minutes into tuning into the stream, I heard fucking "What if the president nuked Chicago?" I'm like, are you kidding me?
They're using.
Move on.
You got to
He misses me. Yeah, he misses me. I love you too, Pentuple. Mwah.
He's been gone for a while.
Yeah. I was gonna say I didn't hear anything from him for a while, and he's like the annoying personality type. He would like make a bad argument and insist on it.
Oh, yeah,
so
he deleted his Twitter and stuff. I don't know if presumably he's gonna come back eventually.
Is he okay?
Yeah. Wait, what? I didn't know that.
Yeah. No, his fiance. I think his fiance dumped him, or they broke up somehow or whatever.
Shit.
And I think he said he's like taking a break because of that.
Oh shit.
You know what? That's fair. That's valid. Good for him.
Yeah.
And you know what? Best to him. That's rough stuff to be going through if that's true.
Am I remember? Was it him who was like posting a picture of the chess website or whatever, saying they will like not increase prices because of tariffs or whatever?
Yeah.
And then like
Oh my God, that shit was crazy. I think I quote tweeted that. I was like, yes, the economy can be summed up with chess.com or something.
Also, at least Pentuple ran from the J6 argument. At least I got to argue with his sister about it.
Yeah.
Right.
True.
Or wife, or whatever. Or cousin.
Right. That's right.
Anyways, Ringold, I love seeing you get fierce because I remember back in the day when you were so polite, and I'm so glad that you're so not.
I still will be sometimes. It's just
I'm so glad it's sometimes. Like, I feel like Soypill's like closing argument kind of was, I've been thinking about, no offense to you, of course, but like I've been thinking about it, the point where it was like, at a certain point, do we have to let it drop? And no, we just have to kind of keep insisting on it, which is annoying, I guess, but there was that debate.
Whole channel, baby.
There was that debate from a while ago where I forget who was that said it, but somebody said they keep insisting on January 6th. Hear how they keep insisting on January 6th. And this dude screamed, "That's the only thing I need." And it's so true.
That's a good argument.
It's so true.
Oh my God, you keep reminding me that I murdered someone. Like, oh my God.
Wait, exactly. Actually,
Watergate.
No, exactly.
Can we stop? Can we please stop bringing up Watergate?
Yeah, come on, guys.
It's the only thing we
also, wait a minute. Ringold, yes, we can. Yes, we can stop bringing up Watergate because Nixon fucking resigned. And do you know why he resigned, by the way? He resigned because House Republicans came to him and said, "We're coming after your ass. You better quit before we get you."
That's right.
True. His party came to him and told him to get the fuck out.
I think every single
Republicans are just embracing Trump.
Yep.
Regardless.
I think every single debate I have. I think every single debate I have is going to start out with me giving that hot stove analogy. I think it's the fire, like the best thing in the world. Where it's like, obviously, it being 4 years ago, it doesn't change the fact that it's a fucking hot stove. Why are you?
Yeah, no. It's like it's a.
Like,
and by the way, there are other arguments. I'd like to make the other arguments as well.
The temperature, like,
yep.
Trump himself.
And also, if you bring up other points, when you bring up multiple points, they just say you're gish galloping. So it's like either way, you cannot win.
Yeah.
True.
No, I mean, it's like okay, you don't like that he did a coup. You've not read anything about him doing a coup. You don't remember. You clearly make basic mistakes. Okay, let's move on. How do you justify killing 500,000 people in a year? Oh, you didn't look into that. Okay, how do you accept getting a $500 million Qatari debt? How do you justify that? Oh, you didn't look into that. It's like they either didn't look into
you don't
anything, or they're
understand.
like,
That's
oh my
going
God,
into his
this is hard
presidential library. That belongs to the American people.
That's right.
Oh, I forgot to mention this. I felt so fucking bad. Okay, so I have like a server for just my friends when we play Minecraft, like my personal friends. And I was trying to turn Fabian Liberty's mic was fucked up that entire panel. So I was trying to turn him down and I accidentally invited him to it. And I deleted it like super quick, but I was like, oh fuck. And then he said, like, I'll take the invite sometime, but my Discord notifications are fucked up. I was like, no, don't take that.
No. You're about to introduce anarcho-capitalism into the Minecraft.
What really happened is Renyl tried to invite him and Fabian Liberty turned him down. So this is the
no. Oh my god! You could probably like pinpoint in the video when it happened.
Right. Hey, he's gonna put a water bucket on top of like a mountain or something, and then he like affects the entire world. And he's gonna be like, "I homesteaded. It's my property now."
True. It's a 2v2 rolls. He just starts doing lava towers everywhere.
Okay. All right. Well, I gotta get off for the night. I work at 8 a.m. But
I gotta head out too. Lads, it was wonderful. Peace be with you.
Good chat.
Nice one.
Enjoy non-fun. Enjoy the rest of that. Oh wait.
Oh, non-fun. It's good.
Yeah.
It is good. There's a banger from Soy Pill, like right near the end about our friend Ashley Babbitt, and I was like cheering at my monitor. I was like, yeah.
Enjoy the rest of that.
Have a good night, y'all.
I'll see you guys later. Appreciate it.
I love you guys. All right, I appreciate it. I think I already followed you, but yeah. If I didn't, I will. Grok, continue spreading the USAID pill.
No, bro, that's crazy. I introduced it to that. So the USAID point, I've left.
Okay, bye. Love you guys.
Wait, are you also making the USAID talking point when you talk to people?
Yeah. I've just been whipping it out like at random, just like
you want the estimate?
That is the USAID.
Well, the estimate is 14 million by 2030, which 4.5 million of them are like babies, like kids under the age of 5. It's literally like a Holocaust.
Yeah. Oh, you're pro-life. You're anti-abortion. What about USAID?
All right, wait. What did you just say? Sorry.
What about all the babies that'll die under you?
You care about abortion?
Yeah, no, that's what
I can send you. So there's a website. I think it's called Impact Tracker. I'll send you the link, but it tracks the estimated deaths so far. As far as I know, it's less than the. Yeah. So you have it?
It literally is, and the thing is that should be like an end-all like voting issue for anyone. Like you should be able to just pull that out and be like, "So are you ashamed?"
No, but they're not American, bro. They're not American. I don't care.
Like, the problem is these people are pretty like.
I wish
someone actually when you sign away your citizenship, you actually become less valuable as a person. Not many people know this. Like that.
That's why American passports are more valuable than Russian passports. Like if you have
that's my argument for open borders, because once everyone is a citizen, like we have so much more value in the world. That's my argument for open borders. but yeah. No, but wait, so just to be clear, do you have that website? Do you know what website I'm talking about? Do you have it? Okay, that's good.
Yeah. Like I knew stuff was happening, but
what are the estimates of 14 million by 2030 or something? What are that?
That's from the Lancet. There was like a big study published by a bunch of like Spanish research and like doctors.
Okay.
So it's pretty holistic. It does like every data. It's like tracking all death.
Can you link it if you have it in your bookmarks? Can you link it? That's good, because I'm only aware of that estimate, so that'd be great. That'd be great. Someone asked me why I think it's a lower estimate.
Under my second term as the president, there have been 1.4 million more malaria cases among adults, 2.3 million in a year. No one's done it. No president's ever done it before. I'm the best that ever did it. There's so much malaria.
With HIV, and we had to give more of them to the HIV. We had to give.
He's gonna make his own thing. He's gonna make the president.
The gays are never gonna stop talking about it.
He's gonna make the president's emergency plan for AIDS expansion. He's gonna do that.
US aid, more like US AIDS.
That's right. That's right.
US
Yep.
HIV and AIDS, we export it all over the world.
That's so sad.
We have more AIDS
They're
than any other
trade
developed
deficit
country.
in AIDS
I'm
right
so
now.
good
Yeah, we
at
have
giving AIDS.
That's right.
How many AIDS
I, Donald
there
Trump,
are
will give
coming.
you AIDS if you vote for me.
You vote for me, I will put AIDS in everybody in Africa, and they will all have it. It will.
Brainworms for everyone. We need more brainworms.
Everyone's gonna have the brainworms. They're gonna be based in beef tallow build. They're gonna have so much beef tallow in their fries. It's gonna be insane.
We will bring bombs full of beef tallow, and we will drop them in these countries.
Steak and Shake will be on all 7 continents. Yes, including Antarctica. Steak and Shake is
We
gonna
will
be on
make
Antarctica.
Sudan healthy again.
I'm gonna put it on Mars. I already talked to Elon. It's gonna be on Mars.
We're saving American shrimp. We're saving American shrimp from debts, from painful debts. We're preventing eye stock ablation. We're stopping that.
Let's go.
That's right. No, fine. I want you to commit to shrimp pilling the other 2 socialists tomorrow.
Yeah, sure. I'll shrimp fill the other 2 socialists.
Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Look, I love welfare, but as a good liberal, I love charity more than welfare. And you know what the best charity is?
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Kill me.
You're not being charitable to me. Well, speaking of charity. So that's funny. Whoa, okay, no fun. I want you to say when you talk to them tomorrow, you're gonna be like, yeah, PPD, he was kind of bad. He was not charitable to you. But you know what is charitable?
This brought to you in part by the Shrimp Welfare.
The only dark money I accept is from the Shrimp Welfare Project. They pay me to chill there.
That's right. That's right. Do you have their shrimp or something, or was it not?
You hate when shrimp suffer. Then do I have a charity for you? Shrimp Welfare Project will save shrimp from tons of suffering. Will you have?
That's right. $1 goes a long way. I'm gonna fucking
will
post.
Be saved from a painful long death.
I can already see it. It's gonna be like 2050, and I'm gonna post on like Twitter or something about how JD Vance cut like shrimp welfare funding. Rip.
Yeah.
About Nick Fuentes cutting shrimp welfare. No.
Well, you see, it's all gay.
These guys and their shrimp are on way too much.
These shrimp, I mean, God, these liberals, guys, what are we doing? It's shrimp.
Dude, the thing
That's right.
Maybe if Catboy Cammy supported a Shrimp Welfare Project,
Cowboy Cammy.
I mean, cats love seafood, so I mean, let's just make it right happen.
Dude, Medicare AG, bro.
All right, non-fun. You got a shrimp pill, Catboy Cammy.
I'll send you the stuff on the peasants, the notes on the peasants.
Yeah.
Oh, I need to turn on my computer again. Yeah. Either way, I'm gonna go to sleep. But yeah, have fun.
I posted the Lancet study in general. So
based.
Let me grab.
Let me turn you up a little bit. You're low.
Oh shit.
Just came here
You know,
here, and I was just like, vibing.
Grok, do you know Bethan's Bulldog at all?
Oh, what's this? What am I being informed of?
He's a blogger. He's a cool blogger dude. He's written about like USAID a few times. He wrote about foreign aid more generally.
What's his name?
Bethan's Bulldog. I think it's
Bulldog.
I'll link to his stuff. You should be able to find it really. But he has a good article called like the case for massively expanding foreign aid. And then he has I think he has 3 posts about US.
I put the Twitter link in chat.
We were supposed to be setting like 0.6% of our like GDP according to the UN, but we had like 0.2 or something. So like we were already under like compared to other countries. I think Belgium was like the highest or something as a proportion of their GDP. Like we already didn't send enough. Like we weren't. And the thing is that Republicans always say is like we're the #1 USAID contributor. It's like well because dollar amount because we have the largest fucking economy.
Yeah, exactly.
So like maybe #1, but like
our economy is
proportionally
fucking massive.
No, we're not.
Yeah.
So I I agree with that take. It's a base take.
Yeah, when
more
they say
USA.
all these other countries need to step up, I think.
Well, yeah, well, you know what's funny?
think-
He mentions this point in the article. Like, if you ask people, like, what percent of the budget they think goes to foreign aid, they think it's like 25%. And then
It's literally like $1 quadrillion.
I know, if you ask them like what it should be,
There's so much money going to Ukraine, $1 quintillion.
if you ask them like what the foreign aid
$1
budget,
more going in next year.
Big check, and we put $8 bajillion on it. We said, Zelensky, you can do whatever the hell you want.
In 2030, we're giving Zelensky a Googleplex of dollars. Why are we letting Google give them so much money? I don't know, but
I invited Zelensky to Fort Knox. We are going to be giving him our supply of golden bars, and he will be using them to finance the war in Ukraine.
we're giving him Taylor Swift. Taylor Swift is going to finance the war.
yeah,
We will be shipping Taylor Swift to the front lines of Kiev, and she will be fighting alongside the Azov Battalion, good fighters, right? And she will be...
The Weapon is going to be her latest album. It's so horrible. Let's just fucking follow.
We will blast it on loudspeakers on the battlefield.
But if you ask them like what foreign aid should be, most people are like 8% of GDP, and that's like 8x what we give now. It's like people don't realize.
It's the same thing with like, if you ask Americans what they think like wealth inequality is, and they like oh, divvy up this pie into how you think wealth is distributed, and they put like all the pie in the middle class, and it's just like you are less than like 5%. You have no institutional.
I got
wealth,
I got a David Splinter pill you. All right. Okay. Most of these inequality estimates, cringe, bad. Okay, David Splinter.
I
the only
don't
economist.
agree. I think wealth inequality is the biggest issue right now.
The biggest.
Yes, it is the biggest.
That seems crazy. How like who do you use for like wealth inequality statistics? Like what data are we even using for that?
I just compare it to Europe. I just look at like, bro, what are the fucking boards doing? Are they doing it better than us?
Mm-hmm.
Answers are usually yes. So we should just copy them in some way. Not everything, because like, fuck if I'm gonna wear clogs, I'm not fucking Dutch, so I'm not gonna do the stupid shit that they do. But
I'm just talking about how much inequality there actually is in the U.S. right now, because I think the better estimates I've seen.
It's bad. It's gotten worse. It got worse after the fucking gone down. Like, I think that's the biggest problem. I think that's what we need.
I don't know. Like the better estimates I've seen suggest that like post-tax income inequality has not really gone up, and wealth inequality has also like barely gone up. Like
I saw a good breakdown that showed.
I see
like,
shilling for the liberal establishment, for the elites, the billionaires.
True,
this is what Trump is talking about. He just
I'm not gonna play that
unpunished
card. I'm not
shilling
gonna
for the
play that
elites.
card. I'm just saying I think it is the biggest problem. Like, it correlates so heavily for me with like every other negative thing, like crime. It's just fucking everything. So,
I think
feel
the
like
research on that is pretty mixed too. I think there's
okay.
I think that there's a few I haven't done that much research on the instrumental effects of inequality, but I know like the guy who was just here, Sample Text, has done more, and like he says, the best quality evidence also suggests that like the instrumental effects of inequality just like aren't particularly bad. Like it might lead to some marginal increase in crime, but I don't know to the extent that
I thought it was pretty direct. I thought there was a pretty solid connection.
I don't know, with crime. Crime is probably the thing it correlates with the most.
It was like a cacophony.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't like certainly like. Again, I think most of the estimates that we have for how big wealth inequality actually are like pretty exaggeratory. Like I think most of the Saez-Zuckman stuff is just pretty ridiculous.
Just Bentham Bulldogs. Yeah, this guy's fucking said Pascal's wager is a good argument. Fuck off.
Bentham's Bulldogs might go. I actually haven't read that article yet, but
what a gay. No, I'm not. Hold on, wait. Let me read it.
Whoa. No.
Wait, you'll get my take. Is this gay or not? Pascal's wager might be the most unfairly maligned argument in all of history. Shut up, bro. No, it's not. It's just a shit argument. It's just a fucking dog shit argument from its foundation.
This pales in comparison.
Because you watch an atheist
if you don't believe in Crash Bandicoot, you might go to hell there. But if you believe in Crash Bandicoot and there is no Crash Bandicoot heaven, then either way you win.
Real.
Oh, he's just making a fucking low. Like he's just making a fucking like That's not why Pascal's wager is a bad argument. He's trying to make the argument that like human brains just can't comprehend statistics. It's like if you see 1 in a million, you really don't understand how big that number is. It's like shut the fuck up. The reason Pascal's wager is a dog shit argument is because everybody can make that fucking argument. A Muslim can make that argument. A Jew can make that argument. A unique fucking argument. That's why it's a gay argument.
A Crash Bandicoot.
Unless you're arguing with a loser fucking. Unless you're arguing with a deist who's a bitch because you're a deist. Imagine being a fucking deist. Okay, loser.
True.
Call it that you're a fence sitter and you're gay. I hate to be the one to fucking tell you, but you are gay. So, like, unless you're arguing with that person, that argument, like, is an auto fail. It's an auto L. It's a gay loser argument.
It's you just rolled one. It's an automatic roll 1.
It is, yes.
You failed your intelligence save.
Uh-oh. I'm gonna die in my shrimp game.
And I love those types of arguments. It's so stupid. It's like, all right, so you think God is the ultimate one? I think Crash Bandicoot's the ultimate one. Or I just like pick an object on my desk, like this pair of scissors, and I just go from there. Like, it's the same thing with like tag and God being, or God is the necessary being. All right, this is the necessary being, and it's represented by this piece of or pair of scissors. And I just run through that logic and they're like, this is stupid. Yes. Congratulations. Welcome to my worldview.
I don't know. I sent some of this stuff to the Jubilee person I was talking to earlier, actually, but like this is like I can send it in general. Actually, I can just forward it, can't I? Let's go. Oh, I sent it as multiple messages, I guess, so it doesn't really work like that. Damn it. I don't know. Like that's a David Splinter paper. You can see like a few of the graphs in it. Like if you look at
Hold on. Never mind. I might take it back. This guy might be based. Okay? He's saying exactly what I believe on everything, especially immigration right now. Based.
No, Bethan Bulldog is based. Bethan Bulldog is my goat.
Oh, this is very based. Like the argument against illegal immigration is just grilling someone who's like fear mongering about illegal immigration, being like, what like actually bad number do illegal immigrants create? Give me a bad number. Like what's a negative economic impact of migrants? And then they'll go like, did you know like there's like 1 million a year coming here? And I'm just like, I don't give a fuck. How does that hurt my country? And then they'll be like, did you know that New York passed a bill to like give them food for $2 million or something? I'm like,
base, let's go.
Yeah, first of all, base. Second of all, I don't give a fuck until you've like tell me how much crime has gone up in sanctuary cities proportionally. You can't because there's no data. Like you have nothing. You are a loser who has no.
And all available data on like migrants committing crime shows that they are disproportionately.
It's the fucking opposite. They're direct net economic positives. They are direct they bring crime down functionally. Like they are actually like.
They commit less violent crimes per capita. Like this is based. We should be importing more immigrants to bring down crime.
It's true, unironically true. Because when people fearmonger about like we're not importing the right culture, frankly, I agree. These people are way too right wing for me. But if they're working this fucking hard, why not just bring them, bro? I agree. We are importing a bad
bring in
culture.
infinite migrants.
But we kind of need them to build our fucking roads right now. You know? You fucking white hicks.
We're just gonna import all the migrants to bring down crime.
Oh,
they bring so much less crime.
And this is the thing. This can't get out of this room because if it does, it's over for us. Imagine if Trump flipped his position, took all the money out of ICE. Guess what? All that money, amnesty program, get amnesty for all of them, become a martyr, predominantly male, predominantly right wing, predominantly evangelical Christian in hardworking blue collar communities, 12 million of them in this country, and now they can vote.
I'd vote for him in 2028.
Shit, bro. That is an untapped fucking market. And that's the thing they accuse Democrats of doing is like, you're importing these people to vote for you. No, the fuck. They will not vote for me because they politically like you. Like,
when in reality, these migrants are more
I don't want to say it because it's a good fucking strategy.
Like Latinos are predominantly Catholic. They're fucking
exactly.
He wins some proportion of the vote. He won like the Latino vote in some proportion, like in the election. Yeah, like bro, you can.
He won. He won Latino males from like 18 to 25. I think.
Dude, none of these people. By the way, like these are all the same people complaining about like the woke college indoctrinating all the like native-born citizens too. Like are these like Christian illegal immigrants, Catholic or whatever? Like, are they really a bigger threat to you than like the whatever wokeness you think is like in colleges?
It's
like,
because
is
they're
this
Catholic,
really like
not Protestant? That's why.
That's true. Yeah.
It's just anti-Catholicism.
Right.
Those are the real people being persecuted. It's the Catholics in the U.S. They're taking all the heat.
Mm. Oh, also, I should send you this one thing, Bones.
Substack is so beautiful.
Yeah, Beth and Bulldog is my goat. Okay, if you look up USAID, he has like I think 3 articles talking about it. And it's one just called "The Case for Massively Expanding Foreign Aid." And he has the Shrimp Welfare Project post. Obviously, I sent it in. I sent the foreign aid thing in general. And Bones, hold on, let me send you. This is
Guys, baby.
When I was doing like some Jan 6 research, this is just like this is a kind of funny thing I found that I don't see people talk about enough. It's like there was this like organization which filed a civil suit in Wisconsin like after January 6th against the fake electors in Wisconsin.
I might know what this is.
You might. Yeah, and as part of like the settlement or whatever, like they signed a confession that was like they agreed to not participate in the electoral college ever again, and they also signed a confession saying like, oh, we lied about being the duly elected, electors, and then also our certificates were.
That would have been so good. Oh my
I know, yeah. They say like that document was then used as part of an attempt to improperly overturn the 2020 election results. Technically, it says improperly. I guess not strictly illegal. So I don't know. Maybe Tyler could cope with that.
Yeah, yeah. Tyler, like, it's not illegal. It's not illegal. Like, okay, buddy.
Just improper.
It's like, oh, it's just a new legal. It's just a new legal theory.
Yeah, exactly.
Also, his gripes with
not a
novel
crime,
legal theory. It's like, all right, novel, new. Like, what's the problem with new?
I love novel legal theory is my favorite fucking phrase of all time.
It's such a good legal buzzword.
I'm gonna start saying like, I'm gonna start calling like fucking sovereign citizens people with novel legal theories. No, like you're fucking retarded. You are idiots.
You see, officer. When I said I was traveling, like this is me taking a new novel legal theory. I'm just traveling.
Officer,
I don't need a driver's license when I'm traveling in a car.
That's real.
My bottle is smeared off.
I'm just operating an automobile. This is a new legal theory that I came up with. Now here's my chicken scratch on the paper. This is my ID.
Bro, like hold up his little napkin. He's like, you look at the novel legal theory we have right here.
It's not even a napkin. Theory. It's a tinfoil hat.
It's in like grand.
With an ace of spades.
Okay. Anyway, I'm probably gonna watch the rest of the panel, and then I'm gonna go off streaming.
All right. I'm gonna dip. It was wonderful.
Yeah, appreciate it. Yeah, thanks for joining the server. I'm sure we'll talk again, Grok. I appreciate it. So.
A good meeting you, Grok.
Oh yeah. Woohoo. Camera off. Virtual camera off. Rest of this panel. Now.
So we fired the people that weren't doing the job that they're supposed to.
But this is a particularized claim. Like the letter said that the DOJ had identified multiple factors of impropriety or something along the lines of that. The Attorney General said, no, we didn't find that. The Attorney General said, no, we didn't find that. And they tried to fire him and replace him with the guy that wrote the letter. How is that not an example of him knowingly lying to cause the DOJ to co-sign up? Well, how, like he's literally no, you can't disagree on whether or not the DOJ. You can't disagree on whether or not the DOJ had found impropriety. You can't disagree. But the Attorney General.
Wait. I need to say something because you did this fucking again. They are not approving them because they supported Trump. Both of these people that aren't being approved are election deniers. They said that Trump won the 2020 election, and that is why they're not being fucking approved. You disagree.
Toy Pill did derail a little bit.
It's the First Amendment.
But Reniel was right. Like like the letter claimed not just that there was election fraud, but the DOJ was the one that like found evidence of election fraud. That wasn't true. There's no way to believe that was true. Donald Trump was told by the head of the DOJ that wasn't true. We can't like disagree with the fact that they just factually had not found that. Even if you do think there legitimately was election fraud, like what That's obviously Trump knowingly lying.
That's what
Which, by the way, criminal immunity decision says that can't even be used as evidence in the court anymore.
No, it is.
I'm gonna
Right,
so
somebody that
I'm gonna
supports
start
Trump, I
going- I'm
guess.
gonna start going down between some exchanges here. So I'm gonna start with November 23rd,
What,
2020
I'll save you the time.
from
I'll save you the
General
time.
Barr.
He's literally just going to say, "Oh, well, he had other people telling him separately." That's going to be the only.
No worries. But yeah, so Attorney General Barr. I specifically raised the Dominion voting machines, which I found to be one of the most disturbing allegations. Disturbing in the sense that I saw absolutely zero basis for the allegations. I told him it was crazy stuff, and they were wasting their time on that, and it was doing a great disservice to the country. And then 3 days later, on the 26th, Trump said those machines are fixed. They're rigged. You can press Trump, and the vote goes to Biden. All you have to do is play with the chip, and they played with the chip, especially in Wayne County in Detroit. Go back to December 1st, 2020. General Barr said, I explained. I said, look,
I think he's
if
just
you have
running
a
through
machine and it counts 500 votes
D's
for
and I
Biden,
was going to say some of the word
and this
out of context or
Oh,
something.
wait,
It's not
wait,
there. What's up?
Check DMs. Funny me.
I know. I didn't read it yet, but yeah, I saw.
You should read it, but okay.
Here's 2045. You're losing your mind online about Democratic President Fuentes cutting a shrimp welfare project. But the shrimp are not American, so I don't care. But we have to assist the shrimp with their war against the insects. They must kill them all. How dare you support the genocide?
True. If I have to insult Trump to get you guys to accept reality, then I'll take it. Whatever.
Wait, no. Is it fundamentally better to say that Donald Trump didn't actually try to steal the election because he thought he was so mind-numbingly retarded that he could never conceive with the idea that he lost an election? Is that better?
No, but if you say that with a shred of good faith, it would be better.
Yeah, exactly. I'm not going to engage in
Shred of good faith.
What's bad faith? What's bad
Oh,
faith?
yeah.
Shred of good faith.
What's the bad faith?
Misinterpreting lawsuits. Yeah.
What's the bad faith?
That he's so completely retarded that he believes something.
Well, that's the only other.
If he believed that, if he honestly believed he lost the election, he was mind-boggling retarded. Because everyone around him, except for very specific people that he handpicked, told him that he lost the election. There was no evidence of it ever.
You're very
So get this, let's say he believed the election was stolen. He thinks that there was fraudulence in Georgia. There was some sort of ballot stuffing. People were, writing in fake things, fake ballots, whatever. Let's say, or in Connecticut. Let's say he truly believes this in his heart of hearts. Why would he then call up the people in Georgia and say, hey, can you just get me the exact number of votes that I need to beat Biden by one? Why would he not say, no, we need a complete investigation. Let's make sure all the votes are on the table. Why would he specifically ask for that specific amount of votes to beat Joe Biden by one vote?
That's the way he told. I don't know. There's multiple reasons for that.
Oh my
He didn't tell us to
God.
find votes that weren't there. You keep framing this. Ringo already conceded. You're overstating what was on that phone call.
I didn't concede that it didn't look
Well,
bad.
you
I'm
didn't
saying
concede that
it's
Soy Pill
overstated
was doing that.
Well, it looks a little bad when you quote 3 words out of a sentence. Yeah.
And also, the way Soy Pill phrased that didn't even necessarily imply that. But
Once
okay.
again, it's kind of like normie person. Like I like point of view, right? Like I don't think it's too far fetched. Whenever most people think like that, JFK was killed by the CIA, right? Like if they're thinking their own government can kill a president, I mean, sure. I'm not saying most people. There's a large.
Incredible.
Jews, Gibbs. Let's be clear.
Somebody killed JFK. All right, now, my personal bet's it's the mafia that's going to be Johnson. Who knows? Whatever. I don't know. I don't think there's any possibility that the president might be getting different information and running with that from different people within like the FBI.
We know what information he got. It's all public. It's all in the Jan 6 report. It's all in the Jack Smith indictments.
Yeah. No, Gibbs.
What's up? Wow. That's incredible. Damn.
Like different factions within working in these organizations.
What's
Wait,
up?
Can you hear? Was
Yeah,
it
now
working
I can
before?
hear you. No, it wasn't.
Okay. Yeah, no, I was gonna go to sleep, but then I was like shot into an immediate coma when did I hear correctly? Did Gibbs say that you're justified in believing any conspiracy that is like not as crazy as our JFK assassination?
Yeah. No, but he said from a normie. He said from a normie point of view. So
any normie can believe any conspiracy and be equally justified.
I know.
I mean, it's also insane to believe the JFK stuff, but like we had way more evidence against the fucking fake election.
Right.
The fuck? So dumb.
The reason I didn't believe this at first, because I was like, Trump surrounds himself with these like sycophantic yes men. Like, of course, he probably got told by the people who he wanted to hear this. The difference is people in his own inner circle who he otherwise would have listened to were the ones saying like, hey, you didn't win. Hey, there isn't fraud. Hey, your own DOJ is telling you this. So it's like past the point of like all the yes men are also telling him it wasn't stolen. That's why we think he thinks it was not stolen and is just lying because he wants to win.
By the way, it wasn't even just his attorney general. It was, okay, I have an attorney general. Was the election stolen? Then Bill Barr says no. And he's like, okay. Was it stolen? Are you sure? Then he's like, he asked him so many times that Barr resigns, and then he appoints a new person, and he's like, hey, do you think the election was stolen? And he goes, no. And he goes, okay, I'm going to fire you.
Okay, let me try this a different way because I think maybe y'all.
And also, I believe, Mike, I could be wrong. There was like a, literally like a voter fraud council that like Mike Pence was on. Meet the members of Trump's voter fraud commission. Like, they, guess what? Found nothing. Like, and he didn't trust them.
where a lot of these people are coming from, right? Like, okay, do you agree within the Democratic Party there's factions? Like, okay, great. So would you agree in the Republican Party there's also factions?
Yeah, sure. Not to the same degree.
Not now as many, but there's still a few. But okay, sure. At the time when Trump was first coming up, would you say Mike Pence was put in there as vice president as like a olive branch to the old tower?
Yeah, probably.
Okay, and so I have heard people come here on a straight face go, "Oh, well, Pence was a Trump guy," and it's like, no. That's not true. He was the establishment guy that was brought in as a peace offering, kind of thing.
They needed the homophobic Bible belter guy to make up for the fact that Trump wasn't particularly religious and kind of was viewed as more left on certain
how do you want to spin it? But he's not a Trumper, right? But he's the traditional neocon from I guess wherever.
Right, and there's a reason he's not vice president right now.
Sure, I agree because now it has become more MAGA, right? But what I'm sitting here saying is when y'all go, oh, well, hey, Barr was Trump's guy. I'm like, how many of these people were really Trump's guys? And we're just like,
are you kidding me?
And whenever all these people like, oh, we want Trump to
Isn't it telling that in order to be Trump's guy, you have to believe all these insane things?
And that's all these people.
Yes. No, you're 100% right. Because of how many people he had to go through in the first administration who otherwise supported him die hard, who are now just like, holy shit, you're insane because this is so clearly not true. So either you're lying or you're misleading. Now he has to choose people who are so sycophantically dedicated to him that they will tell him anything he wants to hear to get their agenda done. It is so much worse. That's why his administration is so much worse now.
What's the term? Like team crazy or something like that?
It's wild how this framing is to me because politicians are allowed to believe things that are not actually true. We have one party that says
what do you mean allowed to believe? First of all, it's bad when politicians believe things that aren't factually true, and the scale, and that it matters the sort of scale of the falsehood. This is a really big fucking falsehood. It has to do with the fucking entire election. It matters, whether they repeat it publicly like Trump did. It matters how retarded it is to believe it. It's obviously like worse for a politician to believe that the Earth is flat than it is for a politician to believe that I'm trying to think of a much lesser claim that that is for a politician to believe. That Thomas Jefferson is the first president, right? It's those both might be, or that might be embarrassing. Oh shit! Thanks for rating Bones and Doom. Let's go. Is that just your offline chat? Let's go. But yeah. All those things matter, and this is the most insane thing on all of those scales.
And we're talking about how the other side.
Can we really in men or women? I can't believe the election was wild to me. Can we run a panel on why the right can't let go of trans people's cocks, please?
Because we're making policy on it right now.
Yeah, you pardoned the J6ers. You pardoned the J6ers.
I didn't do anything.
And he wants to go after the other people in the Gen 6 committee, right?
You're playing defense for
I'm a Democrat before they went crazy. So we have a party that believes in an invisible sky man and there's systemic pedophilia leading the government. We have another side that believes you can switch gender at will, and meritocracy is white supremacy. So I'd say mostly all of our politicians have these deluded, unrealistic worldviews.
All of gender theory is about the same thing as stealing the election. And
I didn't say it was the same thing. All I'm talking about is people believe.
No, you are. You're literally you're up on Trump for believing the election was stolen.
No, hold on.
You think a person could be a woman if they're a man?
You're throwing out some wild hypotheticals there.
Yeah, they're intentionally deflecting because they know that this point completely crushes them right now. You're saying that Trump is retarded. Hold on, Trump is retarded. There's no debate. It's not real. Trump is retarded because he believes things that aren't real. But our party inside believing things that aren't real, don't worry about that because
Tyler, do you think that a trans woman thinks they're biologically shifted their
chromosomes?
I
don't care what a dude thinks that wears lady face.
Incredible.
Okay.
Yep.
So
he's not even engaging with the arguments at all. He just says there's no debate.
Do you think that I think they've transformed the biology because I respect their pronouns?
I don't know if you do, but I'm talking about what the politicians in the party.
What do you think the politicians think? Do you think they're all like, yep, chromosome shifted? Do you think they literally think this?
Yes, the trans woman is a real woman and should go into women's sports, women's bathrooms, women's spaces. Yes.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Yeah, all of the Democrats think that. True. All the Democrat politicians are definitely on board with that
one.
By the way,
identifying trans women as women is equal in severity as stealing the election.
I didn't say it was. We're not talking about that. You guys are dodging the point. You said Trump lied, so everyone around him that believes his lie is a sycophant. But when we tell things that aren't true, everyone's just being innocent.
That wasn't even Phil's point. It was that in order to be, as Gibbs mentioned, counted as Trump's guy, you have to believe all these insane bullshit things.
He's walking into the women's
you genuinely feel like
the name it's bad. If there's a D in front of the name, it's different.
You genuinely believe that the factual claim there is the same as, hey, I need you to say that the DOJ found fraud, and then the Attorney General saying no, and then saying, okay, I'm going to fire you.
Okay,
so the lying is a different level. That's the point. That's a different level of severity.
Yes, I understand. That doesn't make my point invalid.
It makes it a dishonest. This is literally what Gibbs is talking about, where it's like, oh, so anything we talk about, you bring up January 6th, and it's like, yeah, I think this president doesn't truly believe it. It's like, okay, what about men being women?
I do think that he was being dishonest. Everybody that now supports him after his dishonesty is a sycophant. I'm pointing out to you where the other side was dishonest, and you're saying supporting them. It's not the same level.
It's not the same level.
In the women's restroom.
Every Democratic politician believes in God, but don't they know that God isn't real? Like, what are we, like, what, dog, obviously the scale, like, the potential validity of these claims matters, right? And the scale of the lie matters as well. And again, every single one of these things, like, lying about the 2020 election is going to have, like, way more disastrous consequences, you know, used to justify a lot more horrible things. Obviously, the validity of the claim, apparently Tyler thinks there's no debate as to whether trans people are, like, actually the gender they identify as or present as or whatever, but... Oh my God!
Right, so hold on. Remember, guys, Joe Biden said there were at least 3 genders, and then a bunch of people around him said that wasn't true. Then he fired all of them, and then when he got reelected after that,
True,
he then tried to
Phil,
put only the trans people into the office. I
Joe
remember
Biden was firing people from the CDC who were going along with his COVID vaccination policy. The head stepped down because he wanted to give COVID vaccines to kids without verified proof of the booster shot. So yes, Joe Biden was doing the same thing.
Well, hold on. I do think that I think there's a slight difference here, right? In the fact that
I bet if you looked that up, it's probably only
there
half
has
true
been
too.
some like legislative push,
okay.
and there was even in the last election, the whole like tampon Tim came up, and yeah, I get that Republicans are gonna blow it out of proportion on this because they feel it's like indicative of the greater culture war. They're like, if we let this go, what's gonna go further, right? And I mean, I think we all know that like on both sides, extremists push the conversation, right? Like right now, the Dems have like the Donnie or whatever, right? He's pushing the
I'm
conversation.
kind of pissed about my audio. Not gonna lie.
Right, or y'all should go like further.
Was kind of quiet.
Like that's how it happens. You have these people that come along and push extreme.
Oh, you're trying to fix it right here, or you're just talking to
for a while, like women with the sports thing especially, right? And I think that now you're seeing like a backlash to norm. Like I talked to some of my friends who are like liberals and like trans individuals, and a lot of them are very upset with what they feel the dim messaging has been, even though they still vote dim. They're like, we just wanted to be left alone and have equal rights. Instead, y'all pushed us like to the forefront in a lot of cases, and now they're just catching strays because like they just want to live their lives and like be happy or do whatever. And that like most Republicans will let that go, but since it went so far one way, now you see the pendulum come back. I think in a way that they're not liking, and I think that's a big issue. I think it's different though than like the way that January 6th just like keeps being brought up. Like there's no legislation being brought up based off January 6th currently.
Yeah, wait. So this literally a couple weeks ago, they held an honorary like fucking memorial for Ashley Babbitt, one of the people who was violating the law and climbed through the window. I will say this deserved to get gunned down for what she did.
Let's go.
Because the current president is still harping on the fact that everything that happened on January 6th was okay. It was good the way it happened. He deserved to win the election. That's not what we're like. It's not like, oh, we're just bringing it up out of nowhere. It's like, oh, clearly this guy is still a fucking issue with the fact that he thinks it's okay to steal an election and is actually going to give pardons to the people that helped him do it or tried to do it. Like that's fucking insane. That deserves to be brought up too.
Also, it's giving me evidence that he doesn't care about democracy. Like it should just be used. like if Trump does an action. And like, one way of interpreting it is like he doesn't care about democracy at all. And another way of interpreting it is, I don't know what the alternative would be, have or any given thing he does, but like he just like genuinely thought this would be like a good thing to do. The fact that he tried January 6th is evidence of the first case, is evidence that he doesn't care about democracy. But
like, oh, let's just give him pardons and then we can all heal and move on like Nixon. You think that might have occurred to him?
The people who stomped on Capitol Police officers' heads is going to
Listen,
kill the nation?
I was perfectly okay. I came on before this happened. I said if I was Joe Biden, I would pardon Hunter Biden. I would do it like his family. If you think I'm president,
yes, I want Hunter Biden pardon. Let's go.
I'm absolutely gonna do that. Like, let's fucking go.
Remember Hunter Biden stomped on a police officer's head? And
yeah, I mean, but he could have done
I think Hunter Biden should go to jail for smoking crack and probably fucking underage girls allegedly. All right, I'll say it.
If you're the president, you're gonna pardon your son. You're gonna pardon your son. You know it. I know it.
I don't know. I mean, maybe, but I don't think you should. I think it's corrupt.
Yeah, well, I would do it. Fuck it. I mean, maybe it makes me corrupt. I don't know, but it doesn't make me like I'm not down about it. Let's just make it like you good. You're not gonna go after.
What if Joe Biden had like
I think it's good to pardon people,
and all of Joe Biden's sons stormed the Capitol and tried to help him steal the election?
Mercy. You don't think it's good to show mercy? Like give people like out
mercy.
That poor man who stomped on the Capitol police officer's head. Since
what about all the
free.
rappers? Are you against the rappers getting pardoned?
I think we should. No, you're right, Gibbs. We should pardon every person for every crime right now to heal the nation.
True.
I mean, let's get wild with it.
Let's go. Everyone should be released from prison tomorrow.
And then we'll just go right back to like even more draconian after.
Don't Joe Biden give clemency to a guy that killed police officers?
Yeah, that was bad. I think didn't he give like thousands? He did like this massive pardon. I super disagree.
You're still a Democrat after that? That's the deciding factor. I only care about the pardons.
Why did you vote Democrat after that?
That clemency
because that wasn't violating the fucking democratic process. It was. Hey, I think this was a bad.
Oh, it's a death penalty, right?
Was violating the democratic process.
Did that clemency?
It was in participation of trying to violate the democratic process.
It was in furtherance of stopping the certification of the election. Did that clemency that Biden gave? Did the clemency that Biden gave let that person out of jail?
No, but he issued clemency to him.
Okay. Did the pardon that Trump gave let the person who stomped on the Capitol police officer's head out of jail?
Yes.
Okay, that's the difference.
Doesn't matter. He's still giving clemency.
Yeah, that's still bad. Yeah, sure.
That's bad. He also commuted death sentences.
I don't even know what to say about that, man.
Gibbs, do you think that Donald Trump should heal the nation? Donald Trump should go up and say, I'm granting amnesty to every illegal, all 60 million of them tomorrow to heal the nation.
True.
Eventually we'll get a better Trump impression.
Why would he do
that? I'm sorry, I missed it. I cut out.
I said, should Donald Trump grant amnesty to 60 million illegal immigrants?
Well, you know what's crazy, Soy, is you want to know what? You weren't here for this. I will grant you this. Before with the election, I offered, because my cattle will get fucking killed, and then all this shit, I said, I will sit here. If you will build me the most crazy border wall, I'm talking North Korea level, like stopping everything that goes through, maybe we do something for the animals, I don't know. And then I will grant every illegal alien up to a year. like that gets here before a year. Let's give them all amnesty. If everybody gets here before, give them. But I want the border secured and
no
the
more
system. But no more after that. No one would give that to me. I said, yeah, bring all these people. Give them a whole year.
Well,
So yeah.
Okay. Do I care about this? Do I care about this?
No, hold on.
You just said they can't vote in the election that they're putting the ICE people at the polling station for. So let's just say illegals were struggling. 10,000 illegal immigrants shut up. They all voted.
Elections
None
are
of them.
Problem.
I understand that, Gibbs, but and we can talk about this right after. But like, there are 5 municipalities that allow this: San Francisco, Oakland, Tacoma Park, Burlington, Vermont, and Montana.
Yeah, now we're talking about illegal immigrants voting. Let's go. Let's go.
Problem is, in this place in South Carolina, they said, well, we've specifically picked the IDs that we know Democratic voters, which they said is the reason, but turned out also to be black people. It's part of operating. I think the real reason they're doing it is not to enforce election integrity, which we both not why they're there. I would make a bet with you that more people will be deterred who are legal than people who are illegal who are voting.
We'll see. But hold on. We're about that time, so I'm gonna let y'all do closings and outros here because we got about 5 minutes left. And that's perfect. So Tyler, why don't you kick us off? Whatever you're gonna say, give us your closing and all your outro and all that good jazz.
All right, I will just say there's been multiple studies now. The latest one in 2024 by Pew showing that voter ID does not at all infringe on the black vote, and it's racist to suggest that black people are too stupid to get a state ID.
Wait,
This is
hold
my
on.
closing. This is my closing. You don't get it. Yep. You don't get it.
All right.
Fire.
Thank you.
So
I was just making a narrative. I'm having fun with it, guys. Relax. At the end of the day, I still think this is because the Democratic Party is flailing for a message. They've been trying to throw everything at the wall with Trump. A lot of it is bullshit. Some of it had some legs behind it, but didn't have enough to actually take him down. He's still Teflon Don, and most of the people that are going against him don't realize that the public dislikes them and their policies significantly more and are willing to look past Trump on this. At the end of the day, I view right now the Democrat moderates are the exact same in almost every policy stance as the extremists. They just have better PR and incrementalism to implement it as opposed to slam it all in right now and screw the other side. So
me and AOC are perfectly aligned and everything.
Massive reform. Everyone here has probably heard my thoughts on Fetterman, and that's because I'm a Fetterman simp. But I'd say Whitmer probably has the better chance of actually winning a general election because she's a Rust Belt senator. Only 280,000 votes in the Rust Belt.
Does she even? What does Whitmer disagree with like most Democrats on? Even pretty sure Whitmer is pro-trans. Pretty sure she's basically a normal Democrat. Maybe I'm wrong in that.
Democrats, and she would be much better suited for those people. On top of that, she doesn't have almost any of the extremist points that the rest of the party has that most people hate. She's not pro-illegal immigration.
Normal ID isn't good enough for you passports. This is true.
Smart on crime policies coming from her. So at the end of the day, the Democratic Party needs to pretty much drop 80% of what they're doing, go back to their basics. They need to get back on healthcare, especially the Medicaid cuts that came in the new BBB bill, Trump's BBB bill. They need to go back to abortion, even though they didn't pan out too great in 2024. It's still one of their top topics, and they need to go back to schools. These are where they excel, and they've just dropped all these things to become the anti-Trump party. It didn't work.
I don't even think if they dropped the Medicaid thing. I'm sure Democrats have a more advanced healthcare plan than Republicans do, but okay.
Wider margins and more votes, meaning that at the end of the day, even if you're saying all these things you're saying about Trump are right, you have to ask yourself, why is he still more popular than you if you try to overturn an election and refuse to completely get rid of democracy? And that's it. It's because the other side doesn't have.
Wow. Okay. Incredible.
This is maybe illegal in your favor. I don't know. Undesirable.
A little tidbit about voter IDs. Soy terrible fuck telling him was great.
Yeah, I have a proposition for all of the Trump voters. I think this is a solid compromise in the middle. We will all agree as leftists to stop talking about January 6th as long as Republicans abandon the facade of being pro-democracy, and we'll be good. So
no problem.
I think as long as that happens, I think we're good. All right, I love you guys.
Daniel, boom, handshake. We're good. 6 on X. I'm Pentuple TV's alt account. For those of you wondering where he is, he will be back soon. I know it's been a while, but there's only a few Sadie streams left. We're coming towards the end of it. I'm an old lady. I'm 40 plus years old. I've had the privilege to vote for George W. Bush, Barack Obama, Gary Johnson, and Trump 3 times.
What
the Democrats that
fuck?
want me, like, not the other way around. The fear mongering, the Trump is this horrible person, has gotten you into a place where now you're losing the popular vote, which don't lie, that was a surprise to all, even me. I was even concerned about making that claim. But the writing's on the wall. The one president that I do wish I had the ability to vote for was Bill Clinton. Because I do think that he was a great president. And I do think that the country was left in better shape after Bill Clinton than moving into the Bush eras. The Bushes are the ones that taught me how to hate the right. So the Democrat Party needs to shift. You need to regroup. You need to get back to the common sense policies that made me a Democrat to begin with and why I'm not anymore.
All right, thank you so much. That's Soybill.
There's no way this girl would never. It's not even true. She's a hardcore conspiracy theorist person. Kill me.
It's not what they were tasked with for the first report. So what do you think that the first
Trump was basically going to?
I don't know. I'm just curious what some of the stuff
to saying,
was.
oh, well, there was a President Daily briefing that was given, and now he ordered a new thing. I agree with that.
That's any route debate. Yeah, Tom Fuller is hosting a subathon.
Instances
is there anything
in the
highly doubt?
And not be what these people
anything
are
anything interesting going on here?
Mad at pro athletes, you know, oh, this kid started was he in middle school or elementary, and now
this bad Gemini guy who's talking, I think, called me like the king of virgins once or something. It was funny. Okay, anyway, I'm gonna read more off stream and improve my notes and stuff. Exclamation point TTS in the chat for anyone who wants to donate so I can afford Restream, because I fucking need. Does anyone have that? I need that meme. I was trying to find this meme. It's just like two of those like meme wolves like cuddling, and it's just captioned like, "Can I have $30?" But you wish you would have that shrimp money right about now. I mean, it wouldn't have like I made money during the shrimp welfare subathon just because people donated or people like gave subs and YouTube memberships. I probably will end up donating some of that to the shrimp welfare project when I get paid out, depending on how much money I have left after I get paid out from anything I need to buy. But I don't have. They need to pay me out. They need to pay me out. I don't know. It was a meme I was found on Instagram Reels. But it's gone now. Just take all the money for yourself. No one would know. What is the money I raised during the subathon? Oh, like automatically went to the Shrimp Welfare Project. Besides the like the YouTube memberships, like I said, didn't go there. But like the Tiltify money, like all that money, like the $530 or whatever we raised for the Shrimp Welfare Project, all went straight to the Shrimp Welfare Project, and I never touched that money. That's how Tiltify works, obviously. Tomorrow at 2 p.m. we are talking to, let me pull it up, Grace from the Jubilee video. This girl.
How are you?
Good.
Grace?
About
capitalism, socialism, poverty.
Yes, Grace. Hi. I want to say I think it's pretty comical that an elite such as yourself has the goal to tell us average Americans who's in poverty and who's not. A lot of times,
I was an average American.
You're
I
not
was a guy
anymore.
that was in poverty.
You're not anymore.
And you can also
you're
change.
very.
You can also change.
Anyways,
Do you believe
you're
you
talking
can
down.
change?
A lot of times that the market for poverty is actually very low. So a lot of times, like $2 a day is the line for how they measure poverty.
$2.15, yeah.
And that's ridiculous. So if I make $5 a day,
Yeah.
I'm not in
But that's
poverty.
because it's
I
around
can
the
actually
world,
live.
not in
I can pay
America.
the rent.
Sure.
But we're talking about this country, right? We're not talking about around the world. I've noticed that you like to do that. You like to like skirt from America and talk about other
actually,
countries.
I've been
to try
saying
to
So we're gonna be talking. I don't know if we're talking about America. Did you shrimp pill that Ann person? And I found out was shrimp pilled before me. They apparently like talked to Bethan's bulldog before before me even know. But Ann is vegan. Ann is shrimp welfare pilled. Ann is goated. Ann did say they find conversations about capitalism and socialism boring most of the time, so they don't want to come talk about it with me, but that's fine. That's understandable. There are a lot of conversations I find pretty boring, and therefore don't show up to. So, yeah. And at 9 p.m. tomorrow, and I'm hoping maybe to find one of the people to fill in the gap, because 2 to 9 p.m. is like long gap with nothing, or like nothing explicitly planned.
Yeah. So you just said that you
9 p.m. we're talking to Caleb, this dude, about capitalism and socialism and redistribution, and then got a few other people who have said yes. We've not planned a time yet. Should be. I think we'll doing one on Sunday, most likely, and then one next week sometime, but I don't know exactly when yet. Okay, well, on YouTube, we can head over to Tomfoolery. On Twitch, we can send you over to sending you over to Vince Willis or Doghouse Show. Appreciate Rated Chick. There aren't many chicks streaming Shoot Your Shot. I don't know if that's optimal policy. Maybe, I don't know. Oh, actually, he's on Tomfoolery's show right now. That's cool. But yeah. So you'll be heading over to them. Actually, I'm putting TTS in the chat. I need $30 so I can pay for Restream. Someone, I'm so dead ass right now. I'm so dead as right now. Yeah, but also the schedule stuff, by the way, is in the Discord. So exclamation point Discord in the chat. Join the Discord, and you'll be able to see all the stuff I got coming up. And I announced some on Twitter too. NonFun420 on Twitter /X. So yeah, love streaming. Love you guys watch me stream. We'll be streaming again tomorrow, obviously. Probably streaming again on Sunday, for sure. Maybe not Saturday if I don't have anything planned that day. I don't know. We'll see. I gotta save it for magic cards. It's understandable. Sauce around. It's understandable. I should be fine. Really, I think I can. I can deposit. I think I probably have cash and everything. I just have to deposit it. But wait, can I Kel sometime? I have before. I know Kel. We've spoken a few times, but I'll put in a good word for you. I mean, like I said, we've spoken a few times. Like we're friends on Discord and stuff. But yeah, I'll see y'all tomorrow to debate some more people and scheduling some more debates. And I'm sure maybe I'll be invited to a panel or two throughout the week. So yeah, follow, subscribe, all that jazz. See you guys tomorrow. Appreciate it. Love you guys.